The Pistons got back in the win column again yesterday thanks to a 124-119 win over the Knicks. Cade Cunningham was dominant in the second half after a rough start. Hit a game-high 36. Malik Beasley led the group off the bench with 22 points in just 18 minutes of work. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff had some high praise for Cade after the game. The Pistons announced their tip time versus Suns Saturday has been moved up an hour to accommodate the Lions game. The new start time is 4. Hear it right here on the ticket. Dan Campbell said yesterday the running back David Montgomery will give it a go this week against the Commanders. The team will know more about offensive lineman Kevin Zeitler and Terrion Arnold today. Former Lions QB Matthew Stafford led the Rams to a victory over the Vikings 27-9, throwing for 2 TDs and 209 yards. LA will face the 2-seed Eagles in round number 2. According to MLB insider Jeff Passan, the finalists for Japanese star pitcher Roki Sasaki are the Dodgers, Padres, and Blue Jays. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy Tuesday. Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We got some good news.
What's that?
This week, we will have Lions playoff tickets.
Oh, yes. I know. I love the fact that we get a chance to give away tickets that are not coming cheap to anyone. I don't know, Heather, I don't know if you guys have looked at possibly going Saturday night.
We did like a little while ago when they first released a limited amount of tickets. And even then we're like, nah, let's not. So now we're hoping we're going to win somewhere. Anyone who has a contest.
Did you go to the bakery?
Oh my God. I'm glad I didn't. Did you see how many people were there? There was a 4-hour wait at one point and the bakery said, you know what? I'm sorry. We cannot accommodate everyone. No more people can get in line. But I plan on going. I'm going to check it out either today or tomorrow. And hopefully,
Yes.
Well, yesterday was the first day that you could,
And he was there yesterday.
I know.
Right? So maybe did people get wind that he was going to be there? And everyone just flocked. I mean, good for
part
them.
of it,
It's so
but
exciting.
I think there's such madness for tickets that I would expect maybe not a 4-hour wait today, but it's still going to be a hefty.
I mean, they shut down a road, one of the side streets.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Maybe is that the one they're going to rename Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Probably. It's just a little one, so it's perfect.
Did you see what he said about
it's a short stretch.
Well, that's what he said about the cake.
What did he say?
I think I saw that he said that he didn't realize it was going to be that big. I'm not making this up. I'll find the quote, but
So
He's giving himself some props.
Colin knows he can't win ours, right?
He does. He does.
No,
I mean, he
if
thought
he
about
had a-
changing his name and address, but it's okay.
Yeah, you
I
can
wouldn't
use
do
mom's
that.
address. Yeah.
You like your job?
I do.
All right, now if a friend of his could, just don't say you know Colin.
Oh, no. Yeah, don't. Yeah, if you call,
That
you don't know
happened
him
one
at
time
all.
in a former radio life with us. They said
Oh,
they
really?
knew somebody that worked at the station. It's like, sorry.
Oh, no, they won. They're like, hey, I know Joe. I can't wait. Just give him to Joe. He'll give him to me.
The biggest balloon of air that went out ever.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Just trying to be a friendly. Oh, yeah, I know.
I tell
so-and-so.
everybody in my life, don't ever say you know me if you happen to call in.
Yeah, I think
Because
most
they're-
people are on board with that.
Thank you. That's why I referred to myself as a donkey the other day.
That's on a tee.
that was well done. I have the quote. Amon-Ra St. Brown, who was at the bakery with the cake of him. Quote, it's bigger than I thought.
Yep. Well, hey, Heather thinks you're smaller than she thought. Is this a little guy?
To win the tickets on our show, we'll have at least a pair. I'm hoping we get more. At least a pair that we'll give away on Friday, courtesy of Bud Light. So be listening on Friday. And if we get more between now and then, we'll let you know.
Awesome.
That is awesome. John, last night, not awesome. Sam Darnold pulling a reverse Matt Flynn for all to see.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, the final 2 games. Like, just think about the sea change that has happened in the last 3 weeks where we saw, for the Vikings, him enter the locker room after a win, and the entire locker room is cheering him and his name, and we all know what his career has been up until this point, and then all of a sudden there's this resurgence, and we are all asking the question, right? Is it Sam Darnold and things finally clicked for him, or because it was a win over the Packers, where he's strolling in and they're all cheering, or was it Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Hawkinson, the running game, and he's just distributed? Did they Darnold-proof the offense, or was it actual progress by him? And was it Kevin O'Connell? Was it the offense? And I think most people, after the last 2 weeks, losing to the Lions and then the Rams back-to-back, just like they did earlier in the year, he's taken a lot of the bullets.
Ryan Clark at halftime said in the 2 biggest games of the season, he wasn't protected and he folded under pressure. These are referendum games, right? You want to get paid on a long-term deal. These are referendum games. These are for the 1 seed, for your season. John, he was Jets Sam Darnold. Seeing ghosts, panicking in the pocket, holding the ball too long. At his best this year, he was stepping up and rolling out and throwing darts. He was missing guys, like open guys late. He is a mess right now. And if you're J.J. McCarthy, the door's open for you.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for getting us to 14 wins. Starting to be a little bit worried. Now, how much of... I can't believe this number. 9 sacks.
6 in the first half.
How much of them were just a protection breakdown? How much of it was he just could not pull the trigger and get rid of the ball? That's a big question.
Yeah, so the Rams front has been active the last month or so. Young guys are getting to the quarterback. But we said it. Sam Darnold was holding the ball too long against Detroit, and it finally is getting exposed. It's Honolulu flu part 2, right? He lost to the Lions the first time, and they lost the very next game. This time their season ends because of it.
Yeah, and that's the pressure. That's the finality of playoff football. If you lose, if you have a bad day at the office, your season's done.
Right, which is why I understand anybody who has
some nervous energy.
Just understanding what's at stake. I'm not nervous about the Commanders.
No, just some nervous energy.
Yeah. I would point out we saw another 10-point victory in the NFL playoffs.
Oh, is that's a double digit? I wonder if they're doing the double digit disco.
Well, they shouldn't because it would be foolish and silly. Now you have too much respect for the NFL playoffs for teams to win by double digits. Signed 5 of 6 teams that did it in the opening round. Interesting. Interesting.
You're playing good opponents, right?
Yeah, these are playoff teams.
Playoff teams.
Yet the Bills could win by double digits and the Ravens can win by double digits. But if you suggest that the Lions may win by double digits
Texans
this week, you're a foolish sequined homer. Well,
Yeah, Jim, you're right.
Look, I do a podcast with them. We can address it later. But the idea that, fine, you're not negative if you don't think they're winning by double digits, but that doesn't make someone a homer if you think they're going to win. They're 8.5-point favorites by 10 or more.
No, Jim, it doesn't. No.
We don't need to air those grievances today. 248-539-9797. The game last night saw the Rams win, and they looked really good in that game, John.
They did. And when you talk about Matthew Stafford, the numbers aren't going to jump off the page, but it's the management of the game. It's the defense. And it's already, we talked about it from the Vikings perspective, 9 sacks. Let's talk about it from the Rams perspective. I mean, they were in attack mode in almost every phase. And then when you have, Nakua, Kupp, you've got a full complement of receivers, and your leading receiver ends up being Higbee, your tight end.
Yeah.
Like it's Kupp only had 1 catch. And if you win 27-9, you control the game. You would look at that and go, Cooper Kupp had to go off. Well, no, he didn't. Puka Nakua, well, he had to go off. No, he had 5 receptions for 44 yards. How did they win this game? Well, some of it was the turnovers. It was the fumble. It was the interception. And it was the defense. But this is a team that really looks like they are coming together at the right time and in some tough circumstances as well.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, we could talk about it. We will a little later, just like what that means tapping into it. We've seen it in sports before. But if you look at what the Rams have done to close the season here, right? And they lost to Seattle in a game that they intentionally, sat guys.
Yeah.
But prior to that, they had won 5 in a row, including a win over the Bills in that stretch.
Mm-hmm. Home game.
Right. So, yeah, I think they're a real threat right now. And I think they started the game the way you have to against Minnesota, the way we talked about the Lions the week before. Start hot. You want to blitz a veteran quarterback? Well, Jared Goff will dot you up. Stafford, the same thing. I think it was 8 of 8 to start the game. He marched them down the field. They score a touchdown. You put the Vikings in a position where Darnold's got to sling it against pressure, and bad things are going to happen. So, yeah, I mean, I just thought the Rams jumped them early, and the game was immediately out of hand.
And that's why I said yesterday, earlier in the show, when I asked TJ yesterday, if the Lions win the toss, do you take it or do you put your defense out there first? And I loved his response. You take it because you put pressure on them. When we've seen teams in the playoffs, and this is what the Bills did to the Lions when they played during the regular season. It's 14-0 before you knew it. Now all of a sudden it changes everything you're doing offensively. That's what you want to do to a rookie quarterback in Washington. And Jaden Daniels, you want to be able to apply that pressure early. Now getting back to the Rams, yes, they had an offensive explosion against the Bills, and they played the Bills right before the Lions did, and they scored 44 points. The 3 games following at the Niners, they won. They only scored 12 points. At the Jets, they won, but they only scored 19 points. Against the Cardinals at home, they won, but they only scored 13 points.
Right.
This is a team that can be challenged offensively, and because I don't think anybody is looking at the Cardinals and saying, wow, look at that defense. No. They're just not.
No.
And so they're just kind of really hard to figure out is basically what I'm getting at.
The Rams, they're top of mind right now. And I don't want to be prisoner of the moment, but having watched the first round of the playoffs, it feels like they may be the bigger threat. We're going to get to that at 6:35 this morning. Are the Rams going to be that story? John, we're going to get to the Pistons next. J.B. Bickerstaff talking about Kate Cunningham and a big win and bringing up the Ninja Turtles. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, as they did me, and build a financial plan that fits your situation. And when you walk in or you give them a call, shoot them an email and say, hey, my situation's changed. This is what I want to do now. Is it possible? They're going to do everything they can to give you the answers so that you can make the best decision, and then they will support you along the way. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
about this basketball team, huh? Mark Champion on the call. Pistons win again, and it's a great performance. Cade Cunningham going toe-to-toe with Jalen Brunson at the Garden. Cade with 2 great performances at the Garden this season. Pistons 2 games above 500. John, we got to talk about him. And I say gotta. I don't feel bad about it. I'm excited to talk about this basketball team.
Yeah, the team that's won 7 of 8, and what 10 of
12
of 12. Like they're just a good team. I'm not willing to sit there and say, "Oh, look, they're completely fixed, and this is a team that's going to make a run in the playoffs." This is a good team. It's a team that every time they take the floor, you feel like they've got a shot to win the game. Cade is playing good, and this is with Ivy going down, a week and a half, 10 days ago?
As I say, not that long ago. And they've responded. Cade had 29 of his 36 in the second half. A slow start, foul trouble. But you know what I thought was interesting, too? Like, yeah, he shouldered the load. He helped carry them, put them back in the driver's seat. At the end of the game, the Knicks tried to take the ball away from him. And I think it says a lot about who he is that he didn't force it. Mm-hmm. They made the extra pass, Beasley 3, next trip down, same deal, 2 passes around, Beasley again from 3. Like, they've supported him, I think, is maybe the other part of this. He's finally healthy. He is getting better. He is maturing. I think he's learning how to use his size. He's a bigger guard. Yeah. But on the same front, they've actually done the thing that we all wanted, which is supporting him, giving him shooters around him and teammates who are veterans that can help get him to that next level. Well,
and here's the thing. When we talk about they could win at any point, they could lose at any point, right?
Sure.
They're kind of that team right now where it like their record says, right? They're right at near 500, but they're not just beating the teams with like records. They're not just beating the teams that they're supposed to beat. I think most people would sit there and say the Knicks are they have more talent or a better team than the Pistons. Yet they go on the road and they get a win against a team that's got 26 wins, 5 more than the Pistons have currently.
A fellow playoff team.
It's a fellow playoff team. Yes. Now they're still in the play-in, but they're a heartbeat away from being in the top 6.
Yeah, and we talked about it a little bit last week. What it means, like they're going to lose their first round pick, and I'm not shedding a tear. John's not shedding a tear. We've watched the lottery. We've seen them tank for Victor Wembanyama and pick 5th. Set the record for the worst season in franchise history, get the 5th pick. Hey, this is more important than keeping pick 12.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, get in the playoffs and hand somebody pick 14 and be done with it.
And they're a heartbeat away from being in that green cup. One of the stats that I like to look at is the average point differential. And right now, they are still in the red, minus 0.9. But where they have come from a team that was, minus 8, minus 6, minus 5, to almost being in the positive, that I think it shows what I think both sides of the ball. Yes, Cade is understanding more about how to use his size and all the things that you talked about. They're moving the ball, they're creating the spacing. They're also starting to figure some things out defensively.
Yeah, and that's the thing Bickerstaff has been, I would say, insisting, right? We had him on, and even his opening press conference, it was something that he insisted that this team do better. He also said something after the game yesterday about the Ninja Turtles, kind of. Tom found this quote. It's a great quote. He says, "There's not a green light enough that Cade does not have. Whatever shot Cade would like to shoot, from wherever he would like to shoot it, he has the freedom. The neon green. What goes further than that? Ninja Turtle green? Whatever you want it to be, he has that light."
Yeah. So Cade, the show is yours.
Yep.
Is basically what he's saying.
You're the keys to the franchise.
This is your team. You've got the power. Take us where you want us to go.
And he was a little more animated yesterday.
As he should be.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he was, I wouldn't say he was animated in regards to, when he was on with us, we're talking about the NBA Cup.
No, I'm saying Cade was a little more animated.
Oh, okay.
But he finished in the lane, he's headbutting the stanchion. Like, he was feeling it a little bit.
But you can see that confidence reflected in things that JB says.
Yes.
I guess that's my point, is you're starting to get a feeling coming out of this Pistons organization that players, the light bulb has gone on, whatever color you wanted to call it, the light bulb has gone on, and they're starting to have fun. There is no better position as an athlete when you can play with confidence and go out there and have fun, now you become a dangerous team. Dangerous for anybody to play against. I don't care what your record, and I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, well, if Cleveland comes to town, look out, it's the Detroit Pistons. But you feel like, hey, instead of being a team with 14 wins and it being an absolute labor to show up to practice, to show up to rehab, to show up to the training room, to show up to games, now all of a sudden everything seems to be a little bit lighter and easier and more fun, and now all of a sudden things start to go your way.
Winning. Amazing what it does. Let's get Heather.
Cures all ails.
It does. Heather, what's going on?
Well, we mentioned it, but with 2 playoff tickets up for grabs at the home bakery in Rochester, fans braved the cold and they waited outside.
It was
for
cold yesterday,
hours.
too.
It was cold for their chance to possibly win. The rules of this contest are super simple. You make your way down to the home bakery, you make any type of purchase, and you're automatically entered for your chance to win these playoff tickets, courtesy of Amon-Ra St. Brown. And he was there yesterday as well. When he announced this contest, he said, you know what, I am going to make my way down to the bakery so I can check out this life-size cake of me. And he was there. And here's some little footage of him and the sound he said.
Yeah, you want to talk about having fun. Yeah.
But people were so pumped. I mean, I was following the home bakery on Instagram. I mean, at one point they did have to tell people we cannot accommodate anymore. The wait was 4 hours, and they said we're not taking any more people because if you haven't been there, the bakery's little, right? There's nowhere to wait inside. So you had to, I mean, they blocked off a street. There were like partitions. You had to like weave yourself in and out of the waiting line. Pretty incredible. I do want to make my way over.
And fans were having a great time. Even though they were waiting for a long time, they were having a great time. You could hear it there.
They came from there was one woman I saw a quote from, she drove from Lansing for her chance to perhaps win some tickets. I wonder how many people, like, what's going to be your odds of winning? How many people are going to make a purchase? So
Right.
I'm just curious. I mean, good for them. This is so incredible for the bakery. It's so exciting.
Because it goes on both today, tomorrow, and Thursday. You still have a chance to go out and enter.
You do. So yeah,
it's going to be,
get out there. Pretty cool. Well, after taking down the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the NFC wildcard round Sunday night, Washington Commanders fans had some confidence to them, and they stormed the concourse, and they were chanting, "We want Detroit." Mm-hmm.
Well, you're going to get it.
Really? Yeah. You are.
Careful what you wish for.
Exactly. A dispensary in Detroit was busted for allegedly selling marijuana to minors. Last week, there was a search warrant that was executed at this dispensary on 7 Mile Road because officers received a tip that, yes, they were providing marijuana to some young ones. So during the search, authorities confiscated more than 91,000 grams of marijuana, 453 grams of mushrooms, some cash, 2 guns. 2 employees were detained and issued citations for operating a business without a license and also having marijuana on them as well. So can't be doing that. Unfortunately, dozens of law enforcement officials from multiple agencies spent hours on Monday searching for that missing Warren mom, Ashley Elkins. And they spent actually 6 hours scouring the Pine Tree Acres landfill. Which you never want to hear in Lenox. Officials concentrated, they say, their search to about 6 to 7 acres of the landfill. According to Roseville police chief, the search is moving in the right direction, he said. And then he also said, we're confident that we'll find the evidence we're looking for.
So they obviously, they believe they know what happened. They're just now trying to connect the dots of how and...
So we're
put together the evidence.
Yeah, and the search ended right around 4 yesterday. It's going to resume again today. Yeah. Carrie Underwood is scheduled to perform at Donald Trump's inauguration next week. She's going to be singing America the Beautiful with the Armed Forces Chorus and the United States Naval Academy Glee Club. And she did release a statement that said, Quote, I love our country and I'm honored to have been asked to sing at the inauguration and to be a small part of this historic event. I'm humbled to answer the call at a time when we must all come together in the spirit of unity and looking to the future. So she's not the only one that's going to be performing as well. Lee Greenwood and an opera singer, Christopher Macchio. I don't know if that's how you say his name. And
a great opportunity for her.
For sure. And the Village People are also going to be performing not during the inauguration, but at the inaugural ball and the rally the day before, along with Kid Rock will also be performing.
All right. Doing some YMCA.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly right.
It's Heather with the news. All right. Coming up next, Rams or Eagles? Who's the bigger concern? Are the Rams going to be that story? Starting to pick up steam. It's 97.1. Rams coach Sean McVay. Of course, talking about the adversity from the team, but also what's going on in Los Angeles right now, trying to harness and channel some of that. I know Stafford spoke about it too. We'll play that for you in just a second. John, don't want to be prisoner of the moment, but don't the Rams appear more dangerous than the Eagles do at this point?
They certainly do. They for football reasons, they do. I think I'm more worried about their offense than I am the Eagles' defense, which is like the strength to me of the Eagles. Not necessarily Saquon Barkley. Sure, that can be concerning the year that he had, but when you watch the way that they played against Green Bay, I think there's ways to minimize their offense, and it really all starts with Jalen Hurts. But if you're going to get into a scoring battle and a shootout, the Rams are a team that can go, pound for pound, blow for blow.
The Vikings like to blitz a lot, and they blitzed early, and Stafford had no issue with it. The Lions will have to blitz a lot, and Stafford's, even when he was here in Detroit, liked when you'd blitz, kind of heat him up. You go bring it on. He's got the arm to make those throws. You're right, and they're playing very well. If you take out the stretch where they lost Kupp and Nakua, like with those guys in the lineup, this offense is on a tear. This team is on a tear. And yeah, you're more concerned about someone just taking this defense for Detroit and marching them up and down the field. I don't feel that way about the Eagles offense. The case for the Eagles is they're better in the trenches, right? Their D-line is phenomenal. Their defense is probably the best in the NFL, or at least in the NFC. So where are you guys at? These are the two teams that are going to be standing opposite Detroit if they beat the Commanders this week. Rams, Eagles, which one concerns you more? 248-539-9797. That's just the football of it, John.
Right.
I mean, here's what Stafford said after the game about rallying around the community. So dangerous team with a rallying cry. We've seen this in sports.
Oh, we have. And the rallying cries that I've seen that I know they certainly play a part of it. And it's hard to figure out how, why, because there is that human element of the other team. I've been a part of that other team. I played in the last game in Three Rivers, and we were in a playoff hunt at that time in 2000. And then all of a sudden, there just seems to be some extra juice, and whether it's karma, whether it's I don't know what it is, but it feels like you're playing against a 12th or even a 13th opponent. Not just the crowd, but the sense of what's going on in the stadium. There was almost no chance that we had in that game. And then 2005, Wellington Mara, owner of the New York Giants, passed away. And he had been in the NFL for 50 years. He's in the Hall of Fame. He had meant so much to the NFL and to that organization. He was a guy that endeared himself not just to the staff, but to the players in an appropriate manner. And, I mean, we start that game off and his granddaughter is singing the national anthem, right? And at that point, you're like, oh, crap. And we ended up losing that game 36-0. And it felt like even more than just the 12 for 30. Like there were more opponents than we could face in that game. And so Sean Taylor gets murdered. That's one where we used it. I was injured that year, so I wasn't on the field, but I was in the stadium, and you could feel just the energy that you're playing with is completely different. That human element of taking a hold of something in the community and then using it on the field because it's the fans, it's everything about the organization. And it just feels like there's that extra opponent. Now the Rams have that. Not only are they a good football team, but they have that sense of community, and they're going to be playing with that extra entity. I don't even want to say it's an extra, player. It's just that extra entity that you have to defeat.
One of the things you brought up off air, smaller scale, different sport. Michigan basketball had that issue with the plane.
The plane, yeah.
And then they went
in
on
the
a run
tournament.
in the Big Ten tournament. And they didn't go on to win the national title, but it did spark some.
Felt like they went further and won more games than they would have maybe if they didn't have that.
So you channel a little bit of that plus a little bit of what they've been doing on the field. And I do think, and it may be prisoner of the moment, that the Rams feel more dangerous today. The Eagles were not impressive in their first playoff game, and the Rams dropped a bomb on Minnesota, who may just be frauds, but the Rams also beat the Bills. The Rams have a quarterback who's won a Super Bowl. And I know nobody wants to hear me say nice things about Stafford.
And they're healthy.
But yeah, I was going to say, like, the coach and quarterback have won a Super Bowl together. They've been in postseason battles together. They've battled Detroit particularly very closely in the last year here, both a playoff game and the opener. Like, those were one-score games late. One was overtime. So, yeah, I know we've been talking up the Eagles all year, and I'm not necessarily taking them down a notch. I'm giving the Rams credit as a team that's surging right now.
It'll be an interesting game to see how the Rams and the Eagles square off, because that game will be at Philly. We talked about how tough it is to go to Philly and all those different things. But and here's the other argument that I heard yesterday, because we were talking about Jaden Daniels and how young he is as a quarterback. And like a rookie quarterback, at some point is going to be a rookie quarterback, and I think it will cost Washington at times, and we want to put pressure on him, all those things. And then we turn around and we talk about the young defense, Jared Verse, and some of the other young players. To me, it's different when you're talking about a young quarterback versus rookie defensive lineman. And it's the responsibility of the quarterback. It's all that goes into and the weight on the shoulders of a quarterback, but it's also a different side of the ball. You can, if you do something wrong, you mess up a responsibility on defense, it may actually turn out to be a benefit. Playing against Junior Seau, it was always this wild card. And in talking to some of his teammates, like, hey, we have no idea what Junior Seau is going to do. He plays by no rules. He doesn't play within the confines of the defense, but he had such a talent and such a knack for the game that he would do something completely opposite of what they were supposed to do, and it would come out and it would be a hero.
Yeah.
Right? That's what happens. LeVar Arrington, same thing. When he was on our team, he would just do whatever the hell he wanted to do, and it would turn out 9 times out of 10 to be a benefit for the defense.
Another guy like that, Troy Polamalu. I remember he would freelance a little bit, but he was so instinctive. And you go, why is he over? Oh, because the ball's going to be over there because he's a step ahead of everybody. Yeah, and I think the Rams, not that they have a LeVar Arrington or a Troy Polamalu, but they've got these young guys who are playing fast and loose, and they're getting into the backfield and creating some havoc. Some ticket text answering the question. This one says, Philly needs another gear or two. If not, the Rams are going to win 22-18. So they think the Rams are going to handle business and be in that NFC Championship game awaiting
the Detroit Lions.
Storyline's already there. Texter says, let's not forget the Rams needed help to get into the playoffs, and after half, the Rams didn't even look all that dangerous. Well, the game was kind of in hand at that point.
But I do go back to what I talked about in regards to it's a hard team to figure out, the Rams, because when you look at just the end of their season, and I know that they ended with, a lot of wins. They ended up on a high note, but following that Bills game, which was an absolute shootout, there was no defense on either side. They really struggled to put points on the board. 12 at San Francisco, 19 at the Jets, 13 at home against Arizona.
But you know what they're capable of would be the point. If they flip the switch, they can go on the road and beat the Eagles. They can go on the road and they could even beat the Lions. I'm not going to pick it, but they're certainly more dangerous than I think people give them credit for.
They are dangerous. And they're dangerous because, like, the Bills show up and Josh Allen plays his best game of the year, right, in the biggest moment. And I'm not saying that, Matthew Stafford's going to put together a Josh Allen-type performance, but could Puka Nacua do that? Could Cooper Kupp do that? Could Tyler Higbee do that? They could show up and just be playing that style of game where everything just seems to work for him. But, and I say this in regards to, there's a reason that this team was 10-7, and it's up to Aaron Glenn, Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson to bring out those faults that the Rams have.
They closed the season 9-3, though. I mean, they went through that early season thing where they had all the injuries, both receivers were down. 9-3 last 12 games. I mean, They've given up under 10 points last 4. You got to throw out the Seahawk game at the end of the year. They didn't play anybody in the game. So the last 4 games before that, they gave up under 10 points. So just how good their defense is, I question it because they did give up 42 to the Bills. And guess what? The last loss they had that mattered was 37-20 to the Eagles at home.
And to that point, all right, you mentioned they suffered injuries at the beginning of the year, and they started out 1-4. All right.
But the game they were healthy that they played against the Eagles, they lost 37-20. So, and then they gave up points to another offense, the Bills, a few weeks later. So I think the question with them a little bit is just how good is their defense,
right? Because
that could be a little bit of an equalizer. Their defense is better than it was when they played Detroit before. But I also think the Lions were a little bit rusty from the preseason.
Absolutely.
Right, but my point is, instead of them going 1-4 and them resting on, we had injuries, Lions had injuries all year long, and they were 15-2. Like the injuries didn't affect the Lions. Injuries affected the Rams.
248-539-9797. All right, you watched them both. Who's the bigger concern in the NFC Championship game? It's 97-1. Got a lot still coming up today on the show. We got the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Dan Campbell at 8:02. Moran Chevrolet is officially Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024, which is huge. And they're celebrating with awesome deals all month long. So get off the sidelines and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where you can lease a 2025 Trax for $249 a month. That's 39 months, $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal, MoranExpress.com. You can shop online, or you want to go out and test drive? They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. I want to acknowledge that some of this may be prisoner of the moment, but it's top of mind, right? The Rams look better than the Eagles. Are they the bigger threat in the NFC? 248-539-9797. John, I thought you made a great point. The Rams offense at its peak is scarier for the Lions than the Eagles defense at its peak. And we are worried about, in the scenario where the Lions would lose a playoff game, it would be that the defense gets shredded. Rams got a quarterback that came out against the blitz and was red hot. And they won the game easy against a 14-win Vikings team, just like Detroit, right? Their quarterback, their coach, they've won a Super Bowl. Like, yeah, maybe it is prisoner of the moment, but I wasn't impressed with Philly. And I do feel like the Rams have given Detroit some really good football games. Yeah, I think they're the bigger threat right now.
Well, and when you look at some of the injuries that the Eagles have had, Brandon Graham, he's out. He's not coming back. Nakobe Dean, he was lost for the rest of the playoffs for that Philly defense. And I feel like there's not a defense out there that is going to eliminate what the Lions do offensively. That is clearly the Lions' superpower is their offense. And so if you have the superpower of an offense going against what the Rams have is their superpower, which is also offense, it would be fun. I think it would be a track meet. If you could just remove your fandom and remove the nervous energy of that matchup, I think it's going to be an epic game.
Yeah, if they meet in the NFC title, I mean, the stories are going to be, you got to go through your old franchise quarterback to get to your first Super Bowl. There's going to be a lot of energy. There's going to be a lot of juice in that building. We got our guy. We got Jared Goff. And today's the one-year anniversary of that chant and that playoff win. We'd be bringing it all back for the NFC title game. There'd be a lot of emotion. We brought up the emotion for LA, though. Like, they're harnessing this, what's going on in their community, and they're speaking on it. They're addressing it. They feel like they're playing not just for themselves, and we've seen kind of that effect in sports carry a team maybe a step or two further than the talent would suggest. So for all those reasons, I think we're both right now saying it's the Rams. Mm-hmm. It's the Rams that are more concerning. Tom, I know
I texted you last night. Yeah. I think the biggest thing maybe happening here is you just get scared of these things sometimes in sports. You've seen it where a team gets behind something, rallies behind it, it galvanizes them and carries them to a certain point. It'll carry them to another win or two. John pointed out, you played with Sean Taylor and you guys, once you got your heads around it and stuff, you rallied around it. I think the biggest rallying cry in Detroit ever, arguably, is probably Mike Utley. There clearly was a rallying around them, the Lions. Everybody thought, we're going to fall apart here, and they definitely use that as a rallying. Remember, thumbs up? It had its own saying. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see. Like, I think that could carry them potentially this week, and then I just think at some point that peters out because I think the difference is what I just referenced for both John and the Utley thing, and maybe even Constantino for the Wings repeat. Yeah, it's a little more personal when it's a teammate.
Yeah.
And I would point
to the owner of your
I'm not
team
trying to be
the Giants
treading on light water here, but the Yankees used it in 2001 to a degree, but then the talent won in Game 7 for the Diamondbacks. You see what I'm saying?
That's a great point because when I talk about that last game at Three Rivers, we didn't have the talent to counter that. Right, Jeff George was our quarterback, and he got in the huddle. And it was like, hey, he's going to call whatever the hell he wants versus what Terry Robisky, who was the second coach that we had that year, wanted to call. And when we were playing, when it was Sean Taylor, like we were playing against the Bears on Thursday night, they didn't have the talent to counter that extra opponent that you're playing against. We didn't have the talent against the Giants when Wellington Mara died. Like that's the difference where the Lions have the talent and the confidence to counter that extra sense of an opponent.
I want to clarify something because, Tom, you used the word scared. I'm not scared of the Rams. John's not scared of the Rams.
I'm not either.
I know you're not either, but the word was used just to clarify to people. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. We're just talking about the game that was played last night and what awaits Detroit if they beat the Commanders. And some of you are bothered that we're even bringing up this game because they haven't played the Commanders yet.
Right.
But we all think they're beating the Commanders, right? Anybody want to stick up? Go ahead, call in and say the Commanders are winning this week. Go ahead. I got open lines.
You got to play the game. I get it.
No, I know they do, but this idea that we can't consider the big picture with the Lions, they're the 1 seed. We can't talk about the path as it unfolds in front of them. And some people get very superstitious. if you think we're jinxing them, I don't know what to tell you. Like, we're going to talk about the games.
I do think, in terms of this question with the Rams or Eagles, it is a little prisoner of the moment. Going to Philly and winning a playoff game is a very hard thing to do in the NFL, and that's what the Rams have to do this coming weekend. They played head-to-head. The Eagles won by 17. I think the Eagles won with a B- game on Sunday, but they could win with a B-. Like, some people on Ticket Text are criticizing, well, the Rams offense really didn't look good last night in the second half. Well, they didn't need to. Why take a chance? And I think the Eagles did the same thing on Sunday. You know, the game was in their hands. They did. Why open it up to, potential turnovers and things like that in the second half when you're in control? I will point this out. Every single NFL playoff game that was played this past weekend, I believe the better quarterback won. I believe Stroud is better than Herbert. Herbert has some past that he has to get over, and it showed. And then I think the other one that was maybe up in the air was Daniels and Mayfield, and you can sit here and kind of, talk back and forth with that.
Yeah, it's tough because Baker didn't necessarily play poorly at all, but Daniels had the ball late and put it away. I know.
Turnover. So if you use that going forward, there certainly are some interesting debates ahead in terms of who's the better quarterback. If that holds, who is the better quarterback, Jalen Hurts or Stafford? Passing-wise, Stafford is. People dismiss Hurts' mobility.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's probably Stafford between the two.
Yeah.
And I know he hasn't had a great year, but, I mean, he's got the arm to make all the throws. He's been in all the big games. He's won a Super Bowl. I would give the edge to him.
Well, and here's some comments on Twitch. And if you want to watch us, if you want to join us, twitch.tv/971 The Ticket. Are the Rams the bigger threat? Sure. Is anybody a real threat to us? No. If we play our game and don't beat ourselves, we should be playing in New Orleans. I think you can't say it any better than that.
Preach.
And then a follow-up to that. They've got fires, and we've never been to a Super Bowl. I also think there is this sense in Detroit, and people have talked about this before, this conversation about Rams, Eagles, and NFC Championship game. Detroit is America's team. Right now. There are so many people, coast to coast, east to west, north to south, that are watching the Detroit Lions and cheering for the Detroit Lions, whether they were Lions fans previously or not. And there are a lot of individuals right now that are pulling for the Lions because, they've got the fires and they've got the emotion, all that stuff in L.A. How about the catastrophe that has been this franchise? Yep. All of the moments, the SOLs, all of the different things that have either held the Lions back, prevented them from moving forward, most of them, if not all of them, self-inflicted, and now they're doing the things the right way, and it feels like they have been able to overcome the injuries. Like, this is the year of the Lion.
Sure feels that way to me. Yeah. All right, we got phone calls to get to, 248-539-9797. $2 grand slam today at 7:25. Dan Campbell at 8:02. It's 97.1.
The Pistons have won 10 of their last 12 games after last night's 124-119 win over the Knicks. Cade Cunningham had his 8th 30-point game of the season, notching 36, with a majority of those coming in the second half as well. That's head coach J.B. Bickerstaff. Malik Beasley was a big part of it off the bench as well, knocking down 6 of 8 threes en route to 22 points. The NFL announced that Michigan State grad Ron Torbert would serve as the lead referee for the Lions-Commanders game Saturday. Torbert's crew has thrown the third most flags in the NFL this year. Vikings QB Sam Darnold was sacked 9 times in a 27-9 loss to the LA Rams last night in Phoenix. That marks the final game of the wild card. The Rams advanced to play the second-seeded Eagles. The rest of the divisional matchups include the Lions and Commanders, along with the Chiefs versus the Texans and Bills against the Ravens. Venue Sports announced last week they will not continue their plan to bundle ESPN, Warner Brothers, and Fox Sports products after a lawsuit was settled. DirecTV released their own version named My Sports. 24 cities, including Detroit yesterday. The package will grant access to 40 channels, including ESPN, Fox Sports, and the NFL Network. The First 3 months will cost $50. After that, $70 per month. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
If you missed the announcement we started the show with, we have Lions playoff tickets. At least one pair, hoping to get more. Giving away a pair on Friday, courtesy of Bud Light. I know how popular those Lions tickets are going for.
Oh, yeah.
We've got the $2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25, a chance to win $2,000 this morning, and Dan Campbell at 8:02 set the scene for the playoff matchup Saturday night at Ford Field against the Commanders. We've been talking a little bit about last night in the NFL, right? The NFC playoffs, keeping an eye on what's going on, and the Rams won convincingly.
Yep.
Won by double digits.
How much was the Rams? How much of it was Sam Darnold and Minnesota just seemingly falling apart at the end of the year? I mean, the Honolulu flu. It feels like that's a game that the Lions won twice.
Yeah, it felt like Sam Darnold had a reverse.
Ripped his heart and soul out.
Oh, yeah, he looked a mess. He had a reverse Matt Flynn. A game that's going to get money taken out of his pocket as opposed to a big fat contract at the end of the season here. And you're right, he looked like he was broken. He's holding the ball too long. The Lions took advantage of it. The Rams have a front that took advantage of it. He's seeing ghosts. He's holding the ball. He's throwing it behind guys. He was a mental mess last night. And yes, some of that is the Honolulu flu. But you got to be very careful because if we're saying, well, the Rams didn't really prove much, then the Lions didn't either by winning the week before. So I'm not saying you're saying that.
Right.
But people have to be very careful if they're going to discredit what the Rams just did because then you're telling me the Lions didn't accomplish much of a statement when they beat Minnesota by a similar score.
I think we all learned a lot about the Vikings when they played the Lions.
Yeah.
And we learned about them in the first game where they had a 10-point lead. They had a lead with, a minute and a half left to go in the game, and the Lions were able to come back, hit a kick, and win. There's a lot of things that you learn every time you take the field. And I do think that there's a part of what we saw in Sam Darnold last night was him seeing ghosts, of him not wanting to miss that throw like he did against Detroit, and it ended up resulting in 9 sacks.
Texter says, when is it okay to talk about how overrated Flores' defense is? Veteran quarterbacks torch it. I think he's right. Good, not great. It feasts on the mediocre, and the best quarterbacks late in the season, postseason, they can ID this blitz. They've got answers.
Yeah.
Texter says, Washington does put some fear into me. I see some similarities to last year's Lions team. Aggressive coaching, going forward on fourth down, untrusted kicker. They're going to give them everything they've got. I agree with that.
Sure. Yeah.
Texter says the refs are the refs. Boy, that's a Freudian slip. The Rams are the biggest threat. The
refs are the biggest threat.
The Rams are the biggest threat. The Lions only had one test against Buffalo, and they got manhandled. The Rams proved Minnesota was a fraud. Detroit still has the easiest path to a Super Bowl, but won't beat whoever comes out of the AFC. Mark and Dexter. We broke the Vikings, especially Darnold. Rams reaped the benefit. That being said, I'd rather face the Eagles and remove the emotion of the fires out of it. It's been part of the backdrop. Let's get to George and Metamora. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey,
good morning, George. How you doing?
Hey, great, guys. Hey, a couple quick things, and I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. I think a lot of things John said was true. I want to face Philly, and I do think they're the better team than the Rams, mind you. But I think with the defensive injuries, I think that's a plus for us. I think for the frustration they've shown on offense many times this year, minus the Jalen Hurts injuries, I think that they were frustrated on offense. So I think that's a benefit to us. And I think lastly, one of the things that you've alluded to is just the familiarity. You know, we've played the Rams a couple of times here in the last few years. I don't think our crowd's going to take them by surprise. I don't think that Ben Johnson's going to has this next mode. You know what I mean? I think they're kind of familiar with us, and I think it's hard to beat someone 3 times within a 12-month period. So I'd rather hey, you know what? It's new to Philly, so I think that benefits us. And then in closing here, Jim, I do agree with you. I think Valenti's giving you a little crap. 5 of the 6 games were just unwatchable this week, and it wasn't good football at all. So to suggest that we might win by double digits, I hardly think it's blasphemy. And then the one thing I'd be curious about from both of you, and I thought about this a few weeks ago when I called this, what is our signature win this year? Because I think our division was kind of fraudulent. I know statistically speaking it was really good.
Right.
I think it was fraudulent, and I'm racking my brain what was our signature win this year? And I'm not suggesting by any means we're fraudulent, but I think I'm having trouble thinking of it. Maybe you can go to Houston on the road and go overcoming 5 picks, but I'm just curious your thoughts. But thanks, you guys do a great job, and I'll listen.
Thank you.
Signature win this season. Yeah, I mean, you have to start in the division just because the division was so good. I mean, clearly not championship caliber, but, I mean, when you have a 14-win team get the 5 seed and another team make the playoffs from your division on top of it, I would say probably winning at Minnesota to me was when things really kicked into gear. They lost Aiden Hutchinson. They went on the road. They won the game after going down 10-0. They won the game after a fourth-quarter fumble by David Montgomery, and they won the game with their rookie kicker coming up clutch. That to me was like a galvanizing, hey, that's on the road against a team that, while they're not championship good, is still a good football team.
Okay, I love our caller there. Made some great points, but I'm going to pick on him. You are asking, what's your signature win about a team that went 9-0, 8-0 on the road? 8-0.
Yeah, 8-0.
You went 8-0 on the road in the NFL, and we're picking apart. You won many of those road games convincingly.
Yeah, they won the majority of their games by double digits.
Oh, no, on the road?
No, just in general.
In the NFL?
Yeah.
Double digits? No, seriously, not to be a jerk here. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Signature wins. All right, then fine. There's not very many good teams in the league, really. Okay, well, that's my answer to that. So who's good in the NFC?
At the time,
you beat the Rams.
We didn't know that the Cowboys were garbage, but they go to Dallas and they put up 47 on them. They lose Aiden Hutchinson, and to your point about that Minnesota game being a signature win, we were wondering, would they be able to apply pressure? Would the defense be the same? Would Aaron Glenn, would they be able to recover from losing Aiden Hutchinson? They go down 10. Oh, my goodness, they're never going to stop the Minnesota Vikings, yet they fight back and they win that game. They win on Thursday night at Green Bay.
I was just going to bring that
weather.
up. Yeah, that's a good one.
And they continue to show that we all would love to have Aiden Hutchinson. That's understood. That's underscored. But he's unavailable throughout the majority of the season, yet they don't let it affect him. I think every win after that, and then you lose Lee McNeil later in the season. You lose Derek Barnes. You lose Alex Anzalone. You lose Carlton Davis. You lose all of these individuals, yet you still go on the road and win. You still play at home and win.
I'm going to do some math on the radio here, and it's not scary for me because I'm actually pretty decent at it. All right, so Vikings, they beat them twice. What's 15 plus 2?
17.
Or 15 plus 15, I'm sorry. I
30.
I screwed that up already.
Yeah.
30. All right. They beat the Rams. That's 10.
So you're adding the number
40.
of wins by the teams they beat.
Seahawks won 10 games.
Yeah.
50. Packers.
Twice. So, yeah, you add another
72.
Yeah.
So I just picked 6 games, 6 teams that had a combined 72 wins. So that's an average of 12 wins per season. But they didn't have a signature win.
Well, and I
mean, what are we doing?
I agree with you. And maybe signature wins are weird. They had several statement wins throughout the season. Like, I think beating Green Bay in and of itself is not a signature win, but it's a statement when you're on fumes, right? When you haven't had a bye and you're playing your 4th game in 18 days and you got Pat O'Connor coming out of the tunnel as a starter. I mean, it's Zeke Turner is playing meaningful snaps at outside linebacker. No, they've been tested. And listen, I'm not going to take anything away from him. But for the record, I don't think that guy was trying to either. But we got phone calls to get to. You guys
we sure went after him, didn't we?
I was going to say. Texter says, and he defended me too. The irony of all of it. Texter,
there's clearly something wrong with him.
Texter says, Jim and John love the show, but all this cocky talk is exactly what happened prior to the Buffalo beatdown. Simmer down. Don't overlook the Commanders. In your own words, Disco Jimmy. Whoa, whoa.
Disco Jimmy.
That's from Mike on a cell. The Commanders aren't the Bills.
Yeah.
The spread reflects that. And to the caller's point, 5 of the 6 playoff games so far have been double-digit wins. I don't feel like we're being cocky homers to suggest the team favored by 8.5 could win by, gasp, 10 points?
Well, isn't that what the line opened up at? It opened up at 10, and then it was bet down to 8.5.
I thought it opened 8.5, but either way, we're talking about a team that's favored by more than a touchdown. The Bills won by double digits. The Ravens won by double digits. The Eagles won by double digits. The Rams won by double digits. All playoff games. So I know respect the playoff process, but if all these other teams can do it, why can't the Lions do it when they're favored by 8.5? You don't have to agree with us. You don't have to agree with any host on this station. And I don't think Mike should get this rap for being negative just because he doesn't think they're winning by 10. But we also don't need this, you guys are being cocky. This is a completely defensible position. The Lions have a great matchup, specifically their strength against the Commander's weakness.
It's just fight
Football
to fight, John,
reasons.
since April. It's been fighting this fight.
Oh, yeah. 14 wins. You can't win 14
It's like it's
wins
spiritual
in the NFL.
warfare with Lions fans. It really is. Because you can't let the past go. The past has nothing to do with this right now. Yeah. I mean, you have people on this station saying the Lions are going to lose to the Vikings last week and then asking a question this week and what's going to stop them from winning the Super Bowl. That's psychotic.
Little whiplash. Was that, you can name names. That was Rieger, right, on the weekend?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I just know we're taking shots at the afternoon show. That's not a shot at them. That's Rieger.
I mean, he said Jordan Love was better than Jared Goff in the preseason. Okay.
We cashing receipts today?
Packers are going to win the division. No, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just like, it's the sway. The sway from the far left to the far right is amazing. Truth is usually in the middle somewhere.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones. Ben, I actually am curious to hear your perspective on this because we asked you, if we're being too flippant, does anybody think the Commanders will win? You want to make that case?
Yeah, I do actually think the Commanders will win, and I wanted to say, John, I've gotten to follow you through the years when you were at Michigan and with Washington when they were the Redskins, and I appreciate and love your show.
Thank you.
But Sanders he's a champion, and what he's done to the secondary for them, and I don't know. I think Jaden's just got something that is special, and the attitude that Dan Quinn. It's very similar to Dan Campbell, and the fourth down. Actually, the best fourth down team, I believe, is Washington.
Yes, percentage-wise, yes. Yeah.
Percentage-wise, and they go for it like with the guts that they show. And I don't know, it'd be a miracle for me. I've followed the Lions my whole life living up here, and I remember '91, the last time we were any good, and the Lions have never beaten Washington in the playoffs.
0-3. Yeah.
So,
those guys are suiting up this week.
I'm a huge Washington fan, and I love you guys, and I wish I had enough money to go to the game, but I don't.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of people sitting in your shoes right now.
Nodding their heads.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Ben. Mikey Samerstill has been a good weapon for them in the secondary. That's not really their biggest flaw. What do the Lions do really well? They run the ball. What's the biggest flaw of this Washington defense? Stopping the run. And so they may not even need to attack the second. They will because they can, but they may not even need to be a part of a win. It's simply, it's not one guy, especially a rookie, nickel, that's going to make the difference in this game.
We got Dan Campbell coming up at 8:02, 2 Grand Slam, and Heather's News next. It's 97.1. We all start the new year off. You got resolutions, things you want to do better this year. Better diet, workout plans, but don't forget about your teeth. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you put off seeing a dentist in 2024, make a plan to see one in 2025. And they're not going to get on you because you've missed a couple dentist appointments. They just want to get you in there and take care of you. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. They're accepting new patients, $35 new patient special, 1-800-PAINLESS. That's brightsidedental.com. The big thing, if you have a dental emergency, Brightside offers same-day appointments. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. A lot to do this hour. 2 Grand Slam minutes away. Let's get to Heather's news.
All right, Lions fans, you are being warned to look out for scammers when buying your playoff tickets.
Uh-oh.
And they're out there. They're everywhere. On Monday, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel offered some tips when you're purchasing tickets. 1, make sure they're authentic, not just screenshots of these bogus tickets, right? You want to make sure you're buying legitimate tickets. Look out for like kind of these elaborate sob stories like, oh, I had these tickets, but I got to be out of town now because my mother's died. Like, could be true, but could just be a scam where they're making you think they have these great tickets, but they can't use them now because of something going on. Also, don't let these scammers target you because they are targeting you. They look at your Facebook, your Instagram, your social media posts, and if you're always commenting about the Lions and you're excited,
I wish I was there.
Yeah, they're going to target you and be like, well, hey, I happen to have 2 tickets. I can't go anymore. I got a great deal for you.
Yeah.
Look out for that. They're probably not going to be targeting you. And also be careful or be leery of sending money through like money apps like Zelle or Venmo because you could just send them money. And if you haven't gotten the tickets yet, you probably aren't going to get them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it is scary. Just be like, okay, I'll send you $400. I'll send you $700, $1,000.
I know
and
there's
then,
always
boom.
added fees, but I mean, I think the simplest thing is to go through a reputable ticket dealer.
I agree. But it does get you because it plays at your heartstrings. You find a social media post. It's like, wow, that's a really good deal. This is something I could afford maybe.
Too good to be
Myself
true.
and my child could go. This is it. And you get excited and you really want to go and you think, okay, I'll look at their profile. They seem like a legitimate person. And then boom, they got you. Scammed out of money. So be careful out there. Well, guys, you know what they say about Livonia, don't you?
You mess around.
And look out. Well, Livonia police made a massive drug bust following this routine traffic stop. In early December, a Livonia police officer made a traffic stop, and that led to what police officers are calling an extensive narcotic investigation. Well, thanks to that investigation, police seized more than $750,000 worth of cocaine, more than $340,000 in cash, plus suspect is now behind bars.
Yes. Good. Yeah. And it was a huge one. And it was one that you never think that just a simple traffic stop, what it could lead to, but to as much money as they recovered and cocaine. Well done.
The Pistons have moved their game against the Phoenix Suns at Little Caesars Arena up by an hour because the Lions will be hosting the Commanders later that same night at Ford Field. So the Pistons game will now start at 4 p.m. instead of 5 p.m. Little time change there.
Smart.
It is smart. Totally get that.
I wonder if Devin Booker will make his way from the game. Yeah.
Well, he actually thought the game was going to be on Sunday, so he was planning to stay to watch the game, but no, he's excited now. He's going to wrap up, take a shower, I don't know,
Yeah,
head
he
on
probably
over.
will. Yeah, he'll be there.
Without a
He
doubt.
reps Detroit sports everywhere.
Yeah. The search for a missing Warren mom, Ashley Elkins, will resume today at a Macomb County landfill after dozens of law enforcement officials from multiple agencies spent hours on Monday sifting through the site. This is never what you want to hear, but you do hope they find whatever they are searching for. And unfortunately, it doesn't sound great, but they spent more than 6 hours in the cold scouring the Pine Tree Acres landfill in Lenox. The Roseville police chief says that they have a good idea of where to search. So they're not obviously searching the entire landfill. And he also said that he's confident they'll find the evidence they're looking for. Patrick and Brittany Mahomes are new parents for the third time.
good for
Welcome,
them.
baby number 3. Brittany shared the exciting news on Instagram, revealing that the couple welcomed a new baby girl born on Sunday. Her name goes right along with her other 2 children, Golden Ray Mahomes, because she's got daughter Sterling and then son Bronze, and now Golden.
I wonder if is Platinum going to be 4th?
Probably. What else? Titanium.
Titanium.
Emerald.
Yes.
How do you feel about
Titanium? Yeah. Hopefully you just don't shorten that name.
Sapphire.
How do you feel about the theme names?
It's not my thing. I don't love it. And also when I learned that it was because they named their dogs first, Steel and Silver, and decided to go along with it with their children.
Also
I don't
a little
love that.
weird when you've
but,
It's like Indiana Jones. You're named after the dog.
But
teach their
also,
own.
you realize it's a medal stand. You have a favorite: gold, silver, bronze.
Well, you know what? I do like it. The Bronze is not his actual name. It's a nickname because he is Patrick Mahomes III.
Okay.
Bronze fit accordingly for that nickname. So
Oh,
their
for the
son's
third
name
medal.
is Patrick.
Okay.
He's the third. So he is Bronze. Whatever.
I wouldn't want to be the
Name
bronze
your kid
medal
whatever
kid.
you want.
Right.
It is what it is.
Yes. You're third.
It's Heather with the news. Let's get to the 2 Grand Slam.
I am so excited. We have the 2 Grand Slam back. This is going to be fun. Let's give away some money, I hope. Do we have a contestant?
We do. It's Marcus in Detroit. Marcus, good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, Marcus, have you played before?
Yeah.
All right, so you know the rules. You're going to get 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question you answer correctly. If you don't know one, you can pass, and if there's enough time, we'll get back to it, and then you'll get $2,000 if you get them all right.
All right.
All right,
All
so
right, let's rock and roll.
let's do it. Your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go, Marcus. Who are the Kansas City Chiefs playing on Saturday?
Pass.
Who is Notre Dame's head football coach?
Marcus Peters.
Who is the governor of California?
Pass.
Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Pass.
This band had the 2002 hit Can't Stop.
Pass.
Who is the current starting quarterback for Ohio State?
Pass.
Who is the head coach for the Detroit Red Wings?
Pass.
This quarterback led the NFL in passing yardage this season.
Josh Allen.
Michael B. Jordan played Adonis in this 2015 movie.
Creed.
Oak Park is located in this Michigan county.
McCall.
Who are the Kansas City Chiefs playing on Saturday?
Marcus, how do you think you did?
Bad. Maybe one.
You did get one. You got Creed. You seem confident in that one. So $25.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
I'll take it.
I think he got Marcus Freeman, didn't he?
Did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought he
yeah,
said
you got
Marcus
two.
Peterson.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you got 2. That's $50. All right,
Yeah.
there you go. Twice as good as you thought you
There
did.
you
Yeah,
go.
there
Two's
you go.
better than
Yeah.
one.
6
Yeah, I'll
passes,
take
but you got two
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
$50.
I'll take it.
All
All
right,
right,
Marcus.
man.
50
Yep.
more than you had before you woke up
Thanks
today.
for
We'll
listening. Thanks for calling.
put you on hold. Sorry, I heard Marcus like Peterson or something. But
It was a little hard to hear the answers. Some of it
Yeah.
I was like, was that a pass or was he answering? So that was a little,
No, I got used to pass.
but
Yeah,
I got no issue giving him the benefit of the doubt anyway. I mean,
Pass.
$50. Go ahead. There you go.
pass.
Pass. Yeah, he passed too
yeah,
many
he
times.
did.
You want to go through it, John? Give people
Yes,
the
yes,
answers?
Yes, pass first offense. Yes.
Air raid.
Yes. It's full Cliff Kingsbury.
The Kansas City Chiefs are playing who?
The Texans.
Marcus Freeman is the head coach at Notre Dame, the governor of California, but in the news everywhere.
Yep. Gavin Newsom.
The Red Wings play who tonight?
Sharks.
The band that had the 0-2 hit Can't Stop.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
The quarterback of Ohio State.
Will Howard.
The head coach of the Detroit Red Wings.
Todd McClellan.
Good guess on the quarterback that leads the NFL in passing yards. He went with Josh Allen. It's not Josh Allen.
Nope. Joe Burrow, who's not in the playoffs.
Michael B. Jordan did play Adonis in
Got
Creed.
Yep.
And Oak Park is not in Macomb. It's in,
Oakland.
there you go, 2 Grand Slams brought to you by Femininio Law. All right, we got Dan Campbell coming up at 8:02.
Pass.
Coming up next.
You're passing on Dan?
No. No.
Say, hey, Dan, we'll
Just,
talk to you
yeah.
after the game.
thanks. We don't want the line tech coach on.
even the obvious ones. Pass.
Pass. Coming up next,
Pass.
Heather's a bit of a mess.
Well,
Don't pass.
Self-described.
Wanna hear this.
This has happened to you a couple times in the same week. Mm-hmm. Mom brain, is it a thing? Dad brain, is it a thing? We'll get to that next. It's 97.1. We'll get to the Lions head coach at 8:02. Finally into playoff week, game week. We've got tickets on Friday, courtesy of Bud Light. Chance to go Saturday night, Lions and Commanders. All right, Heather, explain exactly what mom brain is.
Okay, so there's this thing called mom brain. Typically, it's, when women are pregnant or like postpartum, that's what they call it. Like where you just kind of like...
I've heard it referenced as something else. Placenta brain?
Oh, okay. Probably the same thing when you're pregnant and you just kind of like aren't thinking the same way you used to think. You're not thinking quite as clearly, but I would beg to say that mom brain lasts forever. Once you become a mom, you always have mom brain because you're always thinking about your kids and what's next and
you're
what's
always
happening
distracted.
next. Yes. And lately, or ever since I've had kids, I forget things everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, I'm going to forget something at your house or somewhere I go. I will. That's because I cannot focus. And for the second time in not the same week, but in several months, I have locked my keys in the car. And I've never done that before I had kids. Mm-hmm. And on Friday, I got home from work. And it's funny because we recently talked about locking cars and driveways. And I was like, I never locked my car. I don't know why I did, but I pulled into the garage, got out, and I even thought, I didn't bring my purse with me. I left it in the car. I'll have to run back out and get that later. Yeah. Went inside, said hello, and I'm like, I better go get my purse. Went out to the car, and the car's locked. So I had locked it. The reason it locked with the fob in it is because the fob is running out of batteries, so it typically shouldn't lock. But I've been doing silly things like this all of the time. One time, I left my phone on the roof of the car, got the kids in the car, set the phone on the roof of the car, drove away, and then all of a sudden it's like, your phone is no longer connected. And I was like, why? Where'd my phone go? Flew off my roof.
I do that one with my coffee all the time. I'll set the coffee on top of the car. I'll put Teddy in, and then I'll even tell myself, all right, I am setting my coffee on the top of the truck. Don't forget it. Put Teddy in, buckle him up, close the door, get back in, and as soon as I pull away, it all of a sudden falls off, and now I got coffee down the windshield.
Is that dad brain?
It's dad brain. Yes. I think it's parent brain.
Sure, parent brain.
Because you're distracted by so many different things that you got to get a kid here, you got to pick up one here. I mean, wait until they are, and I know that Emily has school, and you've got childcare, whether it's mom, dad, whoever, but there's just so many things going on.
Yes.
And the one thing you'll never do, well, I wouldn't say never, it can happen, is like you forget to pick up a kid.
Oh, well,
and like
can
at
happen.
school, like today I got Ruby has basketball after school, and they've got a game tonight, so I've got to drive back and pick up Ellie. And I keep telling myself all day, you need to make sure you leave at a certain time because Ellie needs to be picked up. And if I don't continually tell myself, and I've even started this year, it's kind of my new thing.
Do you have a calendar?
I have
a planner?
No, I have a piece of paper.
Oh.
And every morning, and Greg has probably seen me do this. Every morning I sit down and I get here purposely 5 minutes earlier so that I can write down everything that on my to-do list today. And some of it carries over from yesterday, but it's there, and I carry this thing around because it's inconvenient to carry around. So I have to look at it.
John, I want to tell you about a Christmas present my wife got.
Oh.
Is a slap bracelet that you can write on and erase
wow.
with a to-do list, like a quarterback wristband.
Oh, there you go.
That's cool.
All right.
Does it easily, though,
does it rub
shirt?
off on your shirt or something?
I'm not sure about that, but I think it would be beneficial. Like, this seems like the coolest thing, and you'd look cool.
I would have to say, don't forget your phone.
Right.
Don't lock the car. Yeah. It's usually the phone that gets lost or forgotten.
It's all the stupid things. And not that it's stupid, but it's just like it's all
of
the mindless things. I guess is a better way to put it.
Because it's not top of mind.
Right.
You got a million things racing through your head.
So what's the craziest thing you've done because of mom brain or dad brain or parent brain?
So I had a moment on Sunday because of the move and all this stuff, right? We had gotten the storage unit, put a bunch of stuff in there to declutter the house, and I have gone in and out of the storage unit in the last 3 or 4 months 70 times, 75 times, a bunch of times, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's one of the drive-in ones. So you put your code in, and the doors open up, and then a gate pops up. Like, and so I don't know what I was doing. I put the code in, saw the doors open up, and I decided I'm just going to go. Well, I didn't wait for the bar to go up, and I hit the bar, and all of a sudden I hear this crash. And I'm like, what the hell was that? And so I get out and all right, it limps up. It's bent over. And I pull in, I park, and obviously I'm going to go to the front desk and tell them, hey, the guilty party is me. So I, do you want me to help you take it apart? And that way I was able to say, and they said, if we could fix it, there won't be a charge. If we can't, then, we're going to have to charge you. Okay, I get it. So they called me yesterday. Hey, we were able to fix it, but we had to pay this, guy, $50 to come fix it. I said, I'll cover it. No problem. Thank you for, my stupidity. I apologize. But that was one of those mindless things where I have my to-do list and thinking about all these other things. Lucy was going back to college. Ellie was going to softball practice, all these different things that were going on, along with I wanted to get home to be able to watch the football games.
Mm-hmm.
And something I had done a bunch of times, just didn't even think about it.
How long were you locked out of your car?
Oh, it took at least 3 hours for insurance. I called my insurance, let them know. Thankfully, I was home, right? The kids weren't in the car. There was nothing important. I was home. It was fine. But still had plans for the day. It took them 3 hours to come and unlock my car, which is fine. Whatever. But when you said that, John, I recently did something similar to that, except it was at home to my garage door.
You hit your garage door?
So I thought I'd so in the morning, it's so cold outside. I get in the car before I open the garage door. Okay, because that's I don't want any of the cold air in the garage until I'm safe inside the car. So I got in the car, hit the button to open the garage, and I looked back and I was like, oh, I still see the door. It must not have opened. So I hit it again. When in all honesty,
close?
So it started to close, and I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking I was opening it, and I backed up, and I just heard this, and I ran into the garage door. I don't know if that was mom brain or just dumb brain. I just wasn't thinking, but
no, it's all of it's the distractions of not necessarily paying a complete attention to the task at hand.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because I've seen more posts and stuff like this is a thing, mom brain and dad brain.
I swear it's a real thing.
Yeah, it's like, because you said this isn't stuff that you used to do, and now you got two little ones, and left and right, it's leaving the keys here, back into this.
Stupid now. My brain is mush.
Question about the keys, though.
Yeah.
You're at home, right?
Yes.
Is there a backup set of keys?
Yeah, guess where they were?
Oh, they were in your purse, too?
No, they were in Colorado with Colin.
Oh.
You don't have like a...
Colin.
I know, I called him, I'm like, do you have the keys?
He's
like,
he take them
he doesn't,
with him?
he didn't mean to.
What is he thinking?
He didn't mean to.
Dad brain.
Yeah, he didn't mean to take the keys, but he's like, yeah, they're in my pocket. I'm like, oh, no. And the other car keys, our second car, was also in the purse. So.
Well, you had two sets of car keys in the purse?
Yeah.
Well, sure. Sometimes
You keep one at home.
I don't ever drive Lisa's car, but sometimes if I am going to use it or move it, I'll put it in my pocket, and then I just forget that it's in my pocket.
Yeah. We got to get some stories. Like, if someone left a kid at the grocery store and just drove away, like, what do we have out there? Mom brain, dad brain. Let's get to Jason in Royal Oak. Jason, good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Dad brain, orthoautistic brain. This was many years ago, but my daughter was quite young, and she was staying over one of her friend's houses, right? And we weren't able to reach her, When we were calling her, we weren't able to reach her mom either, So I basically, with my wife, drove over to the house. I didn't put any clothes on, basically. I just had my boxer shorts on and flip-flops because I was so concerned that my daughter might be in trouble. You know what I mean? So that's the craziest thing I've ever done.
I hope it was summer.
It was summertime.
Okay.
It was summertime, but I was just picturing, what could have been going wrong with my daughter, And I couldn't get a hold of her mom either, her friend's mom.
Right.
So I just flipped out, man.
Yeah.
Did you go to
at
the
least
door?
you had the boxers on, yeah.
Right. What's that?
Did you go to their door?
Yes, I ended up going to their door, and she was all right.
Oh my God! Is there a button-up fly on that one, or were you at risk of?
No, my boxer
indecent
shorts.
Exposure.
Well,
yeah.
No, I was kind of at risk. Sorry, guys.
Could have been a completely different story.
Yeah.
Right, but I got to go to work. Talk to you later.
All right, thanks,
have a good
Jason.
one,
Appreciate the phone call. You've kicked this off well.
Yeah. Sounds like he's got a sense of humor about it.
No other choice at that point. Mom brain, dad brain, what are your stories? It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight. So why not give Ideal U a call and get there faster than you think? IdealU.us, that's where you got to go. And you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 100 pounds or 10 pounds, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in the process, and since then I've lost another 20. So I'm down 70 pounds, and I got to eat real whole foods. That's why you're able to stick with it after you reach your goal. It's not shakes or bars or some other weird program. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every single step of the way. They're going to coach you on and help you how to lose weight, and they're also going to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to IdealU.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you. In fact, over 90%, that's 9 out of 10, customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to IdealU.us. If you sign up now, you're going to get a $200 Visa gift card along with the ability to lose weight. Start your new year off right. If you want to weigh less, go to IdealU.us.
Heather was sharing with us today that for the second time in a few months, she's locked herself out of her car. And you called it mom brain.
Yeah, or it's my excuse, but I'm going to say it's mom brain because I'm always focusing on something with the kids, what's coming next. If it's not the kids, it's like, what are they going to eat for lunch? Well, Emily doesn't like this, so what else can I make? Oh, I just made a whole meal and she hates it. I got to have a backup meal, and then I got to have dinner ready. Then I got to get the laundry. And I'm always thinking about the kids that I'm like forgetful of everything else.
And you said you were not this forgetful before you had kids. Yeah, you scoff at it.
No.
But it's not just moms. We got dads out there on the phones and ticket text too. Is parent brain a thing? And if you've got stories, even better, please let us know. 248-539-9797. We'll get to Dan Campbell at 8:02. We got 10 minutes. Let's get to Lewis in Shelby Township. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys.
What's
Good
up?
morning.
First time caller. Love the show.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
So years ago, I'm at work. My wife calls me and says, "Hey, I got a huge problem. You got to get home right away." I got the spare set of keys. She's got the minivan running in the garage and the baby's in the baby chair with the doors locked.
Oh, it's a
She
nightmare.
had locked her keys in the van. So of course I panic and jump in the car to go home and open the door with the spare keys. She had proceeded to take a sledgehammer and tear the door down because it was before cell phones, and that's how she called me.
Uh-oh.
No.
She took a sledgehammer to it.
She took a sledgehammer and broke the door down to get in the house.
Don't mess with mom. That's for sure.
No, well, no. If your kid is locked in a car, at least the car was running. And the kid wasn't locked in a car out in the sun or something.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I would do the same thing if
Well,
my
you would
kid was
have
locked
to,
in a
yeah.
car. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I thought you meant she took a sledgehammer to the car door. I would have done that
Yeah.
just to get my kid
It
out.
was before cell phones, so I was trying to figure out how she called me. Well, she called me because she tore the door down to call me.
Holy cow. Well, they say, mom brain, there's also like mom strength or dad strength.
Oh, yeah.
Protecting
Oh, yeah.
your kid. You
Oh,
just
yeah.
get that adrenaline. She's like, you're swinging a sledgehammer. AJ in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Hey, real quick, I keep hearing these stories about everyone leaving their keys in the car. Like my car doesn't allow that to happen, or it probably will happen to me too. Like if I leave my keys in the car, it'll like notify me before when you close the door.
Yeah.
If your key fob battery is dead or dying,
Heather.
that's how it happens.
Okay, that makes sense. So real quick with my story, my son, this is actually like the end of summer. My son was like 8 months old. This was like my first time taking him out on my own without his mom, and we went to Sam's Club. And I get done, purchasing my stuff at Sam's Club. I get a smell going on. I'm like, oh boy, So I go over to the men's restroom, and I don't remember if there wasn't a changing table or if it was just looked unsanitary. So I chose not to. So we go out to the car. I decided to change them in the car in the back seat. And I had a slushie, an icy, and a slice of pizza from Sam's Club. And I sat that on top of the car, changed my son, did everything. I was like super proud of myself because I was prepared. Like I had extra clothes and wipes and everything that I needed. Got him all secure in the car, pulled off, and I see red slushie going down my back window. All bad, man. It was all bad.
That is the definition of dad brain. That is it. Yep.
Oh, there's no question.
But I cleaned him up well, and he was secure and safe in the car, so we're all good.
That was most
Right.
important.
Yes.
AJ, thanks for the phone call. Thanks for listening.
Well, and that's the whole key. Like you take care of what's most important.
Yes,
That's
you
the
do.
kids, right?
Right.
And then, but here's one on Twitch. And I mentioned, at least you didn't forget one of the kids. Here's one. I am one of 5 kids. We all played hockey at different levels growing up. Parents had all of us at kids at Fraser Hockey Rink for one of his brother's games. They drove separately for whatever reason. We leave. Some of us go with mom. Some of us go with dad. Get home, and my parents realize they left one of his brothers at the rink.
Kevin!
Yes.
What?
Both thinking the other parent had the kid. Now, here's the best part, right? And he actually says best part. He didn't even know that he got left behind, was enjoying himself at the arcade the whole time. My dad got there and yelled at him like it was his fault.
Poor kid.
That's clearly the bronze medal kid.
Yes, that's bronze. Yes.
Some stories
You're
on
third.
Ticket Text. You ready for these? Texter says, Parent brain is for sure a thing. My wife and I have a 3-month-old. Just last week, I was making coffee in the morning, and my wife asked me to make the baby a bottle. I scooped the formula and put it directly in my coffee.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
5-week-old at home. After a 2 a.m. feeding, I took his onesie and pacifier and threw them directly in the diaper bin and instinctively offered his diaper as a pacifier.
Oh, yeah.
Tired dad brain is something else, man. Signed Mike.
That's called exhaustion.
It is something else. And thank goodness it's just a phase. You're almost through it.
Dad brain here. Back when my 3 boys were 6, 3, and 1, my mom had a girls' day at the spa, and I took the boys to a raspberry patch. Was so concerned on getting the little ones into their car seats and booster seats properly, I left and got a mile down the road before I forgot the oldest boy. Had to go back. He was sitting on a bench eating berries. Mom never found out. Mike in Clarkston.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Things that happen with dad. Mm-hmm. Hey, this could be our little secret.
Once left my 2-month-old in the car, dropped off my family at the restaurant we were eating at. Parked the car, walked inside. My wife asked, "Where's your son?" I said, "What do you mean?" He was still in the car in the parking lot.
My God.
Yes. That's why there's sensors in the car now that if you have a recent purchase of a car, it will tell you when you get out, check the back seat.
This texter says they drove into the garage with a Christmas tree still tied to their roof. That's from Frank. That's not good, Frank.
That's a tough one.
Now, Heather, you said you had backed into the garage door. How much damage did that do?
Nothing to the car. But there's
the
door is it's got a
little reminder every time you go in.
Yep, it's got a. Colin was really happy about that one.
I'm sure he was.
Sweetie, I did something.
Would you say you suffer more from mom brain than he does dad brain?
Without a doubt, 100%.
He was the one with the keys in Colorado.
Yeah, okay, fine, that could be dad brain too. But yeah, I think so.
Yeah, So here's what I like to do because my truck. We don't park my truck in the garage. Even in the new house, I'll hit the garage door, and I'm trying to time it up, like which driveway or what's the landmark where I can hit the garage door and then pull into the garage like it's the bat cave.
Right.
It's still going up, but yet here I go in, and it just clears.
You've got to find the exact
You got to find the right spot.
Texter says, I have a story about dad brain to share, but I forgot it. Andy in Chesterfield.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Good one.
Your memory apparently just goes. Like these are all stories.
Your brain turns to mush, except for your children and everything involved with them.
Yeah, you're everything. Texter wanted to know if I have cat dad brain. And no, I intentionally draw the distinction. I don't consider our cat our child for this very reason. Kids are a much bigger responsibility.
Oh, sure.
The cat uses the bathroom. You feed it a couple times a day. It's pretty independent. Kids, I understand. There's a reason I don't have them. They are a ton of responsibility. And for those that are out there doing it, hey, good on you, because I know it can be tough. These stories are proof of it.
Yes.
All right, so we got Dan Campbell coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We are going to get into last night's NFL action as well because maybe it's prisoner of the moment, but the Rams looked pretty good. Bigger threat than the Eagles. We'll start with Dan Campbell, get his thoughts on the Commanders next. It's 97.1.
The Pistons picked up another big win last night, 124-119 the final over the Knicks. Cade Cunningham at a game-high 36 points. That's 2 straight dominant games for Cade against New York with a triple-double the last time around. The team announcing that they moved up the opening tip of Saturday's game with the Suns to 4 p.m. to accommodate the Lions game at 8:10. Fans will receive a Jalen Duren bobblehead that night. Michigan basketball announced that their next home game versus Northwestern Sunday was sold out. It marks the 3rd straight sellout in a row for the Wolverines, who just moved up the rankings 4 spots to number 20. According to the AP yesterday, Michigan State rising 4 more as well to 12th. Lions coach Dan Campbell will join the show shortly. He said yesterday there's a place for running back David Montgomery in this game versus the Commanders. Former Lions QB Matthew Stafford led the Rams to victory last night over the Vikings 27-9. Audio via ESPN, the Eagles are coming up next for LA. According to MLB insider Jeff Passan, the final is for Japanese star pitcher Roki Sasaki of the Dodgers, Padres, and Blue Jays. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Been telling you guys all show long, excited that we have Lions tickets for their playoff game Saturday night. Given away on Friday, courtesy of Bud Light.
Yeah, it's the place everybody wants to be. And the beautiful part is it's Saturday night, and you don't have to wake up early on Sunday. You can enjoy every bit of it. You can celebrate. If you're at the game, you don't have to rush out. You can let traffic clear out and just leisurely go home because you get to sleep in on Sunday, unless you got baseball practice.
It's perfect. We're going to have a pair, fingers crossed, maybe more, but Friday's the day. We'll give you updates as the week goes on, a chance to be there in the building. We know last year's playoff environment was epic, and I know Lions fans are anticipating this playoff run.
1 year ago today.
Yeah, 1 year ago today was that playoff win against the Rams. All right, we're joined now by the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell. Game week is here, playoff game week. Joined by the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning. How are y'all doing?
Good. Talk to us about last week and the feeling of not having to prepare for a game and what that was like.
Well, I mean, it was good to get a minute to take a breath. And I've said this really all along. It was the big thing is it's one less game. To get to where your ultimate goal is, and that's really what the bye does. Certainly to be able to heal up a little bit, but look, there's plenty of teams that don't get a bye, and you're rolling into the next week. So we would have done whatever we need to do to be prepared for the next playoff game, but it's good to be sitting where we're at.
How did you handle the bye week, the time off? And I know everybody, hey, you can watch film at home. You could do everything remotely. But managing time with family, trying to just give yourself a mental break, but also knowing that, hey, every week is do or die. How did you handle the time yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I did a little bit of both. I did. I had my stuff with me, but I didn't come in the office. I stayed at home. And so I was able to do that, which was important. That was good. It was good to be able to do it. I think the hard thing, it's good, you get a little time, but as far as preparing and, all right, man, here we go, it's do or die, we still didn't even know who we had, and so you'll drive yourself crazy going, all right, I'm going to watch Green Bay now. Okay, now I'm going to shift the gears back to Minnesota. Okay, now I'm going to go to Washington. You start trying to go through all these different opponents you could possibly have, the Rams, and to me, it's just not worth it. And so I just worried more about us and looking at us and a snapshot of what we're doing well, not doing well over the last, call it 2 months.
Dan, how did last year's playoff experience, how does that shape the locker room for these moments now ahead?
Well, I just think we're more experienced. The vast majority of our group, the core of our group now have been through it and been through it together. And so we know what that experience is. You're a young, hungry, eyes wide open group, but they were very mature, handled it well last year. And so now we know what that is. And you don't lose the hunger, you just gain some experience. And so now we know what's coming in here to face us, a team that hadn't been in this position in a long time. They got their culture moving in the right direction. Quarterback's exciting, and man, they're looking for the next win. So we know we got a very good opponent in here that's going to be hungry. But the good news is we're an experienced team that's hungry as hell too.
So when David Montgomery went down, Jahmyr Gibbs stepped up in a big way, as did the entire team, which is something that has been a signature for this entire team. Somebody goes down, somebody else steps up, and it's not just one individual. But now that David Montgomery is back and available, how do you handle, before he went down, it seemed like it was almost 50-50 in terms of carries and touches. Now that he's back, Is he the guy that gets the first carry? Who's going to handle short yardage? How are you managing having him available with the fact that Jahmyr Gibbs has been such a weapon, not just all year, but in the last 3 games?
Sure. Well, first of all, we'll have our walkthrough today, and really tomorrow will be our real heavy lifting practice. Tomorrow and then Friday. And so I think the first thing is, we know he's ready to come back. We know that he's looked good in his rehabilitation, all those things. Let's see him with bodies around, full speed. We need to get a true gauge of just where he's at, how far back is he, get his confidence back and moving and all that with the bodies around him. And then we can kind of gauge, okay, man, this is where David's at. He looks great, feels great, he's confident. All right, and this is what we're going to use him for. So I hate to just say this is how much we're going to use him right out of the gate without even have gone through practice. But I do know this, provided that there are no setbacks, there's a place in this game for him. There's definitely a place in this game for Dave Montgomery.
Talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell ahead of playoff matchup with the Commanders. Let's talk about them. They're a team that likes to go for it on 4th down. They're very good at it. What's that like for you? Normally, you're the one doing that to other coaches. Now they're going to throw that back in on your plate.
Yeah, I mean, that's, Minnesota went for it last week. I kind of expected them to, So I don't think it's anything abnormal. We'll be prepared for it. I think Dan's done a good job out there with that crew. They put themselves in 3rd and 4th and manageable as much as possible. We're going to assume they're in 4 downs. They do a good job possessing the ball and and really taking away as many possessions from the opponent's offense as they can. So we know what we're getting ready to face, but I mean, I know it seems like, oh God, man, this team, they do go for the 4th a lot. But that's not abnormal for us. AG, our defensive staff, our defensive players will be prepared for this, and it still comes down to executing on each down.
We didn't get a chance to talk to you last week, so I would like to talk about that final game against Minnesota briefly, just in terms of Alex Anzalone. Where was his biggest impact? We saw what he did against Hawkinson. We saw what he was, the same linebacker that he was prior to the injury. But where did you see the biggest impact of having Alex Anzalone back on the field?
It's funny because when you just asked me that, I said I would rather, probably the easiest answer is where did he not impact the game? Maybe there's one of those somewhere, and I don't know where that's at. I mean, he impacted the game in multiple areas, multiple ways. I've said it before, he's a productive player. He's smart. Guy's headsy, man. He understands ball. He understands our defense. He watches a lot of tape. And he's one of our captains, man. And so when you get that 3 layers of a player back, man, it has a huge impact. And so I just think, man, him really getting everything set up, the chess pieces, all of that for us, but then just his hustle and hit, man, his hustle, hit, his coverability. Look, you asked for one, I'm going to give you coverability. Mm-hmm. All right, that was probably the biggest impact, but there was more than just that. It's great to have him back.
Jaden Daniels, I know you were asked about him yesterday, and the question was stopping a mobile quarterback, and you said, well, who does it well, right? I mean, they're a problem for everybody. People have said he's not playing like a rookie anymore. Like, when you see him, what do you see on the other side?
Yeah, I just think he's composed, He doesn't get frazzled. He sits back there. You can see him. He knows where to go with the football. They've done a good job with the system. There's enough of this progression / RPO. They've got a run game that isn't just, inside zone read run. I mean, there's a little bit of gap involved with it, so that helps him. They do a good job of alleviating some pressure off of him and letting him play fast and play pretty clean. So I just think, he never really looks like he doesn't know where to go with the football. And then he's got pocket presence, so if it's not there, he can kind of find his way in the pocket, feel it, and then he'll take off running. If you give him a rush lane and it's clean and it's open and unabated, he's gone, man. He's gone, and he's got speed and he's shifty. He throws a good deep ball. He's playing at a high level for a rookie, and I think that's the biggest thing. He just doesn't get frazzled.
Is there any difference, and the simple answer may be no, but is there any difference in building a game plan in all three phases for a playoff game versus a regular season game? Regular season, maybe you're saving something for a different opponent, but in this one, it's, hey, if it's a loss, season's done. Is there any difference in constructing a game plan for a playoff game than a regular season game?
No, not really for us. I mean, there could be every once in a while. Maybe you're saving something for an opponent down the road. Those will come in every once in a while. But honestly, since I've been here, this has been about you find a way to win each game, and I don't care if it's regular season or if it's the playoffs. And that's what it's about. Is finding a way using all three of your units to come away with one more point than the opponent. And so nothing's off the table. It's going to take all three phases, and we're willing to do whatever it takes. And that's important because we've really been in this for a while. You do whatever it takes to win the football game. And so everything's on the table right now.
Road to the Super Bowl goes through Detroit. What does it mean to you to have these home playoff games in front of these fans on Saturday night?
Well, one of the things that, and I said this last year, and I talked to Coach Payton after last year's loss, just a number of things. But one thing that I knew that was going to be important was trying to make this thing run through Detroit, and for all of us, because we've got a unique fan base. This is a unique area, and it really is a home field advantage for us, man. We got the whole area behind us, the whole city behind us, that whole stadium, and that really is like our 12th man. So, and that only helps you. It's not going to hurt you. It only helps you. So that was important, and we were able to do that this year.
It's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. We're ready for Saturday night. Appreciate your time.
Good luck, Dan.
Okay, thanks, guys. Take care.
It's Lions head coach Dan Campbell, 97.1. Hey, how about the Pistons? Picked up a win last night. Cade Cunningham going toe-to-toe with Jalen Brunson. It's a playoff team. Showing a little emotion. Cade Cunningham scoring a ton in the second half, leading the way. And then late in the game, they tried trapping him. Extra pass. Malik Beasley, not once, but twice. Imagine that. Little shooting around Cade Cunningham, little development from him.
Mm-hmm.
And this team's turned a corner.
Yep, and he's got the green light. Whatever Cade wants, whatever he sees, he could do.
What was the Bickerstaff quote? Neon green. What's more green than that? Ninja Turtle green. That's the green light that Cade's working with right now.
It's awesome.
Yeah. And, hey, we've talked about it. They're playing so well, they're going to lose their first-round pick. And not shedding a tear.
No one is. I mean, the NBA draft is such a gamble to begin with, unless you've got the number one overall pick, and it's
got to be the right draft too.
Right, it's got to be the right year, and if it's going to be, if you're not going to have a lot of ping pong balls in the hopper, then just win games.
Oh, don't get me wrong. There's a benefit. Cade is proof of it. He's the number one pick, but we've also seen this team tank for Victor Wembanyama and pick 5th. We saw them just a year ago set the franchise low point and pick 5th. I don't need the odds. I don't need the ping pong balls. I need progress. I need this team playing meaningful basketball, and they are right now. So, hey, I know we've given the Red Wings some love. I don't want the Pistons to feel left out in all this. All the teams are stepping up right now.
They are, and we're in a sweet spot right now where we are. The Wings, 7, and going for 8
tonight. Yep,
that's impressive. It's fun, and they're clearly right now on the upswing. The Pistons, upswing. The Tigers, we saw it. They finished on the upswing. We'll discuss that more as we
get Bregman.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
Yeah, so
but everything's trending the right way.
Yeah, and it's fun, and that's what Detroit sports fans deserve. This is one of, if not the greatest sports fan base, and we have all been very patient with all of our teams, and now is the time to enjoy the fruits of those hard times.
Absolutely. I mean, Campbell's talked about it. We just had him on about home field advantage for the Lions and how unique it is. I mean, it's 60 years of misery for people. It's their entire life for people. And now it's everything you've ever dreamed of. You're the 1 seed. You're favored. You got the team to do it. You get it at your house on a Saturday night. And, John, I love that you brought it up. It's a Saturday night. You don't have to work the next day. You can have a great time at that game. And it's going to be hostile. It's going to be loud. I don't know how will it compare to last year?
So I was at that game last year. I'm not going on Saturday night, this Saturday night. At least that's not as of yet. But I'm not sure it can. I mean, every time I say I'm not sure it could be any better, it gets better. And I think this is knowing that you're the 1 seed, having the confidence that you should go into this game and absolutely crush the Commanders. I do think this is a night game. There's going to be a lot of people that show up at 8, 9 in the morning, 12 hours prior to game time, just to be able to secure a parking spot or just to be downtown and watch and feel the energy that Detroit is bringing to this game. So they're going to be priming the pump early.
People are going to work themselves up.
Oh, yeah.
Like last year, the divisional round was Sunday, and it was during the afternoon, right? If I remember correctly. This is going to be an all-day
soccer
build-up. And we're going to be out of B-Dubs downtown. I know Rieger and Mark Ryan are doing a show before Rico and I. But downtown's going to be alive from sun up until sundown. And I don't know how it will compare to last year. I think the first playoff game last year held maybe a little more emotional, pent-up energy because they hadn't won a game and because of who was on the other side and how much Lions fans wanted to rally around Jared Goff and prove a point and make a statement. And I don't know that you can ever replicate that, but I do think it'll be bigger than the Bucs game from a year ago. And the NFC title game, if they're there, is going to be unlike anything we've ever seen, with a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Like this crowd is absolutely going to go crazy.
It is. It's going to go bonkers. It's going to be one of those opportunities that Detroit sports fans, and they've shown up, they've stepped up at every step along the way, whether it's the energy of the playoffs last year and getting the bonus of a second home playoff game because of what Green Bay did on that same day to Dallas. That was the death of Dallas, and it carried over to this year. But it was the draft. It was everything that the fans have celebrated. going to training camp. Like they were giving away tickets and people were selling the gifted tickets because people just want a slice of what is going on. They want to see what's going on. They want to feel what's going on. And Saturday night, I think it reaches unknown levels.
We're going to talk about last night's game and what it means for the Lions. You had the Rams, you had the Vikings. We'll get to that at 8:35. Let's get to Heather's news.
All right, so for Lions fans that just can't get enough of their team's fandom, there is now a local hair salon that will help you go the extra mile. Dye and Fly is offering a special on Honolulu Blue hair dye. You want to go all in and go all out, head there. They're offering it at any one of their locations over the next few weeks. And the salon's founder said his business is doing everything and anything to enjoy the Lions' success, including creating this iconic Honolulu Blue hair dye.
Would you do it?
If it was like a semi-permanent color that would eventually wash out after a few shampoos, sure. I mean, I've dyed. I had purple hair once, so
you did.
Yeah, but it wasn't like super like bright like well it was, but it wasn't like this. It wasn't
What
like
was the
this.
occasion?
Nothing. It was just that
You just wanted to go with the purple hair.
Yes.
John, did you know this about Heather?
No.
Yeah, I think.
Were you
We've talked
coming
about
in a
this
little-
before.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever saw
I
it.
never saw it. No, you've showed me a picture
Yeah.
of the purple hair.
And so yes, but this is the bright blue. So I'm not sure I would do that, but maybe depending on I need to learn a little bit more about the hair color first. But anyway, it is fun. You can do it at any of their 6 locations. The promo will run until the Super Bowl. You can go online, make an appointment.
If you're all in, I think Friday we see the hair dye. I mean, we know or Colin.
Would Colin?
Would Colin do
sure,
it?
I think he could do it because men's hair, you could just
wash
it
it
grows
out.
and cut. You cut it, right? Like I'm not going to cut my hair off. No, I mean I could eventually get rid of the blue. There's ways around doing it. It's fine, but I don't know if I'm willing to take.
You're just
that
not
step.
all in.
But I love that businesses are doing this. So I'm
Fine,
gonna let
I
her
guess.
off here.
Yeah. No,
Yes. Would you do it?
No.
Okay, so
Yeah.
okay,
You
so
don't
you're
really
not
believe
gonna
John,
do it either.
John doesn't believe.
Yeah.
But I've seen there's a pizza place doing like blue
Yes.
pineapple, like Honolulu
Yes.
blue. Like everybody's in on this.
You've got something you can turn blue.
Do it.
Do it. Yes. An Indiana woman won $500,000 from a scratch-off lottery ticket she got as a white elephant gift. Okay, so this was the Michigan lottery. They have those Detroit Lions instant games. That's actually what I was going to give you guys for Christmas, but when I went up to the little kiosk, they were all sold out of those ones, so I went with a different game. Pretty cool. Anyway, though, this woman, 25 years old, she originally, during the white elephant gift, you know how you take one, can steal one. She'd originally opened the gift her dad bought. It was a flashlight, right? Whatever. It's a flashlight. And he had gotten the lottery ticket as his. And after the game, he's like, you know what? I'd really like that flashlight back. So they said, you know what? Let's swap gifts. She gave him his back. He gave her the lottery ticket. Well, on Christmas Day, she scratched it off. Also happened to be her birthday. And she thought she won $50,000, which is quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
Then she scanned it. And when she saw that extra zero, she said, speechless, couldn't believe it. So she plans to buy a new car, invest some, and then also share some with her cousin, who was the original purchaser of that lottery ticket. And of course, her dad and her mom, who, swapped the gift in exchange. So pretty cool, fun way to win. That's what I always hope. Like I was hoping one of you would just like hit it big. Because how fun is that? Like,
because you gave us lottery tickets.
I gave you guys lottery tickets as part of your gift. So it would have been fun if one of you would have won something. But,
of course, we would have given you some money back.
Oh,
That's
sure.
only the right thing to do.
I mean, at least the money for the ticket. I've taken a couple
more than
bucks,
that.
But, I mean, it's more fun just to, if you won like $1 million, sure.
Yeah,
but
it'd throw you more than $5.
But I mean, if
Heather.
you won 50, I would say that's your gift. That's awesome. Congrats. That's pretty cool. So tickets for the Lions Commanders games are so, I guess you could say, expensive that they cost more than the other 3 games combined from this weekend. Wow. So according to Vivid Seats, the get-in price for Lions Commanders is higher than the combined get-in price for the other 3 divisional round games. So in theory, they say that means you could buy tickets for each of the other second round matchups and spend less than it would cost to go to the single Lions Commanders game. Wow. Yeah, wow is right. So just, also beware when you're buying tickets, because if the price seems too good to be true, most likely it's a scam. And actually on Monday, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel did kind of release a warning to Lions fans to look out for scammers, because they are there and they are ready to pry on your fandom. So, she said, make sure that these tickets are actually authentic tickets. They could just be screenshots of these fake tickets. So don't fall for that. Don't let these scammers tell you their big sob story about why they can no longer go to the game, because that could just be a way to get you to purchase the tickets. They might reach out to you on social media because you've been posting so much about the Lions.
That's
Don't
a red
fall
flag.
for that.
Yep.
And be leery about sending money through money apps before you actually get the tickets. Like, don't just, I'll sell you some money. Here's $1,000, and then you don't have anything to show for it.
It sounds obvious, but remind people because people will fall for this stuff.
They do.
That's Heather with the news. By the way, Tickets Extra says they just passed the home bakery and there's already a long line.
Wow. It's not surprising.
I want to go. I was trying to plan, what time's the best time to go? Not when they open, not around lunch, not before they close. I got to get that, weird time to go buy a cookie.
Yeah.
It sounds like there is no good time.
Yeah, the problem with going to a bakery, though, is it can't just be a cookie. Then all of a sudden you see, well, that cupcake looks good.
A cronut.
Wow, look at that.
A pie.
Yeah, look at that cake.
I'll take the whole cake. Let's go.
That's what happens when you walk into a bakery.
All right, coming up next, Rams or Eagles? Who's the bigger concern? What did last night mean for the Lions? It's 97-1.
Hey,
Sean McVay, Rams coach, talking about not just what they've been doing on the field, but harnessing some of what's going on off the field in L.A. And we've seen teams do that. What did you make of that Rams performance? Like, as we kind of scan the landscape for the Lions, what did that mean for Detroit? Like, if you want to be prisoner of the moment, and guilty as charged, the Rams look like they're playing better than the Eagles do. Right? I mean, the Rams have a Super Bowl head coach, Super Bowl quarterback. Their offense is certainly capable. They beat the Bills scoring north of 40 points. And the defense, this young group, I think they did steal from the Lions' game plan, but they were able to get to Darnold, pressure him. He's holding the ball. He's seeing ghosts. The Rams look legit, right? 10-3 the last 13 games. They've got the pieces. They played the Lions close. Like, are they actually a bigger threat than even the Philadelphia Eagles are?
Well, you got to look and say, okay, what are the superpowers of these teams? What do they do best? We know that the superpower for the Lions is the offense. Superpower for the Eagles, while they do have Saquon Barkley, and they do have an offense that can be dynamic, they're somewhat limited because of Jalen Hurts. And Jalen Hurts is a dual-threat quarterback. He could do a lot of things, and the tush-push is always going to be a threat, but they just haven't produced offensively for whatever reason. They've got one of the best offensive lines. Arguably, it's between them and Detroit. The Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, like, they've got weapons, but their offense just never seems to be as dynamic as you feel it should be. It's never the threat that it is. So it's always been the defense this year, not last year.
Right.
This year, the defense is greatly improved.
This year, their defense is the best in football.
Yeah, and then you look at, but again, a good defense doesn't really concern me with this Lions offense.
No.
I think the bigger concern, and I know that the Lions defense played really well to great against the Minnesota Vikings, and they have stepped up in so many different ways at different times, but I still got to believe the biggest threat is the Rams, and it's the offense, and the fact that even in that game last night, they didn't have to utilize Puka Nacua very much. He had 5 receptions. Cooper Kupp had 1 reception. And Tyler Higbee was their leading receiver per yards. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I think he had 5 catches as well, same as Nacua. But they're really hard to figure out because they as well have all these weapons offensively. But if you look at the last bit of their schedule, yeah, they found a way to beat the Bills. But after that, yeah, a lot of wins, but it was offensive struggles. 12 points against the Niners, 19 points against the Jets, 13 against the Arizona Cardinals.
They've gotten into some of these lulls. My point is just at their best. Like, Stafford came out of the gates and they're blitzing, and the Lions are going to be a team that has to blitz, and he's carving up a Vikings defense sending pressure. I think we can also acknowledge this Flores defense works against average quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. Goff has no issue with it. Stafford has no issue with it. The high-end quarterbacks, you just can't dial up blitzing repeatedly and get away with it. So it would worry me as a Lions fan who's got a blitz to face a quarterback who can cut through. And I don't know if Jalen Hurts can, right? We've seen him.
Right.
I think
that's the big question.
He's more of a wild card. I think I know what I'm getting with Stafford. He's going to come out slinging it. He's going to play you tough. And the Lions are winning the head-to-heads, and I think they'd win the head-to-head. But doesn't it feel like today, this morning, when you wake up, that they're actually a bigger threat than even the Eagles, who we've spent so much time highlighting? You let us know. 248-539-9797. The Rams, they won by double digits. And I know some people are going, well, it's because Sam Darnold's no good. You got to be very careful, because that's not what we were saying when the Lions beat the Vikings, right? We can't have it both ways. If the Lions thump the Vikings and it's a statement and it's look how good this team is, when the Rams do it, we can't go, well, actually, it's not that impressive.
Well, it could also just be the Honolulu flu, because what happened after the last time the Vikings lost to the Lions?
They lost to the Rams.
They lost to the Rams.
How about that pain for a Vikings fan? Not that we feel bad for them, but just imagine. You have deja vu. You went through it once, and then you go through it again in even bigger games, and you thought you were building something with Sam Darnold, and I don't know about that now. That is pain that we get to take great joy in now.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Minnesota decides, because Sam Darnold was on a 1-year deal. Now, most people believe they'll franchise him so that they retain the rights. They don't have to necessarily pay him, and it's a 1-year deal if nobody ends up wanting to trade for Sam Darnold. That's how they get some value out of him.
And it's insurance if JJ's coming back from the injury. You don't have to throw him out on the field week 1,
Now, I don't know that anybody would be giving up first-round picks for Sam Darnold, but there are a lot of quarterback situations in the NFL where teams would look and say, you know what, I don't have a path to a quarterback. I don't have a path to an improved quarterback room through the draft or any free agency. So, yeah, I mean, Vegas. Is Sam Darnold an upgrade for them?
Pittsburgh.
Like there's a number of different teams that you could look and say, well, so that might be the path for Minnesota moving forward. But in regards to where they are now, I think there is a lot of truth to the fact that the Lions really shook the confidence of Sam Darnold.
Absolutely.
And it took him a game early in the season to get over that. Now, the second opponent was a common opponent in the Rams both times, and they lost to them. A lot of things can be true at the same time. Sam Darnold may not match up well against the Lions. We know he doesn't. May not match up well against the Rams. But I think there is some truth to the Lions absolutely shook the hell out of his confidence, and it takes some time to get over that. There's just no time in the playoffs to make that adjustment or to get over that.
Yeah, asking you guys what last night meant for the Lions. 248-539-9797. John, we have not heard this theory yet. It says, not going to lie, seeing the Rams get 9 sacks against Darnold made me wonder if our defensive performance last week may have been fool's gold. The Rams did what we did, but even better.
Okay, well, they have more legit pass rushers. But what Aaron Glenn was able to construct defensively worked against Minnesota. That same game plan's not going to work against Washington. Exactly. Won't work in totality the way it did against Minnesota, against any other opponent. Now it's up to Aaron Glenn to put together a plan that works best for Washington, that puts together a plan that's best for either the Rams or for Philadelphia. We know he can do it against the Rams. He's done it twice already in the last 2 years.
Ticket Texter says, Nate in a truck, what concerns me most is the Rams. I don't want to have to face Stafford again to go to a Super Bowl.
You don't, but I think in the back of everybody's mind, how many times has this team slayed the dragon?
Repeatedly.
And you don't want to have to keep slaying the same dragon, but if you have to ultimately achieve the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl, then put them all to rest.
And I think the way you have to look at it is kind of the way we looked at last year when they met. People were afraid of what if they lose, and you really should think about what it means if you win. Like, how poetic was it to win your first playoff game in 30-plus years against your old franchise quarterback with your new guy and backing Jared Goff and showing just how far you've come in his organization? It would be that on steroids if you did that to go to the first Super Bowl in franchise history. So I would prefer not to face him because I think he's really good. But think about what it means if you win. And you should expect to win. You've beaten him twice. You're at home. You'll be favored. Like, instead of maybe dwelling on, what would it mean to beat Matthew Stafford to go to the Super Bowl? I mean, that would be another big statement.
The ultimate Jared Goff chant.
All right, so if you said it was on steroids, though, to beat him, I agree. Wouldn't it be on steroids the other way, too?
Yeah.
And that's what people don't want to see. Interesting trend in the quarterbacks, and this usually happens probably more often than not, but I think it happened in every game this weekend. The better quarterback has won in the game. You guys would agree with that, right? Stroud, the two debates are Stroud over Herbert.
I'm fine with that one.
Daniels over Mayfield. Potentially premature.
But if you told me like that's where it's going, yeah, sure.
Well, the one that made the catastrophic mistake lost the game. So if you do that going forward, how do things play out?
Well, then you would say, Lions Goff is better than Jaden Daniels.
Right. And
you'd say Stafford better than Hurts?
Yeah, but I do think there's a debate there.
Yeah.
Because of Hurts' mobility. But usually pocket passers that, can handle the pressure in the playoffs in the pocket, and Stafford's proven that.
Yeah.
So then if you take it down the other road, you have the classic Stafford-Goff debate again.
And I see why people are nauseated. But it does feel like it almost feels inevitable with the Rams waking up and the Eagles kind of looking sluggish in their first game. Maybe this is all overreacting to 1 week of NFL playoffs, but you let us know. Eagles, Rams, who would you rather play? Oh, but we're looking ahead. It's just a fun question. Take it easy. It's 97-1.
Hey, from big upsets to game-winning drives, the NFL playoffs are better with FanDuel because right now new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets absolutely guaranteed. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need to place live bets, same game parlays, and so much more. It's all in the app, so download the app, explore it a little bit. Plus, when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 the ticket to join today and get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/971 the ticket. Make this playoff season unforgettable with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rams beat the Vikings convincingly. A double-digit win. 5 of the 6 opening playoff games were double-digit wins. I know we're the show that has the audacity to occasionally break out in disco, sequins and all, but doesn't seem that rare. Lions are 8.5-point favorites against the Commanders. We would have the audacity to think they'd win by 10.
And the opening line was 10. So Vegas thinks that it's going to be not close.
Yeah, again, if the Bills can win by double digits, if the Eagles can win by double digits, if the Ravens and Rams can win by double digits, you're not a homer to suggest the Lions would cover the spread by 2 points.
I would say if Vegas opened the line at 10, they're very concerned about a blowout. To have a 10-point spread in a playoff game is, especially in the second round.
Well, I think
they're concerned about the 1 seed sitting at home having a break against this upstart team coming into a hostile environment.
Why wouldn't this be like the Bills-Broncos? Great team, rookie quarterback, 8.5-point spread. One team pulls away late after getting their best punch. Like the Broncos brought it. Like Bo Nix had a big throw early in the game. I think Jaden Daniels will make a couple plays against the Lions.
He will. He's a good quarterback. I mean, rookie or not, he's a good quarterback.
But I resent the idea that we're painting our face and coming in here and saying Lions because Lions. We gave you the biggest football reason in the world. Their run defense is terrible, and Detroit's built on a running offense. It's a rookie quarterback in a completely different environment, as tough an environment maybe as there is in this NFL playoffs. Like, I'm not going to vilify someone who thinks it's going to be close, but I'm certainly not going to feel like, well, we have to respect the playoffs because you don't blow people out. I'm watching blowouts everywhere. Everybody's blowing people out early in the playoffs. You want to tell me they're not going to blow out the Eagles or the Rams? You want to say they're not going to blow out the Ravens or the Bills or the Chiefs? Fine. But to act like the Commanders are a team that, like, there's no way. You're silly to suggest. You're ridiculous or foolish to suggest. Come on, guys.
We've seen a Lions offense that can put up points at will, a special teams that can put up points and put the offense in position to put up points.
Yeah, and pack in some points.
And we've seen, outside of what the Lions have done this year, at every step along the way of the playoffs, not just this year, there's only been one round, but we've seen NFC Championship games be blowouts. We've seen Super Bowls be blowouts. It can happen. You're talking about the 2 best teams in the NFL that given year, and one of them is just more dominant. This is a case where the Detroit Lions should be much more dominant in this game.
Like, we had TJ in yesterday, and he said he didn't think it was going to be particularly close. And we even talked off air. We didn't even do an official disco yesterday, but I think off air I looked at you and I said, by Friday, we're going to be discoing, aren't we? Just because we feel so good about this matchup. And I think there's nothing wrong with feeling that way.
I think the Bills game had a humongous impact on what most people's viewpoint of the Lions. And just the fact that they think their defense is going to show all the time. And then you also had that was a huge game. It was one of the biggest regular season games of the year that the entire country watched.
Yep.
And it was awful, the defense. And then the defense was really awful in another national television game against the Niners. The 3 touchdowns. People tune it in. They see it. They can't stop anything. Oh, unless Brock Purdy airmails a ball. And then Darnold went Darnold. So this whole narrative, I think, is being built against the Lions defense, why people think this game will be close.
Well, there's some truth to the Lions defense being a weakness.
Yes, it is. I actually overstated that. They are not they're a mediocre, middle-of-the-road defense at best right now.
And they can win with it because of this offense and because of turnovers and because you trust Aaron Glenn to have a good game plan, especially this week against a rookie. You got to win that chess match. But I don't think they've truly felt the loss of Aleem McNeil yet. And we will, at some point in this playoffs, feel the loss of Aleem McNeil. I don't think that we've truly felt the loss of Carlton Davis yet. And they will at some point. They're going to have to rally. They're going to have to make one more play, offense or defense, to win these games. The good thing is they're playing the games at Ford Field, and it's the backdrop for all of this. We've got ticket texts from you guys reacting to last night's game and what it means for the Lions. Ticket texter says, guys, I want the road to the Super Bowl to be beating the Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels, then the old quarterback, Matthew Stafford, then the GOAT, Patrick Mahomes. That's from Roger and Ypsilanti. It's a pretty poetic route.
Yes, it would be very poetic. It would be awesome.
Can't script it any better than that.
Yeah.
Rams would be a Kirby versus Stafford grudge match. I don't want angry Stafford with the way he's been playing right now.
So where was angry Stafford in last year's playoff?
I think he showed up. I think he was.
Oh, there's no question he did. Yeah,
but he just wasn't. The Rams aren't better than the Lions.
Right. Same thing. In week 2 of this year. I'm sorry, week 1 of this year. Week 2 was the loss.
They came back down 2 scores, forced overtime, didn't get the coin toss. And they're in the game. I mean, I don't want to downplay what they're bringing to the table.
No,
they beat the Bills this year. I mean, their quarterback and coach have won a Super Bowl.
Right. There's a lot of threats that they have. There's also threats that the Eagles have. There are threats. I know maybe people don't want to hear the fact that we are talking about this game against Washington. There are threats that Jaden Daniels and this offense has, or the defense, even though they might be limited. There are threats that they provide in this game.
Texter, this is Jake, says, Rams are contenders, but please, let's not give them more flowers than they deserve. The Rams offense only scored 20 points last night. Got 7 from defense. They haven't been world beaters. They're averaging 22 points per game. You highlight it. They've had stretches where they just get stuck in neutral and they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, when the loss that they had against the Dolphins, they scored 15 points. The loss to the Eagles, they scored 20. In wins at the Saints, they scored 21. They scored 12, 19, 13 against the Niners, the Jets, the Cardinals. Like, it's not like this is the offense. I know that there are threats that Nakua presents. And same thing with Cooper Kupp. Same thing with their rushing attack. And it all starts with Matthew Stafford, their quarterback. But let's not look at this as the greatest show on turf.
It's not.
The greatest show on turf this year
is
on our side.
Yeah, I know. Let's get to Mike in Belleville. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Hey, I would think I'd rather play the Rams. I think Ben Johnson's going to be more familiar with them, obviously playing them twice in the last 2 years. Give him a third time, I think he's going to be even better yet, and than the Eagles not having played him in the last couple of years.
It cuts both ways, right? Like the familiarity.
Yeah, I guess it does. I was just thinking about that as I was saying it. It does kind of go both ways.
But, Mike, I'm going to back you up in this. If you feel like you've got good coaching or better coaching, it's an edge to you because it's the chess match.
Yeah,
it's the adjustment to the adjustment. If you feel like both your coordinators are head coaches, you got 3 on staff, nobody's working with that.
Yeah.
So that is the edge. Ben Johnson says the well is deep. And I don't know if people believed him at first. They're like, why are you wasting these trick plays and blowouts? And he goes,
let me see something new.
I have so many of them. I can't run them all. Like the idea that he's not going to have a counterpunch or not have something set up. I think that was one of the keys to this offense going from good to great is that they show you a look from a formation, from a set, from a play, and it's setting up something later in the game. I mean, they're just very strategic in what they do offensively. In addition to having all pros and explosive playmakers, it's a really smart offense. All right, we got more phone calls and ticket texts on the Lions and what last night means for them, whether it's the Rams, whether it's the Eagles. And, of course, you can talk Commanders at any point all week. We're going to make a risky decision as a show coming up next. I want to try to work in the Pistons. Can we get away with that?
Yeah, I think so.
I think people are starting to wake up to what they're doing. We'll talk Pistons as well. It's 97.1.
The Lions have a walkthrough today as they prepare to face the Commanders on Saturday. The heavy lifting practices will come tomorrow and Friday, and Dan Campbell said that's where they'll get a better indication of how much running back David Montgomery will play. Montgomery's missed the last 3 games with a knee injury. The Pistons got back in the win column again yesterday thanks to a 124-119 win over the Knicks. Cade Cunningham was dominant in the second half after a rough first. Get a game-high 36. Malik Beasley led the group off the bench with 22. In just 18 minutes of play, head coach J.B. Bickerstaff had some high praise for Cade. Former Lions QB Matthew Stafford led the Rams to a victory over the Vikings 27-9, throwing for 2 touchdowns and 209 yards. Lynn Henning reporting yesterday that the Tigers will likely sign top international prospect Chris Rodriguez tomorrow. He's a 16-year-old righty outfielder from the Dominican Republic that ranks as the 4th best international prospect in this year's pool. Roki Sasaki tops the list. After a 2-goal and 4-assist week that saw the Wings extend their winning streak to 7, Patrick Kane was awarded the NHL's 3rd star. Detroit back in action tonight against the Sharks at LCA. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 6:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, a lot of ticket text on the Lions, phone calls as well. What did you make of last night, and how does it impact Detroit? Vikings go down. Sam Darnold with a reverse Matt Flynn. And Flores' defense, maybe not as scary as people thought. But are the Rams suddenly the biggest threat in the NFC? Prisoner of the moment, you tell us, 248-539-9797. We also want to talk about the Pistons. Mm-hmm. And just candidly, pre-show, we're talking about, hey, what do we want to do? It's, every day we're going to talk Lions, and we've got Lions tickets on Friday to give away, if you missed that note. But Tom said, hey, if we're going to celebrate what the Wings have been doing, let's not leave the Pistons out of this. So you got open lines if you want to talk about what Cade's doing, why they're suddenly winning, or if you haven't bought in yet, like, what do they got to do to get more respect? Because I feel like, we got to start talking about them a little more.
And I'm curious as to what people think about what's been the biggest reason for the turnaround.
Yeah.
14 wins last year. They're already at 21. They're sitting in the 8th seed right now in the Eastern Conference, and they're a heartbeat away. They're closer to being in the top 6 than they are of being outside the play-in tournament. Mm-hmm. And so they are starting to really solidify themselves as a quality team. I'm not going to sit there and say a good team or a great team, but a quality team that has to be accounted for every time they play because they can go out there and win. Is it JB? Is it Cade and his development? Is it Tobias Harris? Is it Hardaway Jr.? Like, what is the biggest reason? Or is it just Trajan Langdon?
Yeah, I feel like nobody talks about Trajan Langdon.
Yeah.
I know he's not playing, he's not dribbling, he's not coaching, but he came in and it was a mess.
There's some competency running the organization, and I know it takes some time. We talked about Brad Holmes early on because the draft picks have an instant impact. And Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, like they had instant impact. You don't get that instant impact from a draft, or for decisions that are made right away. But it really feels like a lot of this team is just being built with competency from the top.
So the biggest reason that they have a winning record right now, the biggest reason that they're worth talking about during a week where the Lions are gearing up for a playoff game is Cade Cunningham. But I think how we got here is so important. Cade on the ascent doesn't happen in a vacuum by itself.
Right.
Like he was going to get better the more he played, needed to stay healthy, grow into the body a little bit, and he uses his size, and he is a problem for smaller guards, especially when he gets in the lane. How they got him to this level? Well, I think Malik Beasley is a huge reason Cade Cunningham is blossoming. Malik Beasley is a knockdown shooter most nights. There's some floor spacing. Tim Hardaway Jr., that's a veteran. That's some floor spacing. Mm-hmm. Tobias Harris, slow start, but it gives him a little bit of offensive flexibility. All of a sudden, Cade can breathe. Exhale. There's a little bit of space to create, to grow, to get to that next level. So why is this working? I think Langdon putting shooting around Cade Cunningham. And that's not to take away from Bickerstaff. I mean, it's just such a clear upgrade from Monty Williams. It goes without saying. But how would you guys define it? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Laz in Detroit. Laz, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I think the spacing is definitely a big part of it, but also Cade's made a big jump in his play. He's better as a pull-up three-point shooter. He's a better distributor, but the better distributor goes hand in hand with the shooting, right? But I definitely think he's been an all-star, maybe even all-NBA level this year. Tyrese Halliburton not playing as great this season. Tyrese Maxey not playing as great this season. Even Trae Young leading the league in assists, but the Pistons are above the Hawks in the standings. I don't know. I think it's been Cade's development more so than it's been the difference, we'll say, in talent that they put around him.
Yeah, I mean, it's chicken and the egg at that point. He's not turning it over as much because he has the room to breathe. He can create his own shot a little better. Mm-hmm. And I agree with the point that, how many guards in the East are better than him? I mean, he really is cutting into not only all-star territory, but more.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the way that he's played, the way he's developed, even the change that we've seen in him, and maybe it's just being comfortable with the staff, with his teammates, but the difference between what we're seeing right now, 40 games in, versus what we saw in his first 3 years. Yeah. It's night and day.
Texter says, I think the coaching change is the biggest thing. They didn't want to play for Monty, and he didn't want to be here. Now they look engaged, passionate. I will be going to Detroit early Saturday to watch both the Lions and the Pistons in person. It's January in the D.
That song's not going to get made, right?
No.
You
can't.
No.
Keep your reader down, Jerome. You're right to your main point on the air, okay?
No, that ends everything. I just said to King and Doug, somebody text that in. And if that happens and that song gets made, that's the new priority patch.
You think that would really throw off the mojo?
Yes.
(248-539-9797).
Or if we start celebrating Hooper's birthday.
Oh, no. Look, we got Pistons calls and Lions calls. We're going to work in both of them in this hour. They're both playing Saturday, little double dip. Let's get to Jerome in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hey, good morning, Jerome.
Jerome.
All right, well.
Yep.
Oh. Hold on. I didn't hang up on him. I put him on hold. Jerome, redemption right here. Let's go.
Yeah, I was just calling to say that the Pistons started winning when Jaden Ivey went out. So I'm thinking, and they played better. So do you think that maybe he was holding Cade back a little bit? Yeah, he was playing good in our eyes. But as far as the W's, we're getting the W's without him. So do you think maybe we can trade Ivy and get a big man that can do a little more scoring than Jaden, than Duran, and get rid of Ivy? Because we're doing all right without him right now. So what y'all think?
Well, I don't remember the date that Jaden went down, but I do know that before he did, they started winning. They had that 4-game road trip: Phoenix, LA, Sacramento, Denver. They only lost to Denver.
That was with Ivy.
That was with Ivy. They beat Orlando at home. That was with Ivy. He was the leading scorer at 22.
And he got hurt, I think, shortly thereafter.
Right.
Yeah. I would put it like this. I think he can work with Cade.
Yeah.
I wouldn't tell you, though, that he is untradeable. In other words, if the Pistons get to the deadline and want to buy and they can get a more proven running mate for Cade Cunningham, it's one of those deals where you have to give to get.
Yeah.
I don't think he's bolted down. Could I put it that way?
No. I mean, he's not going anywhere because he's hurt.
Well, team, fair. My point is a team that's cashing out. They've got like a star player that's
sure
that they're giving away and they're rebooting.
Mm-hmm.
You're not necessarily trying to chase anything this year. I don't know. Maybe it's an off-season conversation.
I think it is at this point. The injury complicates things, but I don't think there's anybody that's untouchable other than Cade.
Yeah. And it's interesting, too, how the conversation changed. Before the year, you thought, okay, Beasley is kind of a Band-Aid. Tobias Harris could be flipped to a contender. If the market's not there, Trajan Langdon could say, hey, we might want to add a little bit here. We got the cap space. We can absorb somebody. It might not be a true running mate for Cade, but it could be a nice little piece to not only be in a play-in or an 8 seed, but try to lock up a 6 and try to be a team that could pull off a first-round upset in the NBA playoffs.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that by the time they get to the trade deadline, they are already in that 6th spot.
Yeah. Well, then solidify it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Because I can't imagine. And we all thought the concept was, hey, bring in Hardaway, bring in Beasley, bring in Tobias Harris so that they could be, pieces at the trade deadline. I can't imagine that you would be, in that top 6 or near that top 6, you would sell and trade out of that position to make yourself worse. Like the whole point is to win and get in. And you could improve yourself in the offseason. But hey, if these pieces are all working together, keep winning.
I think it would be a great spot to be in if you're Trajan Langdon. I think he had said last week that they're ahead of schedule, further ahead than he thought they would be. And it does let you go, hey, you know what?
Let's see what we can do this year.
Makes phone calls we never thought we'd be able to make.
Yeah.
Let's get back to those phones. Joe in a truck, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas.
What's up?
My brother likes to say that I'm in the hotel of overconfidence with this one. Well, book me in the presidential suite. Washington does not scare me. One of the best teams that ever assembled. I mean, the running game, we have the best rushing defense one of the best in the game. You got Brian Johnson, who's just average at best. He's all right. They got scary Terry McLaughlin. That's not scary. All it takes is one hit from a Curtis Joseph or a Branch, and he's out. Philadelphia does not scare me at all because you got one player that you really, really have to watch. That's Saquon Barkley. Is he going to get his? Absolutely, he's going to get his. But you just have to make sure other people don't get theirs, you know. In my opinion, I think that the Rams are just slightly better than Philly. I know I'll get a lot of blowback, but I think they're a little bit more balanced than Philadelphia. That will be a fun NFC Championship game. We're gonna sack Matty Statty about 3 or 4 times and win that like 38-37 in one of the best games, the NFC Championship game this league has ever seen. But don't worry about Washington. I mean, you're smoking something if you think they have any chance. They don't. So you guys have a good day and go Lions!
What a journey that phone call was that we all got to go on together. Why is Curtis Joseph playing safety for the Lions? And by the way, if it is a 1-point game in the NFC title between the Rams and the Lions, people are going to need like their heart to get restarted.
Oh, my goodness.
Is Terry McLaughlin related to Sarah?
Yes. Cousin twice removed.
Scary Sarah?
But he says not afraid of the Commanders.
No, nor should you be. There should
You shouldn't be afraid of the Eagles or the Rams either. They're just bigger threats.
Respect of playing in the game. But no, they do not strike fear into you.
So we've got that for you guys. Lions fans, clearly a lot to talk about. Game week, playoffs are here. Last night, clearly reshaping the NFC a little bit. You know who you're playing and might have a preference for who you're playing after that. And Pistons fans, I've enjoyed the early returns on this. Let's keep talking about our basketball team. What do they need to do to get a little more respect? Are you starting to pay attention? It's 97.1.
Hey, it's the winter driving season yet again, and reckless drivers seem to be everywhere. They can't keep their cars under control, and bam, you're hurt. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any time of the year, you need an injury attorney that's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. That injury attorney you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Some good response on the Pistons. Of course, Lions been a huge topic all day. Texter says the Pistons had developed a culture. These vets came in, redefined the standard. Hardaway, Beasley, they're locked in, and that's helped a young team. Texter says they're very real. They're one serious move away from us asking the question, do they have a core together that can eventually win it all? If we traded for Larry Markkinen, we're having some more serious conversations with the Pistons. Texter says, I think we got to get a big. I think we developed one. We have a young roster. Once we get another big, that's when things will really go to the next level.
All right, so they're really only committed somewhat long-term paying one guy, right?
Cade.
And usually in the NBA, determining factors, who's the second guy you pay?
Yeah, you're two, and in some cases, you're three.
So that's going to be the huge decision that they make here.
And it's unfortunate that Ivy's hurt because you'd love to see it the rest of the way with the two together.
And that's the Ivy dilemma because I don't know what the right answer is. I'm simply saying there's two sides to the argument here for sure. And because do you pay him what he might get?
It's interesting. The other thing is, too, if you make the playoffs this year, you give up your first-round pick, and then you are free to trade future first. They've been kind of held hostage with this first-round pick tied up with the Knicks. Make the playoffs, Cade's ascent, find if you have a 2 or what you need. You've got picks. You can go to the offseason, let Trajan Langdon really supercharge this to the next level. Texter says, yes, you guys made my morning playing the April in the D snippet. Someone wants us to do January in the D. We could remaster. If Alex Bregman's a Tiger, maybe we remaster April in the D as January in the D. John, I was impressed with some of your Christmas vocals. If we make it like a lower, bassier song.
You put it in my key.
And I know David from the afternoon is an underrated singer, Hatchet.
Yeah.
You think Doug would be a good fit for this?
Yeah, because that Doug singing makes me think of that singing. And I'm not trying to rip Doug in any capacity.
Oh.
Can't you see Doug singing that like in the background, like a background vocal?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason John should do it, January's your month.
It's your birthday.
That's all the birthdays.
Yeah, it is the
And the
birthday
Jansons.
month. Yes. Not everyone, because Teddy is in September, but the older 4 are all in January. We've already had 2. Mine is at the end of January, same as Lucy's. Ellie's comes in a couple of weeks.
So I'm adamant that I don't want this song. I think it would create bad mojo. And that's just the way I feel. And I think the fact that we've actually brought this up today and somebody might do it, we could be blamed for everything going sideways.
Well, you wanted them to remaster a Lions song.
Yeah, another one bites the dust.
Trust me, I said no.
Spider-Man Allen.
I said no. But the only one that really has their feet to the flame would be Costa and you, because you printed out the text.
I'm intrigued by it. Now, it doesn't work as well.
I don't.
Too many
censor.
syllables in January, right? Like, it doesn't work. Like
No,
April
let's
in the
hear
D.
it.
No,
a couple of renditions. Let's see if you can
Come on, we
workshop
can
it on
sing.
air.
Let's do it.
Yeah, right. We can sing. I think that settles that. We're going to need somebody else on the station to contribute.
Yeah, you're not allowed on the Christmas album next year. We've made that executive decision.
248-539-9797. I'm saying we got enough skilled vocalists here at the station. We could make it happen. January in the D. Pistons are hot. Wings are hot. Lions playing in the playoffs in round 2 of Super Bowl. All we need is the Tigers to sign Alex Bregman, and we're right where we need to be.
Yeah. Well, if you've listened to MLB.com, they're predicting a World Series run. Maybe we'll talk about that later in the week. Or if the Tigers.
I love the little things you find. Because we really could just do Lions the whole show, but you're still looking for little things.
Oh,
and
yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, because we're excited about what the Tigers did last year. All right. Is it a launching point?
Should be.
Some think it might be.
Better be. We'll get to Dan Campbell coming up at 9:35. Let's get to Heather's news.
All right, I want to talk about this Pittsburgh Penguins fan that went viral for all the wrong reasons. So there was this fan that found himself the focus of fan fury on Sunday night after he took a puck from a kid.
No.
So, yeah, here's what happened. This puck was caught in the netting, like over the glass, happened during a play in the second period. And this young boy went to the glass and was trying to, get the puck loose, which he did. Puck dropped, and then this older fan took the puck basically from this boy's hand and then gave it to his adult granddaughter. But like the story didn't end there. Like the fans started booing this guy, right? And like the situation escalated. The fan was yelling stuff, and then eventually a wife or a girlfriend of one of the players got the boy a new puck. It might have been like an autographed puck, but like got it from the locker room, gave it to this boy. So people were cheering for him. And that should have been the story, right? The old man got the puck and the hero came through. The young boy got a puck too. End of it. Well, I guess like the booing and things to this older man never stopped. Well, this guy got up and started yelling stuff back at the fans and then got into the boy's mom's face.
Uh-oh.
And then was ejected.
Oh, man.
Ushered out of the game. All because of a puck. Ridiculous. Crazy. Let the kid have it. You always let the kid have it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. A 15-year-old boy was taken into custody after a police chase in Monroe County. Happened on Sunday evening. Police attempted to make a routine traffic stop, but the vehicle didn't stop, sped away, and led this deputy on a chase onto I-75, like went into Frenchtown Township and then back into Monroe. And eventually the driver was taken into custody after stopping at a home in Monroe. 15-year-old kid. Thankfully, no injuries, no damage. Nobody was hurt, but kid is in custody. Yeah. So the attorney representing Jennifer Crumbley has filed new documents on Monday alleging that the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office spent $100,000 on two high-priced public relations firm to basically run a smear campaign against the Crumbleys. And this lawyer says that it was made very clear that both the prosecution and the defense were prohibited from engaging with media in any way that would, encourage pretrial publicity. But they say the prosecutor didn't listen and just, contacted these firms and then, pushed their own agenda. The prosecutors are saying, hey, we didn't do that. Like, what happened speaks for itself. Like, we just told the facts, and sorry if that's what you think was a smear campaign. We just shared the facts. Anyway, Jennifer Crumbley is currently trying to get her involuntary manslaughter conviction overturned, and she wants to be granted a new trial. So this is a continuation of all of that. So not only can you go and get your hair dyed Honolulu blue to celebrate the Lions' success, you can also go and enjoy some Honolulu blue pizza. Kind of. I mean, the whole pizza is not blue, which would be pretty cool if it was. But Moots Pizzeria and Bar is having fun with its menu items for the playoffs, and they have a few Honolulu blue spins on their pizza and their craft cocktails. So you can go, there's two pizzas. They're Honolulu blue pizza, and then they have like a spicy Honolulu blue pizza, and they both have blue dyed pineapple on them.
Oh.
Which most people don't like pineapple on their pizza anyway, but now it's just festive and exciting. So
you can order one and let it sit at your table.
And just show off.
Decoration. Yes, I'm a Lions fan.
Exactly. I eat blue pineapple.
It's a spicy garlic guy.
Yep. And what's cool though too is that they will be donating some of the money to the Detroit Lions Foundation. So you're also not only celebrating your fandom, but you're giving back to charity as well, which is cool. So the Pistons actually moved their game against the Phoenix Suns at Little Caesars Arena up an hour because of the Lions-Commanders game, which is going on the same night, obviously at Ford Field. The game's now going to start at 4 instead of at 5, and it makes sense because the Lions game starts at 8. So
get in, get done, and get over to Ford Field.
Devin Booker's going to make it there too, isn't he? Because the Suns are in town. He's a huge Detroit fan.
Yeah. It sounds like I read an article about him that he thought the game was going to be on Sunday, so he was prepared to actually stay in Detroit so he could be here on Sunday. But now that the game is Saturday night, it sounds like, of course, he's just going to wrap up the game and go to the other game.
And it'd be great if the Pistons players went too. I know the Lions players have been out to support the Pistons this week.
I got to imagine some of them will.
Yeah, some will make their way over.
Patrick and Brittany Mahomes have welcomed baby number 3. So congrats to them, the new parents for the third time. She shared a photo on Instagram. It's the baby's feet, and both parents are holding the feet. And then, of course, they debuted the baby's name, which is fitting because it goes along with all the other babies' name. This little girl is named Golden Ray Mahomes. Her other children, she's got a daughter, or they have a daughter, Sterling, a little boy Bronze, and then now Golden. So
Golden, not Goldie. Golden.
I like Goldie. That's cute. Maybe they'll call her that.
Yeah, they'll probably call her Goldie.
I mean, that's cute. I think Goldie's cute.
Yeah, Golden Ray. I mean, that's probably one that they'll say both names for a while. Golden Ray.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So siblings tend to have rivalries and butt heads. They have already ranked them.
They have.
Gold, silver, and bronze.
Their favorite came last. Yeah.
I mean, how do you win that battle? You're bronze? You're third? You're the third favorite?
Yes. I mean, we understand why they used bronze, but yes,
Yes, bronze is a nickname, not actually their
it's
son's
because it's,
name.
What,
Right.
Patrick
Because he's
Mahomes,
the
the third,
yes.
yeah, bronze.
Yes.
Yeah.
He
But
gets the
Sterling
bronze.
is,
For silver?
Silver.
yeah, I mean, that's her name. It's not a nickname.
Yeah.
I could have just named her Silver, I guess.
Didn't they name a dog
Yeah,
silver?
the dog was already Silver, so they couldn't.
It's too much to keep track
Anyway,
of.
yeah. Hey, Carrie Underwood is scheduled to perform at Donald Trump's inauguration next week. She's going to be singing America the Beautiful. She's going to be singing along with the Armed Forces Chorus and the United States Naval Academy Glee Club. She did release a statement just saying that she loves her country and she's honored to have been asked to sing. To be part of this historic event. She said that she is humbled to answer the call at a time when we must all come together in the spirit of unity and looking to the future. Other people will perform as well. The day before, during the inaugural ball and the rally, the Village People will be performing, and so will Kid Rock.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Lions head coach Dan Campbell. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for the next step of your fitness journey and you're looking for great value, stop by Planet Fitness, because for $1 down and $15 a month, you get your membership, which includes on all levels, knowledgeable trainers and free fitness training. Their sale has been extended. Last week, it was Start the Year Strong. That sale has been extended, and if you want to upgrade your membership to the Black Card, the Planet Fitness Black Card membership, you're going to get access to 2,600 locations nationwide. There's over 50 in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo. They're all over the place, and you've got access to all of them. You're also going to have unlimited guest membership. So if you're like me, you don't like working out alone, you could take somebody with you. If you're also like me and you like great variety in your workouts, they have brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and supine benches. It also have free weights, cable towers, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, a lot for those of you that like the aerobic training, whether it's Stairmasters or the bikes, treadmills, they've got it all. So stop by a Planet Fitness right now and you can get signed up. Their hours and amenities and offers vary by club. You can check it out at planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information. You must be 18 years old to enroll, or if you're 13 to 17, have a parent or guardian with you. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness. Your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal You. Go to idealu.us right now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution this year is to lose 100 or 10 or anywhere in between, Ideal You works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in the 40 days that I was assigned to do this, and I got to eat real whole foods. And the best part about eating real whole foods, it is a change in lifestyle, and you can stick with it. So it's not shakes and bars or potions that you got to keep buying or purchasing over your weight loss journey. Ideal You's weight loss coaches work with you every single step of the way. They're going to coach you and help you lose weight. And then the best part is they're going to help you keep it off. I'm down 70 pounds from when I started. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal You is a Michigan-based weight loss company that has helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal You customers lost at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. And who doesn't like that success rate? 9 out of 10. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. You can sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right, losing weight and getting a $200 Visa gift card. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
Finished with 36. Mark Champion on the call. Cade had 29 of the 36 in the second half. Toe-to-toe with Jalen Brunson. Pistons win. 7 of 8, 10 of 12. Ticket Texter says they're the coolest story in Detroit right now, and it's not close. They would argue Cade is the best individual athlete in Detroit right now. I think the Lions are the coolest story. I'll be the guy that says, hey, the team chasing a Super Bowl is a little cooler. But that's not to take away from what's going on right now. Wings have won 7 in a row. Pistons are red hot. That's why someone wanted us to remaster April in the D. And someone said we could do winter in the D to avoid the syllable issues with January. So John doesn't like this idea.
I don't like the idea.
But you're an integral part. Your voice, your vocals are going to really just drive it home.
Well, I'm abstaining at this point.
We'll use AI, Jansen. All right, 248.
Probably better.
248-539-9797. We just had Dan Campbell on. And look, we're in game week now. I thought the Montgomery stuff's interesting. We could talk about it later this week a little more, but like today's a day to see physically if he is where they need him to be to take on the normal role.
Well, I thought that was interesting. And because it took 3 different doctors before he got what he wanted to hear. Now, it is going to be up to the staff to decide, do we want to put him in? How much do we want to put him in? What situations do we want to put him in? It's also going to be up to him to be honest with the coaches and say, I'm not going to put my team at risk, all right? We've got Jahmyr Gibbs. He can handle the load. He's shown that over the final 3 weeks of the season. If I can add something to this team, then I want to be available. And that's maybe the hardest decision, is the one that he has to make. Do I want to be a part of this? Selfishly, yes. Do I want to go out there and possibly not be what this team needs and to remove yourself? That's an almost impossible decision to make as an athlete.
You asked it in the question. Like, Gibbs has played so well the last 3 games. Over 100 yards rushing in all 3 games. I think touches, he's 20-plus touches in every single game. He's been the guy, the workhorse. And when he gets to the second level, he is special. How much do you really want to take him off the field? Like, clearly to keep him fresh, he's not going to play 100% of the snaps, but doesn't it feel like he's the guy to ride down the stretch now? Not that Montgomery won't have a role, but it feels like it's Gibbs' job.
Well, it depends on how effective David Montgomery could be. If he's effective, I would say go back to the ratio, the scenario that you had before he was hurt. And Gibson's going to have an issue with that. Montgomery's not going to have an issue.
No.
The team's not going to have an issue with it. So go back to whatever rhythm you believe is your best rhythm. And if it's more Gibbs, then so be it. I mean, it's really a decision for Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell. The other thing I thought that was interesting in there is just his ability, because we all know the pressure on this team. It's one of Super Bowl or bust, and you know that's their mindset as well. We are in position. We earned the number 1 seed. He talked about how important that was, and but to be able to step away and do some of that work from home and mentally recharge for coaches as much as the mental and physical recharging that was done by the players. To be able to remove yourself for just a little bit, and now you can attack it with the ability to be fresh, with the ability in so many different ways. And maybe you're going to see something this week that you wouldn't have if you just tirelessly spent time at the office because you felt like that's what you had to do.
Right. There's a skill in not overdoing it. Like, you'd hear these coaches in the past, they would sleep at the office and they live at the office and they're just going to watch film until they pass out. And work smarter, not harder. They could have driven themselves crazy prepping for the Vikings because they felt like they had to do something last week, right? Like, let's use all of our time effectively. Let's put a game plan together for the Vikings and the Rams and Commanders and all the possible opponents.
Yeah.
But you do need a little bit of perspective. Scoop back a little bit. Someone asked him last week, you live, breathe, and eat the game or something like that. And he goes, I'm going to have to drink the game this week. Yeah. It's just kind of kick back a little bit. Yeah. And then you tap right back in with a clear head.
12 ounces at a time.
Exactly. And you tap right back in with a clear head.
Yeah. And it makes you a better coach, a better leader. You're more refreshed to send the message to your team. It also sends a message to your team that it's okay for Jared Goff to be able to do some of that work from home. You don't have to drive into Allen Park, Penei Sewell, insert any player. Like, it sends that message that it's okay. Because when the boss is in, everybody feels like, oh, I should be in as well. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden, hey, they can feel mentally refreshed, physically refreshed, and you can attack the playoffs like it needs to be addressed.
Got Carson Anderson coming up shortly here. Gators settling into the studio. Talked a little about the Pistons earlier today. Lions have been big story for us all day. Gator, what's going on?
How is everybody today?
Good.
Whew. Playoff week, man.
I know.
Something about it.
Inching closer.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like to hear it. I sent a text from my brother this morning saying that somebody on one of the football shows this morning used the term chesty.
Oh, they've been listening to you
mainstream
guys.
now.
Yes.
To describe the Steelers going into their game against Baltimore, that the Steelers were feeling chesty. Now, I'm not sure how I should feel about that. That's
flattered.
Our term.
You should be flattered.
That's our term. Should I be flattered?
Yeah.
And then the Steelers would feel chesty about going to the game against Baltimore. It's kind of laughable. When you look back on it.
Especially since they haven't won a playoff game in, 6 years?
Yeah.
8.
Well,
but who's counting?
Since 2016, yeah. So, listen, with our team, it's interesting because I start thinking about this. I don't, normally we get to this, we start talking about pressure. Everybody's got pressure on them to do this, pressure to do that. I don't feel like the Lions feel that there's any pressure whatsoever. They've just dealt with it. It's like that word is eliminated from the culture of this football team, and I think it's amazing that they've been able to do that. I don't know if they feel it or not, but they sure don't exude like they feel any pressure.
Right.
It's really, really well said. I hadn't thought about it that way, but the idea they go for all these fourth downs, they've dealt with all these injuries, like this is just another game for them.
Well, they've done all the work. They've done all the preparations, like going into a test, right? If you don't go in thinking that you've done everything you could possibly do, then you get a little bit of nervous. And it's not that you can't be anxious or excited. Those are all feelings that are you're going to have. But if you've turned over every stone that you feel you could turn over, and you go in and you just play.
I mean, you watched like the game last night, and you see Sam Darnold, and he's misfiring on his passes. He's throwing them short. He's throwing them wide. He's hanging on to the ball too long.
Mm-hmm.
And next thing you know, it turns into this 9-sack performance from the Rams defense.
See, there was doubt.
Right, exactly. I mean, is the Rams defense that good, or was Sam Darnold, did he freeze in the moment? Was the pressure too much for him? And I would argue that it was a little bit of both, but I think more so that the pressure just got to him. I mean, Sam Darnold's the guy that saw ghosts years ago. There's that amazing 2-second clip of him where he looks totally bewildered on the field. Well, there's ghosts again, man.
Yep.
They're back.
I see dead people.
What do you guys got coming up?
A lot of Lions, a lot of Pistons. How about them?
Yeah.
Got a question about the Pistons. We'll talk about the Monday night playoff game, et cetera, et cetera. And there's some great coaching going on in Detroit right now. We will discuss.
Yep.
It's 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsh and Anderson program. Good Tuesday to you. The one day closer, Gator. We are one day closer to the playoff game this weekend between the Lions and the Washington Foot Commanders. Can't wait for this one. Cannot wait for it. We got a little taste, more taste of playoff football last night. We'll get into that coming up momentarily. How are you?
I'm tired, man. That was a long pigskin pandemonium to deal with, and then finally that's come to an end. Whew. And now we just have a couple days of it.
You was it too much, all that, or are you good?
No, I was good. I enjoyed it. It was good to quite good.
Yeah.
No, it was excellent. Even though some of the games may have been blowouts, I think they were still entertaining to watch, and I think even the game last night, just like down goes Darnold again and 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 again. 9 sacks was unbelievable. 23 pressures, the most in the modern era of playoff football. It's an impressive performance by the Rams on offense and on defense. And hey, Sam Darnold got exposed by the Lions and Aaron Glenn. The Rams did the same thing. Now Shula's getting all this attention for what he was able to do with the defense with the Rams. And okay, whatever. Hook 'em. Honolulu flu in full effect here. You play the Lions and you get smoked the next game.
It's totally weird what happened to Minnesota at the end of the year. Yes or no, did the Lions break the Vikings?
Well, you look at their season. Didn't the Vikings started off with 4-0, then they lost to the Lions and the Rams. Then they win 9 in a row, and then lost to the Lions and the Rams. They lost to 2 teams all season, twice.
Yeah.
So, bad matchup for that team. I don't know. It could have been. Look, last night the Rams were playing for a lot more than just themselves. They're playing for an entire city, and the nation was feeling for what's going on in Los Angeles. And I think that they they took that and ran with it as they should, use everything for motivation, and that's a lot to take on, and they did it well, and they did it soundly to the point where now you're thinking about, okay, that matchup, the Rams and Philly, it should be a real game.
I mean, the Rams are starting to get a little scary, and we know about their offense, and we know about their weapons on the outside, but defensively, if you look at what that team did, like they sat starters for the season finale, so we'll throw that one out. If you throw that one out, their last 4 games, these are their point totals allowed. 6, 9, 9, 9. Those are their last 4 games, point totals allowed, minus the game where they sat some starters. If that team is really, truly starting to play better defense, and if you told us 2 weeks ago that the Rams defense would hold the Vikings to 9, you'd say, wow, that's a pretty impressive defense performance. It's moving beyond, hey, it's just what the eyes showed us last, and moving into, they might have solved some things defensively. Now, part of it is who they're playing. They might have caught the Vikings at just the right time. And the Vikings fans have to be just devastated. 8 days ago, they played a game that felt like it was the biggest regular season game, and they had a chance to be the 1 seed. 8 days later, their season is over. And, there's going to be format gripes. The thing about it, though, is you look at all the facts. This is the first time a 14-win team had to go on the road for their first playoff game. First time a 14-win team, was as low as a 5 seed. The first time a 14-win team, blah, 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 all that. Because it's the first time, I think any reaction to this would be an overreaction. But I'm sure they're not happy in Minnesota. Because if it was Detroit, what if, right? What if the Lions had lost that game and they were the team playing on Monday? It would suck.
Yeah, they have a mess load of free agents that they have to deal with what they want to, who they want to bring back, who they're not going to bring back, and it all starts with Sam Darnold. What do you do with your quarterback situation? Do you think that this is just kind of an aberration of what happened the last couple of games, or is that absolutely who Sam Darnold is? And if you think that's the case, you've got a rookie that you drafted that didn't play because of an injury, and you're going to lean on him. But if you're leaning on a rookie who now becomes a second-year player but didn't play a single down this past season, who basically is a rookie next year, if that's what you're relying on, those expectations, I can't imagine are going to be too high for the first season there. So now it's almost like you're in rebuild mode if you're Minnesota. If you choose not to bring Darnold back, you might have a little bit more money to deal with, but you still have a ton of players to re-sign. They have a decent amount of cap space left, but it goes quickly when you've got to think about like 30 positions on the team. You're talking about more than half your roster.
Yeah, and Darnold, I actually felt bad for him last night. Like, I felt, because, look, everybody knows what's on the line for him financially, and now everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about how he's losing money like every single snap. People are discussing how this is going to cost him on the open market. In the meantime, he's getting his butt kicked. And, yeah, I mean, some of it had to do with him holding on to the football too long. Some of it had to do with his reluctance to throw the ball away. But he's getting his absolute butt kicked on national TV. It had to be embarrassing. Like, I felt bad for Sam Darnold, and I usually don't feel bad. Like, they're professional athletes. It's part of the job. I did feel bad for him.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I don't feel too bad for a guy who's earned over $65 million in his career to this point. So if he's going to miss out on getting a $200 million contract because, he's reverted to being the quarterback we've all seen for his entire career, with the exception of, 14, 15 games this year. Yeah, so be it. I felt bad because he was taking a pounding. That's what I felt bad about. I mean, the guy, getting hit that many times as a quarterback in this game, in a game you have no chance to come back in. I'm surprised they left him out there, that they didn't change things up. Go to somebody else. With it, Daniel Jones, I think, is the backup. Go to him. Stop putting him out there. And, the Rams did not let up. If you watch all the way to the end of that game, they were hitting to hurt, it looked like, on a couple of those plays at the end of it. And not necessarily on Darnold, but on receivers. Guy would catch the ball and would get smashed by 3 guys. They were not taking it easy with 2 minutes to go and a 26-point lead or whatever it was.
So the real question here is, how does this affect the Cowboys? So, I mean, I was thinking about this. No, but seriously, the real question is, how does it affect the Lions?
Yep.
And my opinion is, what I think is going to happen is Sam Darnold was the bridge quarterback. He was basically going to have to take him to the Super Bowl for them to force their hand at either franchising him or bringing him back on a longer deal. The season ended with two very bad losses, right? So I think what they do now is, because they do have a lot of free agents, Gator, you're right, they're going to have to re-sign a lot of guys or go bring guys from other teams onto the squad. So they're going to save money by letting Darnold go. They have JJ on a rookie deal. JJ sat this year, all right? Hopefully he was able to learn, develop, rehab, all that stuff. I think Kevin O'Connell's, I don't want to say cocky, arrogant, confident enough, whatever you want to call it. Look what I just did with Sam Darnold. I can do this with J.J. McCarthy as well. I can do this with a good quarterback. No one saw it coming. I can do it. So I think they save money. J.J.'s the quarterback next year. I think that's who the Lions are going to be facing, is J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings. And they're going to bring back as many guys as they can and then supplement through free agency with other guys.
Yeah, and I think with McCarthy, there's lots of question marks because it's not like he was asked to throw the ball a ton while he was at Michigan. Sam Darnold at least had a track record of throwing the ball around. At
sucking,
USC.
though.
Well, but I'm saying at USC.
Oh, at
I'm not
USC,
saying
yeah.
even at.
I meant in the NFL.
At some point, you thought, he was taken that high. You thought, okay, this guy is going to be something, and he hasn't been. But you still have the McCarthy will still have the same weapons to work with that Darnold had to made him look so good. So maybe he can hit the ground running. It's a great situation to be in for a quarterback. But for a rookie quarterback, it just makes it tougher because performances like we've seen the last couple of years with C.J. Stroud and Jaden Daniels, these are not the norm to see a rookie step in and play that well. Or Bo Nix, what he has done this year, but maybe it's becoming the new normal. But I'm with Kang. I wouldn't bring back Darnold.
We will get to the Pistons coming up on the back half of this hour because another game, another win last night, and a different way of getting it done. And another incredible performance from Cade Cunningham. We will get to that again in the back half of this hour. We open with some football, 248-539-9797. You asked the question there. You guys were talking in the crosstalk about pressure. Is there real pressure on the Detroit Lions? It's something Dan Campbell talked about a little bit yesterday in his press conference. We'll get to that coming up today at 10:20. Plus your phone calls and feedback. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Just a quick follow-up. Wife said no to the hat.
Yeah.
She doesn't think I should get the hat.
Didn't like that cabbie type hat, the Scully or whatever they're called.
Yeah. So, well, if she had said yes, I might have pulled the trigger. But she's like, nah, not really. I'm like, okay, cool. If you missed yesterday's show, Ken tried to convince me to buy a hat, a Lions hat. You can see it at Doug Gator 971. It is, it's something else. But anyway, all right, so you were talking about pressure, whether or not the Lions feel any pressure. Am I characterizing that correctly? Is that sort of the tenor of the conversation?
Yeah, I think it's interesting the way Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have built this team and the way Dan Campbell has coached this team and the way that his assistants have followed suit. I wonder how much pressure that the players actually feel. I feel like they've just worked it all out. Like there is no pressure. And what they've gone through is the reason why, because they've met every obstacle, and whether they don't overcome it or they do overcome it, it's okay. It's just the business of playing professional football and doing it at a high level. It seems that they're almost impervious to pressure. They don't succumb to it.
So Campbell was asked a question about that yesterday when he met with the media, and the question was basically, can you tell the difference of the weight of expectations? A year ago, you guys, certainly had some expectations, but you weren't considered like the favorite. Now you go into this thing with the greater expectations. Like, can you feel the weight of that? And Dan Campbell was like, I don't even know why you put that out there. We don't think that way. That's not the way we think. We don't think, oh, this is going to hurt if we lose. We just don't even, that doesn't even cross his mind.
Right.
And, as a mere mortal, which I think I pretty much am, when it comes to sports too, like I was a goalie in soccer and I was terrible with pressure. Like I was the guy that was really good until I gave up one goal. And then you could count on 2 or 3 coming. Like I was not good, if something went wrong, even if it wasn't necessarily my fault. And I recognized it early on. Like I'm a terrible free throw shooter. Something about being on the stage of that. All through high school, I couldn't really shoot free throws all that well. But whatever. That's the point is, I recognized early on I am not a pressure performer, and that's okay. Because it wasn't likely to be my line of work, professional sports. But these guys, the way that they're wired, the way that Dan Campbell's wired, and the way it's filtered down to his team, I agree with you. I don't think they feel pressure. I think they just think about, we are so prepared, we will just go do our job, and we're kind of ready for anything, whether it's a bad start, whether it's, like, I don't worry anymore if Goff throws a pick.
Right, exactly. I mean, we can go back to the Houston game, and we will for years to come, because that was one for the ages. The 5 interceptions doesn't matter. We'll just get the job done, and we'll figure it out. And then when the game's over, we'll look at the scoreboard. Hey, what do you know? We won. They don't care. They're able to get past all of that. And you also go back to what Goff had to say, I don't know, 5 weeks ago or so, when he said, we work hard.
Mm-hmm.
They like take offense to it, that people say, well, it just comes easy to you guys. No, it doesn't come easy. They work so hard at it during the week that it can look easier, but the path to get there is paved by hard work. And that's, I think, what Dan Campbell is expressing here. And this is why I don't think that this team succumbs to pressure, because they work at it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think some of that has to do with your DNA. I don't know how much of this has to, like, does Brad Holmes specifically identify players?
That's the other part.
Yeah.
That's different about this team is the players they're looking for. Okay. Because not everybody is going to be able to be impervious to pressure, but they're looking for guys that love the game, that live the game and live for moments. And that's stuff that sometimes you can see part of that on the field, but you really get to know it when you're talking to somebody. And that, again, it's a difference in the Detroit Lions way of doing business and the way that other teams do it. They've created this whole team on philosophy about changing culture and what do you want the culture to be. I mean, from moment one, that was the objective from Sheila Ford Hamp when she met with Rod Wood and brought in Chris Spielman. that was what they were going to do.
Cliches come all the time in sports, right? We hear it all the time. One of the biggest ones is next man up. It doesn't mean anything unless you have the culture to back it up. And the Lions have changed the culture and built the culture to back that up. It's been said a million times, too, or at least I feel like I heard it a million times. Not everyone can be a Detroit Lion. They specifically go after certain players, certain coaches, whoever, and that fits the culture. I look around the league. We watch a lot of football this past weekend. What was it? Your pigskin pandemonium, right?
Yep.
It was nonstop football. I see a lot of guys on other teams with the C on their jersey, and I think that guy would never be a captain here. You're reading a book on the sidelines, dude. Your team just won a playoff game, and I'm just singling out A.J. Brown as one guy. The captains mean something here. You got to lead by example, whether it's on the field or off the field or both. Like, it's not like they don't just hand out the C because someone's got to wear it. I think it stands for not just captains, culture. And so when you have Anzalone, Penei Sewell, Goff, those guys, and Monroe St. Brown, those are real captains in the league. And I don't think they take this thing seriously. And that's why they've been so successful. It's so fun to watch.
It really is. And you know what else is kind of crazy? I was thinking last night as that game was winding down. You go through the regular season, the 17 games, and you get it, and you get to the end, and you have all the stuff and wow, blah, 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 and the NFC North, and what a division. Packers and Vikings are done. They're done. Just like that, they're done. Now, maybe it has to do with the format. They both had to go on the road, but this elite division, only the Lions are left standing.
Yeah, well, it wasn't really a road game for the Vikings last night, but it's certainly different than what it would have been if they played in Minnesota.
I don't know if it was any different than it would have been if they played in L.A. I mean, they said that 52,000 Rams fans that had tickets to the game in L.A. took the tickets in Phoenix. Now, did they all use them? I don't know. But 248-539-9797. We go to Dave and Al Park here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Nothing. I wanted to call. I wanted to touch on something that I don't think nobody's really thought about. It is kind of scary. Like, what is the backup plan if our team is completely decimated on the staff side? You have Todd Haley interviewing, Spielman interviewing for GM, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn. What are we going to do if, like, the core of the culture besides the team is removed? Where do we go?
Well,
that's a scary thought.
The core would come from.
You mean Hank Fraley?
Yeah, I mean Hank Fraley. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, the core would be Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dissner, and Sheila Ford Ham and Rod Wood. That's the core. And
where do we go if crucial pieces are removed?
Well, I can't imagine that Holmes and Campbell are going anywhere.
No, not them.
Right, no, I know, but you're talking about assistant coaches. I mean, they'll just find other coaches that fit what they want to do.
You know, Dave, I go through a little bit of paranoia with that as well. Because first things first, I want them to win the Super Bowl. If they win the Super Bowl and they get gutted, so be it. What it scares me is not winning the Super Bowl, getting gutted, and it does have an impact. And and it's not that I think they can't overcome the loss of any one guy. But if you start getting into both coordinators, Chris Spielman, Hank Fraley, if somebody comes knocking on, Dissner's door or who's the guy you were worried about earlier in the week? The assistant GM.
Dorsey.
Yeah. I mean, you could see this thing, really starting to take some hits. The important part is they do have the GM and they do have the coach, and they do seem to have the commitment. And they will be kind of last, though, if they might not be able to replace as many guys because other spots will be taken. But I have those concerns as well. I guess cross that bridge when we get to it, Dave, to an extent. But they'll still have the most important pieces in place. 248-539-9797. Let's get to this Piston team, huh? Got a question about them. We'll talk about last night's game and try and put into context what's going on with the Detroit Pistons, who have won 10 of 12. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Get to some Pistons discussion coming up here on the Carson Anderson program. Great to be with you on a Tuesday in Detroit. Hope you're all doing well. Let's go to Anthony in Bloomfield. You're on 97 a ticket. What's up, Anthony?
Morning, guys. Great show. Hey, I was just listening to that caller worried about, oh, my gosh, what if we lose all these other guys and the core and blah, blah, blah. And I'm asking myself, well, what if Sheila just throws money at it? Can that solve the problem of Spielman leaving or anybody else leaving? Just pay him more. I mean, there's no cap.
Well, but I know people want to say that it's an easy go-to that just give them more money. But if that's not what they're looking for, if they're looking for another challenge and moving up a ladder,
they want advancement.
If somebody wants to become a head coach, you cheer him on and you say go for it. If somebody wants to go from being in the Lions front office to being a GM for another team, okay, pat him on the back, say thank you, and we'd like to hang on to you.
On. Okay, gotcha. All right, thanks, guys.
Now I will say this. Try and keep them with money.
Sure. I'm not against that. I'm just saying that, ambition and goals, sometimes the money part falls by the wayside because that's what you're looking for. You're looking for advancement.
If they can make them the highest paid coordinators in the NFL, both of them. And if they come back, I suspect if they're not that, they'll be very close to it. It's, if you listen to Ben Johnson, we actually pulled a Ben Johnson cut from a year ago as to why he took his name out of the running for head coaching positions. Listening to it back is important, and we'll play it a little bit later on, and we'll revisit it because you can start to see some of, you wonder, maybe it's not a sure thing that he leaves because it feels like the parameters and his priorities a year ago, I'm not sure how much they've changed, but it was pretty convincing as to why he stayed.
And I'll tell you this, people. They will not leave those positions vacant. They will fill the offense and defensive coordinator positions if both were to leave, so they will not leave them vacant. And a little prediction for me is we talk about not everyone can be a Detroit Lion. They draft certain players. They go after certain players in free agency. I think they do the exact same thing in the front office and on the coaching staff. And don't be surprised if they just promote from within because they've been grooming these guys to become coordinators and eventually head coaches. I don't think they just draft, develop, and sign on the player side. I think they try to do the same thing with the coaching side. So I think Shepard as defense and maybe Mark Brunell as the offense. But I think they've been developing everyone to kind of move up so we can just continue this process. And as long as we have Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, we'll be okay.
All right. Let's get to the Pistons. Winners again last night over the Knicks, 124-119. Interesting way this game went. 3.5 minutes in, Jalen Duren had picked up 2 fouls. Cade had 4 fouls before the half. Pistons had a little bit of foul trouble early. Whenever I see foul trouble, one of the things I start thinking about is, okay, that means the other team's going to probably get more open looks. That means the other team's probably going to out-rebound you. And both those things happened in the first half as the Knicks led it at the half. But in the second half, first of all, Cade went off, even with the 4 fouls.
Mm-hmm.
He had, 29 points, I think, in the second half.
Like 18 in the fourth quarter or something.
The Pistons shot nearly 60% in the second half, nearly 60% from 3, and actually beat a really good New York team on the road in the Garden.
That's the thing that's great about this. This is the Knicks team that's third in the Eastern Conference, 26-14 record going into the game, taking on a Piston team that was hovering around 500, right? But a much improved Piston team. Pistons had to play at their best to beat one of the best teams in the conference, and they did because they shot 50% from the field, because they shot 44% from three-point land, because they made all but one of their 18 free throws, because they turned the ball over only 11 times. Those numbers are incredible for any team, but this is what the Pistons, it feels like they have to play at a level like that to beat those top teams. Well, they did last night. They did it. This team they're on a heater. I think they're 12-4 in their last 16 games. They're getting scoring from all over the place. Have had to overcome Jaden Ivey's injury. Cade Cunningham is just showing up in New York. They showed last night, they had the graphic of his the last 5 trips to New York, and he's averaging like 32 points a game during that stretch. He's been great, and he is the last few games you've seen him when the team needs him. he puts them on his shoulders and goes for it in the fourth quarter, and love to see it because he's turning into what, early in the season we were saying he's an all-star. Now he's turning into a superstar before our eyes. And it's awesome because that's what you expect when you draft somebody first overall in the NBA draft. How long is it going to take to get there? Well, this is the fourth year, and he's getting there.
So there's some data to support that, and we'll get to that coming up. But you said something in there that kind of touches on a question we want to ask the audience. You said they're on a heater. Are they? Or are they just good? Like, is it time to stop thinking about, hey, the Pistons are hot, and just time to start thinking of them as, hey, they're pretty damn good. And they play an Indiana team that's ahead of them in the Eastern Conference playoff standings. They play them, I think, tomorrow in the Eastern Conference playoff chase. I expect the Pistons to be favored. Like, they're starting to get treated like and processed like a good team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice stretch of 16 games. It's almost like, for me, okay, is it sustainable? What do you do over the next 16-game stretch? Are you able to sustain this? Well, maybe not 12-4, but can you be 10-6 during that stretch and just continue to add to the games above 500? Are you getting better with your point differentials per game? Where now it's almost even. Where several weeks ago they weren't anywhere close to even.
248-539-9797. Piston fans, Detroiters, have you just started to accept that they're just good? It's not that they're playing above their head. It's not that they're just hot right now. Are you to the point where you're going, nope, they're good. They're going to make the playoffs, and they're going to be a problem the rest of the way. And the other thing, that I can't help but, it feels like it's happened with every incarnation of a Piston championship team. It happened with the going to work Pistons, and it happened with the bad boys. And that is the rungs on the ladder. They were at the bottom. They've been on the bottom. They won 14 games last year. I feel like this is the first rung on the ladder towards what you hope is a championship conclusion. And I think back, it really resonated with the Bad Boys era where they made the playoffs. And I remember at the beginning, if you may recall, the team that they really were battling with for, who's going to step up in the East. It was Detroit and Atlanta. And it was, can they get past Atlanta? And once they got past Atlanta, it was okay, can they beat Boston? And they couldn't, and then they could. And then can they beat the Lakers? And they couldn't, and then they could. They worked their way up the rungs of the ladder. The bad boy Pistons, it was New Jersey, or the going to work Pistons, it was New Jersey, the Nets.
Yep.
And then it was,
Indiana.
Yeah, there was Indiana, there were the Nets. They had to move up these rungs on the ladder of teams. Could they beat them? And then they get to the NBA Finals and they didn't lose it. They beat the Lakers. I feel like this team has started another journey up that ladder, and we're seeing the first rung on the ladder here, which is make the playoffs, get into the dance. They're not winning the NBA championship. I'm pretty sure of that.
Right.
So, how high will they go up the ladder this year? Is it win a playoff? Is it, first of all, is it stay out of the play-in stuff? Is it win a play? And the weird thing about the East is, yes, the win over the third seed Knicks is great, but the East is so top heavy. If you make the playoffs, the big thing is avoid the 1 seed and the 2 seeds. You don't want to play Cleveland or Boston.
Okay, they may be top heavy, but there's still 9 teams in the Eastern Conference that are at 500 or better. In the Western Conference, there are 10 teams that are at 500 or better. So the conference stuff, maybe that's.
I didn't say anything about the conference. I just said you don't want to play Boston or Cleveland in the first round.
I don't. You're probably right with that. But my point is that it used to be that the Western Conference is so dominant that great, you're getting teams are well below 500 that are making the playoffs in the East, and that's shifting. This is becoming way more competitive now, and we'll see if this is real or not. I hope this is real, and I think it is because of the youth of this team and because of the veteran players they brought in. You got a fresh look with a coach that's bringing a fresh approach to it. You got a new GM that's bringing some exuberance to this as well. I like what we got here, and it feels like they are going to grow together because they are so young.
They've won 10 of 12. In that stretch, they've beaten teams like Orlando, the Lakers. They beat the Knicks last night. They beat some good teams. Are we at the point where you just think, hey, they're not hot, they're good? The Pistons are good. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, cold weather is really a problem. We're getting some really cold weather now. You look at these overnight temperatures; it's incredible, and the wind chill's getting to single digits and all that. It's nasty, and they can really wreak havoc on your garage door when you think about it, because you got springs and rollers and a number of moving parts that can actually break when the temperature drops. This is why I recommend Precision Garage Door Service. It's a great local company. They do same-day service, so your garage is back to new in no time. You're starting to hear some weird squeaks, some weird noises out of it. Do something about it now. Call the folks over there, because they're going to help make sure that everything is running right for you. Whether it's maintenance or new garage doors, whatever the case is, anything to do with your garage doors, you call Precision. They are awesome. They are the place. Just give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The Pistons, are they just good? Like, is this not about a team that's hot anymore? They've made the transition to being a good Eastern Conference NBA team that's going to be around. You're not going to sweat whether or not they're going to make the playoffs. You believe they're going to make the playoffs. Are they good? 248-539-9797. Gator, you think they're good, or do you think it's just a heater?
I mean, if I can, I'm going to say I got to wait. I don't believe in it just yet. And I think they will be good, because I believe in the core and I believe in the coach and the GM. I think they've got the right people in place, and I think it still takes some time here. But I can't say that they've arrived at that point just yet. I want to see some more ball being played. We're just about the halfway point. I love what I've seen. the fact that they've well surpassed their win total from all of last year, and they're not even halfway through the season here, is pretty great. But I need to see more because I feel like maybe this is just a heater. I want to be convinced otherwise, and I'm willing to watch. I mean, you know me and how I feel about basketball. Not the biggest basketball guy, but if the Pistons start playing well, I get interested. I texted you guys last night. I let out an audible, woo! Oh! One of those.
When
Beasley
Beasley hit the first three or the second three?
When Beasley hit the first three, I went, oh! And he hits the second one, and it was like, times 5 on that because that was a dagger. And it's been a while since we've seen that. How many times have we seen the Pistons play where they claw and scratch, get their way back into a game, and here they are, they're within 2, and the other team drains a 3 with like 8 seconds to go, and you're like, oh, come on. It's completely deflating. The Pistons did that to the Knicks last night. And the Knicks, they're not the Washington Generals. The Knicks are a good basketball team. 3rd in the conference. I love to see it.
No, the Knicks actually have championship aspirations. They went out and got Big Cat, and they obviously have Brunson, and they got Bridges. So, yeah, they're a legit threat in the East. And the question is, I don't know if the question is, are the Pistons a legit threat, but are they good, Doug? And I think maybe it's the scared bitch in me, but I just can't believe it yet. I just can't because I don't want to be burned again. I don't want to be hurt. I don't want to be like, guys, they're good. Cade's an all-star. The young guys are developing. JB Bickerstaff is a great coach. And then all of a sudden they lose 8 out of 10. I'm like, what a fool I was, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm scared. So as of right now, I feel like they're just on a heater. Doesn't mean they're a bad team, but I can't get over the hump to say they're good yet.
You know? It's fair. I mean, it's okay to say I'm just waiting to see some more, because it isn't. This streak started, I believe. Well, I go back and look. This is only really over like 3.5, 4 weeks. It's not like this is a massive sample size of great basketball. It started Saturday, December 21st. So we're not even a month here. And yeah, there's some of these games in here are against some bad teams, but some of them are some good teams. Last night was a credible NBA win. And I feel like this is the kind of stuff where eventually they're going to start getting some talk outside of Detroit where people be like, this Piston team.
They actually are a little bit. Bobby Marks from ESPN, he tweeted out, the Detroit Pistons are the best story in the NBA right now.
There you go.
Yeah, you can't ignore Cade Cunningham of what he's doing, the numbers he's putting up. I think Birchie put up a stat earlier today about players in the NBA averaging 20 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds. And the list is 3 deep. It's LeBron, it's Jokic, and it's Cade Cunningham. You think about that. That's impressive company to keep. And it's amazing how consistent Cade has been night in and night out with putting up those numbers.
There's the data that I had cited that could support that Cade is turning into a superstar. And look, scoring 29 points in the second half with 4 fouls is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Steve in Detroit, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
About the Pistons, the word, I don't want to use the word good. I just want to use the word respect. I think they're starting to get their respect now. I think Cade is starting to get his respect. Ever since he's gotten the league, he's been double teamed for his whole career since he's been here at the Pistons. And now I think he's really starting to get the respect of not just putting up the numbers, but also assisting his players as well. He's been able to cut down on some of the turnovers and just getting everybody else involved and whatnot. And I'm with you guys. I don't want to say good. I want to say respect. And I think it's long overdue for Cade because, like I said, the kid, all you had to do was just double team Cade in order to get the win, to beat the Pistons, and that was pretty much it. But yeah, I want to say the word is respect. Yeah.
So it's funny, Steve, because if you look at last night's game, for instance, okay, here are the Pistons, critical possession late in the game, and JB Bickerstaff talked about this in his post-game press conference. He loved that not only was it not Cade that had to make the kill shot, but Cade they ran a double team at him. He gives it up to Tim Hardaway, who then Tim Hardaway gives it the one more.
Tim Hardaway had an open shot, and he gave it up easily.
He gave up the one more, and it speaks a little bit to A, playing as a team to win a game, B, faith in your teammates. And Beasley's a fascinating case scenario, right? This is a 9-year pro.
I hate to keep bringing up the word respect. He respects his team players, and he trusts in them. And he's been through this long enough. Like I said, K's been double teamed his whole career in the NBA. So he had to more or less had to either respect his team players in order to make that basket, or trust them that they have to make that basket in order for him to make that pass, because he's getting double teamed. Because there have been times in his past years or whatnot where Cade would hesitantly pass the ball out of a double team because he was trying to be more aggressive. But now he's becoming the trust and respect his team players. And Bickerstaff, I got to respect Bickerstaff too as well. His offensive sets and his defensive sets as well. You got to give him his props too. And that's pretty much what I had. Thanks.
No, thank you. Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797.
And you, Doug, personally have to love Cade Cunningham, because he's what people have been calling for a while now an ethical scorer. And what I mean by that is he doesn't foul hunt. He's not Trae Young, like you can't stand. Jalen Brunson does a lot of that as well. Those guys that look for contact, or actually they don't even look for the basket. They're just looking to get a foul.
To the free throw.
Does Brunson look for contact? Watching last night, Jalen Duren's just like standing there playing great defense, and then Brunson's like bouncing off of him trying to draw the foul, and he
Cade's
did.
different. And Cade, he tries to just score like a normal person. You know what I mean? And if he gets fouled, he tries to fight through the contact.
I love the term ethical scorer.
Yes.
I want a shirt.
Yes.
Cade Cunningham, ethical scorer. Because there are some unethical guys out there that are bastardizing the game. Nobody wants to watch Trae Young shoot 19 free throws in a game.
Now, he still needs to get better with his turnovers. There's no question.
Yeah, he's got the ball in his hands a lot.
But he actually has this season. As the season has gone on, the first month I think it was in 5 games, he was averaging 5.6 turnovers. The next month, it dropped down to 4.4. Then in January, it's 3.9, I should say. Or that's December was 3.9, and now in January it's 4.0. So he's dropped it by a full turnover per game. He's got more room to improve there, but at least it is an improvement. Once he gets that down, I look out.
So what's funny is the topic of Malik Beasley's come up, and Malik Beasley has been a real find for them. And really, this is a guy who earlier in his career on a bad Minnesota team that was one of the worst in the NBA. I always say this, in the NBA, even on bad teams, there are some guys that have to take the shots. There are some guys that are going to go out there and score 20 in a game, and it doesn't mean they're any good. It just means they're taking the shots for the bad teams. And that's what I felt like Beasley was when he was in Minnesota and he averaged over 20 a game. This is one of his better seasons since then. It's like been 4 or 5 years. That was 4 or 5 years ago. And he looks, he fits in perfectly with this team. Absolutely perfectly with this team. And they've signed the right veterans, Hardaway and Beasley, to go with their young core.
And Harris too.
Yep. Yes. And these guys are really just, they're making plays, keep the confidence up, keep the rookies. They're not rookies anymore. But I'm laughing though, because remember last year Pistons got jobbed in the lottery, dropped to 4 and all that. But they got Ron Holland out of it. And it's way early with Ron Holland. But what he's doing at his age, at 18 years old, is unbelievable, really. And he's fitting in, and he looks like he's going to play a role on this team, let alone what he might be moving forward. If he turns into a star, I'd like to think that Tom Gores didn't waste the $60 million on Monty Williams, because he paid for Monty Williams. It was terrible.
Right.
And because of that, they got another high draft pick and got Ron Holland out of it. That's what I hope happens for Tom Gores' sake, that we are celebrating that we have Ron Holland because of that one extra awful year that maybe didn't need to be. But because they were that bad, they got Ron Holland out of it.
Well, I think we all love a redemption story. And even when it comes to an ownership, you'd like to see that, because Tom Gores has not instilled a ton of confidence in the Pistons fan base over the years since he took over the team. He made a splash, brought in Blake Griffin, right? And it was entertaining, it was fun, but that was not something that was going to be sustainable. And the moves since then have just been down the toilet. And what he did, look, he went out and he made an incredible offer, one that Monty couldn't refuse. Unfortunately, Monty's heart wasn't really in it, and it didn't work out. Okay, pivot again, suck up, eat the money, which is a tremendous amount of money to eat, and go out and try it again with new guys. And now it's starting to work. And I feel like Gores is starting to get that redemption story going, but it's a long way before Piston fans, I think, will really look at that guy and say, "You the man," because they instead look at some guy who's throwing T-shirts through a T-shirt can and then showing up to 5 games a season, and they don't really see much. But I think I'm hopeful that he's going to get some credit when the season's all said and done. But the team has to continue playing at this pace.
248-539-9797 if we want to keep going. Pistons do want to revisit Ben Johnson, whether or not there's a little bit of writing on the wall as it pertains to the Lions offensive coordinator. We'll get to that today at 11:08 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
The Red Wings skate against the second lowest point getter in the NHL tonight as they host the Sharks. Here if Detroit can capture win number 8 in a row right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Lynn Henning reporting yesterday that the Tigers will likely sign top international prospect Chris Rodriguez tomorrow. He's a 16-year-old righty outfielder from the Dominican Republic. The ranks as the 4th best international prospect in this year's pool. Roki Sasaki tops the list this season. ESPN Plus released their predictions on who will land each head coaching position. In the NFL, they think Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores is hopping ship in the division to the Bears. They have Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson landing with the Raiders. Quote, this definitely would not have been the spot people picked at the beginning of the process, but I've been told new minority owner Tom Brady has been making a personal appeal to Johnson and trying to sell him on coming to Las Vegas to build a program together with a new GM. They also have Aaron Glenn heading back to New Orleans, where he served as an assistant before coming here to Detroit. Dan Campbell said he can make an impact Saturday versus the Commanders in the stands. That's Campbell with the latest on David Montgomery. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott the Gator Anderson, Kang behind the glass, Kenny answering phones. Champ and Chump are posted. It's been tweeted out, the link. Go to 971theticket.com or to see it. Go to our website, 971theticket.com, and follow the link on Twitter, @DougAndGator971. See who the people selected as champ and chump of the weekend. 248-539-9797. Getting the Pistons a little love after another win last night. Our question is simply, do you no longer consider them hot? Do you actually think they're good? Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. The Pistons are legitimately good. They're going to make the playoffs, barring injury for sure. They owe it to this team and city to buy at the deadline. So I would disagree with that. I do not think they owe it to the team and the city to buy at the deadline. I think they owe it to the team and the city to explore it. But I don't think this is a team that you have to make a trade. You have to make the right trade. I'm not trying to make a trade to get a player that's on the last year of his contract to come in and put this team over the top, unless it's a true superstar. But they do. Here's what they do have, which makes this a very viable destination. They have the most cap space in the league. So if teams are looking to move some salary and give up a good player, Detroit becomes a place that is a attractive trade partner.
Yeah, which is interesting to see. And if you're the Pistons and with the trade deadline just a couple weeks away, 3 weeks away here, if you're looking to take something on, you're only going to do that if you're getting a pick in return, or if it's a player that's going to add to this roster right now, because the team is playing well. And you don't want to introduce somebody into the room who's going to upset the apple cart. You need somebody like the Lions who's going to fit this new culture of what you're trying to build.
Let me go over how healthy their cap is compared to the rest of the league. According to SpotTrack, the Pistons right now have over $14 million in cap space. It's the most in the NBA. Number 2 is Utah at $3 million over the cap. The Pistons are the only team that is currently not over the NBA cap. 248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter. Let's pump the brakes. The Knicks were on the second night of a back-to-back. We all know Tibbs only plays 8 guys, which means they're more tired. And Karl Anthony Towns had a really bad thumb injury right now. The Pistons aren't that great.
My God, that sounds terrible. How do they even compete?
Well, the Pistons have a starter out.
What?
Karl Anthony Towns.
No, you can't say that.
Karl Anthony Towns has a thumb.
This guy's got a thumb.
He's got a thumb. Pistons actually have a starter out.
They had to play the night before.
Yes, the Pistons are good. Veteran shooters added to emerging young talent combined with a coach who teaches going into New York and coming out with a win proves it. That's from Mark in Ann Arbor. 248-539-9797. Tony in Detroit. He's on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Listen, I want to talk about Trajan Langdon.
Okay.
I think they did a good job compartmentalizing Trajan, basketball operations, art, real estate, and development of the business that the Pistons have to be in.
Okay, can you take us off speaker, Tony, or can you take us off your Bluetooth because there's a lot of background noise?
Sorry, I'm in a car wash.
There
you go.
That would explain a lot. All right, start all over. You want to talk about Trajan Langdon? Why?
First of all, the Alaskan Assassin, complete rebuild. Everything from it's a culture rebuild, just like the Lions did. Really, I mean, you have to start over. And trainers, coaches, janitors, and it's all about character. And everything I've listened to, I try to listen to every interview he's ever done. He's doing a great job. His mindset is in the right place. And it starts with the veterans. Beasley, Tobias, and Hardaway Jr., they're the perfect veterans. Character, doing the right thing with the youngsters. And I think this year they end up in a 6 seed. And I think next year they're looking for home field advantage for the first round of the playoffs.
Oh.
So, Tony,
I'm going to hang up and let you guys talk.
Well, thank you. Tony, that's exactly what we talked about, the rungs of the ladder, moving up the ladder. And both Pistons championship teams in our lifetime had to move up the ladder. And each year it was a little bit more. I'm intrigued to see how high this team can go, and that becomes the base camp for the next assault up the ladder. And I look, they 6 seed would be great in that they avoid the 1 or the 2. They avoid Boston and Cleveland in the playoffs, and right now they align with the Knicks, and we know they can beat them. But they'd probably lose that series, but it wouldn't be impossible.
No, they showed last night that they can beat teams, and doing it on the road is impressive. The only thing I would disagree with Tony is that this isn't a rebuild. I mean, you have the core of young players that he's coming into. What they've done is add to that, and then they're trying to change a culture, perhaps. Then I'm all for it. But they're not going to move on from Cade Cunningham or Jalen Duren or these guys. I mean, this is the young core they have. The players they brought in have been more than competent. We talked years ago about the Red Wings when they brought adults in the room. It felt like, hey, there's some more adults in the room. It's making this team better. But in the long term, it wasn't really going to help. Right now, this is helping. And you see it. It is right now something that's tangible. You see a difference. Malik Beasley needs to be on this team moving forward.
Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. I am Chesty. The Pistons are good. Firmly in the playoffs, possibly win 1 round or more. It's from Mike in Southline. Next text. This is from an unnamed texter. I like our team. We have good players. Duren is a really good compliment to Cade. Wish we had Ivy. I love Beasley. CNC writes in, interesting. Maybe I'll start watching the Pistons or Red Wings. It's been a minute. Wait, how do I even watch these teams? Literally no clue and annoyed to even begin the process. Basically, Fox Sports Detroit became Bally's, became FanDuel. So if you have that, if you had Fox Sports Detroit and you had Bally's, you have FanDuel. For the year thus far, this is from an unnamed texter. For the year thus far, Michigan teams, which includes the Lions, Red Wings, Pistons, Spartans, and Wolverines men's basketball teams, are collectively 19-1. I like that. From an unnamed texter, the Pistons are good. Cade is playing like a top 5 to 10 player in the league. Beasley has a chance to lead the NBA in 3-pointers made. Thompson is proving to be extremely athletic and very good defensively. I can absolutely see Andre Iguodala in him. Ron Holland is really showing potential, hustle, and desire to play defense. We need Duren to improve. Scott writes in, the Knicks were on a back-to-back. Thoughts and prayers.
Moment of silence for the Knicks.
Yeah, that's tough.
Gentlemen, please remove your hat.
The Knicks are on a back-to-back tonight.
I mean, there is some data that supports it, but he is quick to take credit away from the Pistons. That guy really wanted to make sure the point was made that the Knicks were on a back-to-back and that win doesn't really count.
If they're on a back-to-back and the coach knows this, it's his own fault if he doesn't want to play more guys, isn't it?
Yeah. Everybody knows.
Everyone knows Tibbs.
Only goes 8 deep.
Yeah, everyone knows that.
Oh, okay. Well,
maybe go 9 tonight.
Yeah. Maybe introduce some more players to the mix.
All right, we got sidebar
because one guy's got a thumb.
We got sidebar because of all of the Piston discussion. Let's get to Ben Johnson. Hearing what he said a year ago, putting it into context today. We will play that for you coming up today at 11:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. From big upsets to game-winning drives, the NFL playoffs are better with FanDuel because right now new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. It's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. Plus, when you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today and get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Make this playoff season unforgettable with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Pistons win last night in New York. Couple of huge Malik Beasley threes. A massive second half. Cade Cunningham had 4 fouls at the half, but poured in 29 second half points, all with 4 fouls. Detroit gets the win. They got Indiana coming up next. And our question is, are they just good? They move beyond the point where you think of them, hey, they got hot. No, they're a good basketball team, and they're doing what good basketball teams do, which is win some games. All right, we said we'd get to this. Let me follow through on it.
All right.
So there was some discussion rekindled yesterday about, the hiring cycle in the NFL when the announcement came out that McCarthy wouldn't be back in Dallas, and immediately Deion's name is now surfaced. And apparently Deion and Jerry Jones have talked, but we have two coveted assistant coaches here who are getting looks. It's kind of amusing that Jerry waited into this week to make this change and didn't think about expediting the process, because now he can't interview the Detroit coaches until their seasons are over. Now, the truth is, it could be over Saturday night. That's the reality of the situation, but we don't expect it to be. We certainly hope that that's not the case. So is Dallas a viable landing spot for any of our coaches, given that it could be darn near a month before they could even talk to Dallas? I don't know if a coach is going to hold out or other organizations are going to hold out that long. They might offer jobs. So Dallas might be a non-starter when it comes to being added to the mix of Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn's possible destinations. But Kang did some digging today and found this. This is a year ago. Is it last February? Is that when it was? Last February? Okay, thank you. This is Ben Johnson talking with Tim Twentyman on DetroitLions.com about taking his name out of the running for head coaching positions. So here's what Ben Johnson had to say as recently as a year ago on why he stayed in Detroit. Okay, so that's a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Not much has changed in terms of all the reasons he cited. So all that's still in place. But we use that for context because last night, Troy Aikman, who's got familiarity with obviously the Cowboys organization, familiarity with Jerry, and the topic came up about Deion and whether or not he'd want this coveted Cowboys job. And here's what Troy Aikman said last night. I believe it was on Monday Night Countdown on ESPN.
Ooh.
Okay.
Shots fired.
Yeah, kind of. I'm sure this is a topic in Dallas today.
But how does this affect Dallas?
How does it affect
Let's
Dallas?
talk about how it affects Dallas.
But here's my question. His point that if you're a coach taking over, you want to do it on your terms. In Dallas, you're on Jerry's terms. And if what he's saying is accurate, and it sounds like it would be, would Dan Campbell be Dan Campbell in Dallas? Because he'd be under Jerry's thumb. Would a guy like Ben Johnson even consider that job?
I don't know. I mean, I tend to think that Dan Campbell is such an amazing presence that you can't help but be impressed by him when you're in a room with him and it's just you talking with him. That maybe he would even get Jerry Jones to change his stripes a little bit and say, well, maybe I'll give him a little more rope. This guy, I think he knows what he's doing. I could see him convincing Jerry. I don't know if Ben Johnson is that same presence. I mean, he doesn't exude that when he's at the podium speaking here in Detroit. I mean, he comes across as an incredibly savvy, confident, very good at what he does coach. But, being a head coach is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, you're right. He's a different personality than Dan Campbell.
Yeah, and so I think Dan Campbell's personality is just so different that maybe he changes a lot of people's views. And I don't know what Ben Johnson's like behind a closed door interview. Maybe he blows you away with what his vision is, and how he can change a culture of a team or whatever it is that he's asked to do. I hope he doesn't go to Dallas. I think it could be a way. I kind of agree with Troy Aikman. I don't think it's as coveted as people want it to be, because you have to work for somebody as opposed to working with somebody, which is the biggest difference here in Detroit. You're not working for somebody. You're all working together. That whole organization, when Sheila took over, has completely changed how they do things. Everybody has a say in what goes on, and most of the people there have a say in football and in business. And that's the way that they wanted to do it. So they're all invested, and they all bounce ideas off each other. In Dallas, that's not how that works.
When we play those two sound bites back to back, Ben Johnson a year ago talking about why he stayed, Troy Aikman's evaluation of what you're getting into if you take the Dallas head coaching position, I don't draw any conclusions from it. Okay, I don't say, aha, there's no way Ben Johnson will take that job. But I do say, I could see that being a reason. I could see exactly what Troy Aikman talked about if Ben Johnson does get offered the Cowboy job at some point down the road. And again, it would have to be down the road. And right now, I don't know how feasible that even really is, because Jerry's kind of limited to coaches that are out and coaches that are on the open market. But I could see that being cited as absolutely a reason. And he probably wouldn't say, Ben Johnson probably wouldn't say, I'm not working for that nut job. He probably won't say that publicly. But I could totally.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think he'll.
Okay.
I don't think he'll, just an idle passing thought here. I don't think he'll say that publicly. But I could see this truly being a reason why he stays. If Dallas is the job that's offered to him. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bobby in Detroit. You're on 97. Want to take it. Hello, Bobby.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bobby.
How you doing? Thanks for having me on. Listen, man, I hope you guys are not setting yourself up for a big disappointment. You know, we've been hearing too much of this. Oh, you know, this coach needs to go there. That coach. Detroit hasn't done nothing, man. They haven't won a championship. What about Bieniemy? Remember Bieniemy? He was out there with KC. He won what? 2, 3 titles, maybe? No, two championships before he went on. So I think we need to win the chip first, man, before we get to we're talking about it way too much here in Detroit.
Well, Bobby,
I think we're setting ourselves up.
None of this is correlated to them winning a Super Bowl. These coaches are taking interviews. Okay. These coaches are taking interviews, and so we're going to talk about it. But
and
it
have for years.
Let me make one more point, though.
Well, as Bobby, I guess nobody's setting themselves up. This doesn't change the expectations and what we hope happens this year. In fact, I'm a big advocate of having concerns of them losing guys and not winning the Super Bowl. That is something that worries me.
I got you. Now, you just made a point. You said Ben Johnson does not want to mess up a good thing. So you're saying if we lose this week, and I'm thinking we're not going to lose, but if we lose this week, you're suggesting that we break up a good thing, we go out and look for another OC or another defensive coordinator. Is that what we're saying right now on the radio?
No.
Okay, so that's my point. I think it's really bothering me to hear it, not outside, not here so much, but all of these other teams and coaches, sports analysts and things of that nature, they're really trying to tear a good thing up, you know, psychologically, because why are you talking about that? The Lions never won nothing. We're in pursuit of a Super Bowl. We want to win that first. I think if we win a Super Bowl, fine. You look for another job. Do not mess up a good thing. And move on. But thanks for having me on, though. Have a great day.
Yeah,
I think there's complete and total misinterpretation of what we're talking about and how he processed that.
First of all, nobody's forcing anybody out.
No.
These are teams that have openings. There are, 6 teams right now that have openings for head coach that are interviewing prospective candidates? It's public knowledge that Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn have taken interviews. It's public knowledge that some of the assistant coaches have taken interviews to become coordinators with other teams. We're not forcing, we're not wishing this. Of course, we'd love to keep the band together and keep going. Have the Lions won anything? Well, they've won back-to-back NFC North Division titles. They went to the NFC Championship game last year, but they still haven't won the NFC, and they haven't been to a Super Bowl. They've got goals, But that doesn't stop other teams from hiring who they think the next great guy is going to be. We collectively talking about it have nothing to do with it. If the Bears think that the best path to success is to hire Ben Johnson, that's the Bears' issue. But these guys, I mean, to think that they wouldn't take an interview, that Aaron Glenn wouldn't take a job interview to coach the Saints or the Jets because the Lions haven't done anything yet, I think it's ludicrous. You take the job, you take interviews if you want to take interviews.
I'm trying to make sense of it. I'm not really sure if I'm completely comprehending Bobby's issue, but let's just say, A, nobody here is forcing anybody out. B, if our coaches are taking interviews, it's going to get discussed. C, and maybe it was, and this is what I think, that other teams and are trying to undermine the Lions by interviewing their coaches. It's the NFL. This is how it works. Like, there have been championship caliber teams of coaches took interviews and then they went on to coach them in the playoffs.
And he brings up Eric Bieniemy, and Eric Bieniemy had some baggage. That's why teams were reluctant to say this is going to be our next head coach. And maybe they're regretting it. Maybe they're not regretting it. But that's a separate case than the coordinators like Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson with the Lions.
Now, you did perhaps hear during the update, Dan Graziano of ESPN is predicting each coach hire, and our guys are mentioned. We will get to some of that and more of your phone calls coming up next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. So I've been in favor of a movement forever. And you wrote about it on your show sheet today.
What, Taco Bar Wednesdays?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't turn down Taco Bar Wednesdays, but it's not a movement that I am behind.
Okay.
But it is something that we have discussed, and I kind of feel like maybe we will mimic it to a degree this weekend. I am such a fan of Super Bowl Saturday. I want Super Bowl Saturday in the worst way. Super Bowl Saturday makes all the sense in the world. Super Bowl Saturday to give people Sunday to recover. And look, for the NFL and the host city, having it on Sunday is like this extra day windfall because like all the activities start on Monday. There's opening night. And so a lot of media comes in for that. And if you did it on Saturday, you might take away a day of income for the host city and all that. And it's everything. Every decision is made because of Monday.
Or
excuse me, money, not Monday.
Yes. But you could also look at it as, okay, but then Sunday becomes a day of travel, right?
Right.
So, but because it's a day of travel and it's not like I got to get out first thing in the morning like you may want to do on Monday, maybe you can take some time and maybe that host city can benefit a little bit from having people stick around for a few more hours as opposed to, the next day they'd get out.
Well,
you'd still be losing money.
That's a maybe.
Maybe not as much.
What they have now is a for sure.
Yeah.
And so Saturday night, the Lions play a playoff game, and it's going to be intense. It's a big deal. It's going to be Detroit's going to be jumping. Obviously Ford Field's going to be what it is. And I mean, we kind of do this with every big game. You could talk about the ideal scenario. Are you going to a sports bar? Are you hosting a party? Do you having a limited number of people over? Because these games, I'm still not used to this. I'm still not used to postseason football. I'm still not used to having games to look forward to. I'm used to January being football season's over. We're talking about the draft every day instead of 3 days a week. We talk about it 5 days a week. And now we've got a game to preview. We got Jaden Daniels concerns. We've got, where does David Montgomery fit into the mix? We got all this stuff that we're going to break down and discuss this week as we get ready for this one. I'm still not used to this. And I don't know how long it'll take before I fully am accustomed to a Detroit professional football team playing in the postseason. But, Gator, I think this weekend is going to be it'll give us a great sense of how awesome Super Bowl Saturday would be because I thought all along Lions were going to play Sunday. Now, Monday is a holiday. A lot of people have this Monday off. It's MLK Day. And so I guess it would kind of be in play anyway on Sunday, but I want Super Bowl Saturday.
Well, I've been, throughout the years when this has been brought up, I've been more of a traditionalist and look, it's Super Bowl Sunday. Let's leave it the way it is. But it feels like, and maybe it's actually factual, that the game starts later and later and it creeps in more into a Sunday night thing. And as time has gone by, I've become way more open to that idea. But I was just thinking about, how excited I am about this weekend's game. Because it is a Saturday night game, because it's not a Sunday night game. Now, some of that is just the professional aspect, and I'll be open and transparent about it. I was not looking forward to getting home at like 1:00 in the morning on Sunday night so that I could get ready and do the show the next day on Monday. And that's full transparency. But the idea of seeing how the people can really enjoy the Saturday night game. We know what it's going to be like in downtown Detroit. And thinking about that for the Super Bowl would just be, okay, you get the next day to recover, not because necessarily people get after it too much and, I'm hungover, I need it.
But they will.
Some will, sure. But others are like, you want the day to decompress and just kind of relax a little bit. Maybe you had people over, you had a big party, and you want to clean up the house or whatever and not be frazzled and anxious about having to get back to work the next day. I mean, it's just a game, right? But it's our American tradition that we've been celebrating for whatever, close to 60 years or whatever. We love this tradition of the Super Bowl. And I feel like we're getting more and more to a place where if you were to propose it for a Saturday, that people would be all on board with it. Because you can have a game start at Saturday night at 7:00 or at 8:00 And people aren't going to be, whoa, this is going to end too late. No, because it's Saturday night and they would enjoy it.
The Pistons did move their starting time for their game Saturday with Phoenix to 4 o'clock. I don't know how many people are planning on doing the double dip, but that's an awesome thing that can be done. I mean, if you got a 4 o'clock game and you go down there and you hit up, you hit up a hockey town at 2, you get a little lunch, couple pops, head over to the LCA, go to the Piston Phoenix game, then go over to Ford Field, eschew the outdoor tailgating and go over to Ford Field and head in there. I mean, it could just be an epic day. Epic day. But anyway, I think we give Super Bowl Saturday a dry run. That's what we're doing.
I'm loving this Saturday.
All right, so ESPN, we mentioned before the break, NFL coaching hiring predictions, candidates for the job. Dan Graziano predicts that the Chicago Bears will hire Brian Flores, current Vikings defensive coordinator. Okay, all right. I'm all right with that. Both Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn consider candidates for that job, but Brian Flores. So, bullet dodged. Next up, the Dallas Cowboys. My prediction for the next Cowboys coach, Dan Graziano says Kellen Moore, current Eagles offensive coordinator.
No, former offensive coordinator with the Cowboys, former Detroit Lions backup quarterback.
Yep.
Very highly thought of throughout the league. Younger guy.
Bullet dodged.
Sounds like a great choice.
Jacksonville Jaguars. Their prediction, Dan Graziano, next head coach, Joe Brady, current Bills offensive coordinator.
Okay, interesting.
Pair him with Trevor Lawrence. Wants an offensive mind.
We did work with Joe Burrow in college, and what can he do with Trevor?
Yeah.
And again, get Trevor back to what he was like in college, maybe? Sounds like a great hire.
The belief is that Johnson's looking at other destinations where he and the new GM would come in together instead of working for Trent Baalke. So it's a bullet dodged. The Vegas Raiders, Dan Graziano, my prediction for the next Raiders coach, Ben Johnson, current offensive coordinator.
Oh, boy. There it goes.
Well, as Kang said yesterday, if for some reason Ben Johnson doesn't get the Raiders job, he's predicting he comes back to Detroit.
I like where Kang's head's at. And, if you're Ben Johnson again, you're a hot commodity with what you've done with the Lions. You can kind of sit back and pick and choose where you want to go and why you want to go. And I would question why you'd want to go to the Raiders. It's like a total rebuild. You've got your superstar player is unhappy. Now, maybe you do what the Lions did, and that is trade that superstar player to get a bunch of trade assets and then turn things around as quickly as you can and find somewhere that you get a veteran quarterback that can step right in and be better than what you have.
When it comes to this Raiders job, there is a saying, patience is a virtue. But you know what we don't say enough? Impatience is a virtue. Right? And if the Raiders don't want to wait around,
they should hire somebody right now.
They should hire somebody right now. And I actually truly believe that could work in your favor, is a team doesn't want to wait a month. Should we just we got these two candidates we really like, and we can get one now.
Well, they've already interviewed Ben Johnson.
I know, but they can't hire him.
Right, I'm just saying they already know what they got from him, so maybe they really like somebody else.
That'd be great.
Or tampering Tom Brady's trying to do something this weekend.
Yeah, tampering Tom.
The New Orleans Saints, my prediction for the next Saints head coach, according to Dan Graziano, Aaron Glenn, current Lions defensive coordinator. Damn it!
He'd go where, is it?
Saints.
Yeah, well,
I actually think Aaron Glenn has a lot of the intangibles to be a great head coach.
I agree with you.
If I were doing this show in New Orleans, I would be pushing so hard for Aaron Glenn.
Yep. I think what he has done with his defense over the last couple of seasons is nothing short of remarkable. With injuries that they've had, and this year in particular, the injuries they've had, and still to go out there and get this team ready to play, put them in a position to succeed, to not have a consistent pass rush, but you found a way to be consistently great when it comes to like red zone defense. And, what they did to Minnesota was amazing, and now it's going to be copied. Was it copied by the Rams? I think to an extent, sure. But this is a guy who'd be a great head coach somewhere. and I don't want to lose him.
Let's think real quick. Sorry, Doug. I think you say it all the time too, Doug. I think his biggest asset at this point might be just the leader of men thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, because it's one thing for coordinators to be able to X and O all the time, but when you have to be the man in front of the room, leading the entire team, not just the defense or not just the offense or not just the special teams, but the entire locker room, I think Aaron Glenn's got that attribute, and that might be his biggest attribute.
I think of him a lot of the same way I think of Mike Vrabel, and I'm a big Vrabel guy. Last one is Jets hire Arthur Smith, current Steelers offensive coordinator. So, according to this, we lose both coordinators. 248-539-9797. All right, everybody saw it. Everybody was talking about it, and it's something we may all have. We will get to that today at 11:47 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
A couple of years ago, I had some issues in my garage doors. They were making some weird noises. I had the guys from Precision Garage Door Service come out and take a look at them, and they explained to me, yeah, you got some problems here, but, you know, we can help fix that now, but at some point you're going to need new garage doors. Well, some point came about a year and a half ago. I needed new garage doors, so you guessed it. I called Precision, and the guys were amazing. Jeff was out to my house to assess the situation. The technicians were knowledgeable. We were able to select from a number of garage doors. All the options went through, picked the perfect garage doors for my house, and I couldn't be happier with the result. That's why I'm talking to you folks about Precision Garage Door. They're amazing, whether it's maintenance and service or it's something new like a garage door that you need to do. These guys will walk you through all the processes and make you feel good about what you've done. Give them a call today if you need new garage doors or if you need maintenance done. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit their website at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, so look, going into this, I just want to be sensitive to the fact that Zane Gonzalez, the kicker for the Washington Commanders, has been clinically diagnosed with having obsessive-compulsive disorder.
OCD.
Yes, and it was on full display as he got ready for what turned out to be the game-winning kick. He fixed his hair over and over and over again.
I don't know if fix is even the right word.
I don't know if it is
just,
either.
He just kept touching his hair, ready to put the helmet on. Nope, not going to do it. Touch his hair, put the helmet on. Nope, touch his hair, put the helmet on. Nope.
His hair's
touch
super
his hair.
short. It's the equivalent of me, like, rubbing my fingers through my hair. Like his hair didn't move.
Like Kang said yesterday after the show, he's comparing it to the movie
American
Pie.
Yeah.
With Jim. When Jim's at the
he had a very short
at
haircut.
the booth, yeah, very short haircut, talking to his friends and how he's going to approach the girls. Okay, do I need to have play it safe, Jim? And he tries to fix his hair, but there's nothing to fix because it's so short. Or do I want to be, I'm going to play it, a little risky, Jim, and then tries to mess up what's there, and it's the exact same hair because you can't do anything to it. It's that short. But
it's like Doug fixing his bangs.
Well, if Doug had the bangs, but he doesn't want to grow them out.
Grow out the bangs.
Not happening. But
bangs or the hat?
What's that?
Would you go with the bangs or that hat?
I'd go with the hat.
Yeah, of course you would.
So the he's got OCD, right? And other people that do. It's just something that they kind of deal with. But do you have any nervous tics or any way that you physically show that you're nervous? Because if I am on a plane and we have bad turbulence, my palms get so sweaty. I mean,
spaghetti?
They get like soaking wet.
Oh.
It is uncomfortable. I'm pretty good with flying, and I know turbulence is just part of it. But if it's bad, you can tell with me. My nervous response is sweaty, but seriously sweaty palms.
Yeah, you'll see that when there's turbulence, I get uncomfortable with it, even though I know it's fine. We're going to be okay. But I do get unraveled with that. But it's not like I sweat. I just get fidgety. That happens.
Like fidgety how?
I'm like moving a lot in my seat.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
so
adjusting my feet.
The manifestation of your nervous tick is you get fidgety.
Yeah, you'll see it. You'll know it. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's a tick necessarily. It's just it's.
Yeah, this isn't. My sweaty palms aren't a tick. It's just I have a physical reaction to nerves.
Mm-hmm.
Zane Gonzalez with the OCD, his was the hair. You get fidgety in your seat.
One thing I do a lot. It's just a habit. I don't consider it to be a tick or OCD or anything like that. But maybe it's along the same lines. But I crack my knuckles a lot.
Oh, really?
I do it a lot. And I crack my neck a lot, too. I mean, if you're watching on the Twitch feed or the YouTube feed, you'll see me several times during the show. Just kind of, get it to crack, and it just cracked, and it was amazing.
Have you ever been a bite?
Pull my fingers a lot, too.
Have you ever been a bite the fingernails kind of guy?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but not out of nerves, just out of manicuring, but not out of nervousness.
Some people that's their thing is biting their fingernails. And how about, does it ever manifest itself in a game? Because I'll find if I'm super nervous in a game, I won't be able to sit.
Well, you're watching a game. I thought you were saying playing. When
I'm watching a big game, I will sometimes stand up and walk around.
When I'm watching a big game, I don't stand up and walk around because I want to be focused and watch it. But there is a definite feeling in my stomach where I can feel my stomach is flipping. But I think that's probably similar with most people. Like, I remember being at a Lions playoff game last year and sitting up there in the press box, and it's getting, both those games were tight. And towards the end of that game, and my stomach was feeling awful. I'm like, oh. And I'm thinking, should I have had that Coney dog? Along with the nachos.
It might not have been nerves, Gator.
Yeah. Well, no, but it was definitely nerves. And I get the way about big games. I get real nervous about big games.
So one of the most nervous Detroit games that I remember is I think it was a Game 5 against the Yankees in Yankee Stadium of the ALDS. And the Tigers were leading 2-1 or 3-2, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th inning, where every pitch, that stadium scared me because it felt like a pop fly to right was going to be a home run
every time. Yeah, because it's a joke of a stadium.
And the Yankees had so many guys that could just yank it out of there. And I would, like, between pitches, I would stand like I was coaching. I was standing up with my hands on my knees. And sometimes I'd watch a pitch. I'd kind of have my head turned and just kind of looking through the side, like looking from the side. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But I would get super nervous like that. And I do that during Red Wings playoffs, penalty kills. Penalty kills, I'm standing. I'm moving around the room.
There are times when there are big plays that now that I think about it, that I might stand. But only if I'm the only person in the room. If I'm with a group, I'm going to try to keep everything to myself. But if I'm by myself in the house, yeah, there are moments that I stand up. I know a guy who knows a guy who would watch Michigan games where he would get on one knee and just kind of look like a coach would and just start clapping before the game, before the play. And like, what? But that's his thing. That's just how he did it.
It's really amusing how sports can bring it out. But do you have a nervous physical reaction to anything? Like I said, for me, it's sweaty palms and bad turbulence. When it comes to watching games, the inability to sit still, like in the biggest games at the most nervous moments, I'm like pacing and watching stuff. I'm looking down here on Twitch. Don says, I tap my foot, shake my leg up and down like a nervous spaz watching games sometimes. So he's got one. Kang, do you have anything you do? Like, do you have a physical reaction to anything where you're nervous?
I'm kind of like Gator. If I'm nervous, I'll do a lot of cracking the knuckles in the neck. Kind of makes you just feel better too, like in general, right, Gator? But if I'm watching a game and I'm by myself, I tend to, this is a weird one, I'll lift my shirt over my mouth and nose and just kind of like.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like it's just.
You mean from the collar?
From the collar,
okay.
Yeah, the top part of my shirt, I just kind of lift it over my nose and mouth and just watch the game like that in silence.
Why do I feel like Kenny does something strange?
Kenny seems like the kind of guy that.
I think Ken's got some things.
I'm good for a good hat throw. When I get frustrated, the hat comes off and launch right into the ground.
Really?
And how long are you hatless for before you realize, oh my God, people can see me without a hat. I need to put a hat on.
This is usually in the privacy of my own home.
Okay.
I don't usually do the hat toss in public. I also do what Kang does too. I do the shirt over the mouth like this, like if in the very nervous.
That one's fascinating
moments.
to me. I'm not sure what that does. Like, what does that?
You think we're weird, or are you genuinely like, hey,
I'm
you
curious.
see it?
Yeah, Mr. Sweaty Palms.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I guess what does standing up do? Why am I watching a game bent over like I'm coaching and I'm about to make a play call? But I'll do that when I'm super nervous watching a game.
Do you coach baseball like that?
Not really.
Do you have? Is it different when you actually are coaching? Like, do you have? Because you're nervous for the kids, I'm sure, and you want them to perform.
I'm pretty calm relative to some of what I've seen.
But if it's a game, you're not.
If I'm watching a team that I want to win, yeah, it's completely different. I don't know why. Maybe I'm setting the tone, Gator.
Is that it?
Set the tone.
Tone setter.
Yep. Starts at the top. Nothing to be nervous about. Confidence. 248-539-9797. Sarah's in Pontiac at 97.1. Hi, Sarah.
Hey there. I am a nail biter, and it's a nervous habit. And during games when my teams are super good, like the Lions, Red Wings, Tigers, my nails are just bitten down to the nubs during every game, especially like games that are very important.
Wow, that sounds uncomfortable.
Right, yeah. And my boyfriend always tells me, stop biting your nails.
Yeah.
You're a girl. You should have beautiful nails.
Oh.
But I just can't have beautiful nails because I'm always biting them, especially during big time games, and they're going to be down to nubs during these playoff games.
So is it time for Lee press on nails, something like that? Do you go that route?
No, because I'll just bite them off.
Oh. All right, gotcha.
Delicious.
Scott writes in, if I have to wait in line, I start sweating. I think it's something to do with people in front and behind me, like I'm committed to this process. I don't like not having a choice to just bug out and leave subconsciously. That's interesting. 248-539-9797. You know, I'm glad he made the kick. Do you know that Zane Gonzalez was a Detroit Lion briefly?
No.
They signed him like 2 years ago, and he was their practice squad guy. And then Carolina signed him off the practice squad. So they went into the season with Zane Gonzalez as their practice squad kicker. And he's bounced around a little bit. And I think he's the fourth kicker. Did I read that right? The fourth kicker that they've used this year. I'm glad he made it, because that would suck to have OCD, have that on display publicly, then miss that kick.
Well, he almost missed it.
Yeah, I know.
Doink.
That was 37 yards. 37 and a half.
No good.
You're going overtime, right?
It would have been a problem.
And it was uncomfortable I felt for everyone watching. I felt bad for him. I felt like maybe take the camera off him on the third try of him trying to put his helmet on after fixing his hair.
Like,
they just focused in on him. And I'm like, oh, man, should he be out there?
It was kind of like during the, was it the Sugar Bowl when the walk-on from Georgia bumped into the ref and got a 15-yard penalty? And they kept showing him and talking about, it's going to be rough on him. His name is, and they just kept discussing him.
He lives at.
Right? I'm like, dude, hey, you can back off there, Sean McDonough. 248-539-9797. Manny is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Manny.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good.
Man, I tell you, I can last maybe 5 minutes once the game starts. From then, you can see track marks from my pacing from the chair, and I got to be within a foot and a half of the TV.
Oh boy!
And I'm on the second floor, and I got to have my whoopee, my satin pillow that I'm screaming into the entire game.
Okay.
It's here I am, with my little satin whoopee, screaming like a son of a right into that pillow.
So you sound like a grown man. And you use
well, that's debatable.
You use the term whoopee, which is awesome. And you have to be a foot to a foot and a half away from the TV screen?
Man, guys, I am not kidding. It's almost painful. The game will start, and I start standing up, just walking, talking to whoever's there with me. And then I sit down. The game starts. All of a sudden, it's like I stand up, and then I have to get a couple feet then closer. And I swear to God, guys, I am a foot and a half away, holding my whoopee, my satin pillow, screaming into that son of a gun. It's insane.
How often do you clean your whoopee?
Not enough.
Does whoopee have a little funk to it?
A little, man. Between that, I feel like a freaking Saint Bernard. I'm sitting there these last couple of games. I look down, and it's just like, ooh.
Yeah, maybe you need to clean whoopee.
You know what? Superstitious, though. I can't until we win the Super Bowl.
Well, that's a commitment. I like the way he said, the people I'm watching with. I got to tell you, if this was consistent behavior, I'm not sure I'd want to watch the game with my man standing 1.5 inches.
What is that, satin?
1.5 foot from the TV.
It's sateen.
248-539-9797. Let's get an update on the hot dog roller in the living room. Is that still a thing? Also next hour, the best of what Dan Campbell told our morning show. What is the role for David Montgomery? That at 12:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Wow. So we talked about people's nervous tics. Look, Zane Gonzalez has OCD, and it was on full display on Sunday night right before he kicked that. Turned into a game-winning field goal, a doink off the right upright to beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He'll be kicking for the Commanders this week, and we all saw it, but do you have a nervous tic of any kind? And when does it come out? Like, does it come out during games? I talked about the sweaty palms and during bad turbulence. David in Detroit, listen to this, Gator. Kang, you and I both always catch ourselves doing that, which is the shirt over the mouth and nose when you're nervous watching a game. Matt in an excavator. I'm with Kang. Sunday in the first quarter of the Vikings game, I pulled my shirt up over my nose a bit as well. You're not alone. Next text, unnamed texter. I do the same thing with the shirt over the mouth and nose. Next text. Oh my God, I just heard Kang say the exact same thing, so maybe I'm not weird.
Doug, had you never heard of this?
Never heard of it, never seen anybody do it.
I thought maybe I was a little different, but as soon as the text started coming in and Kenny confirmed he did it as well, like,
you feel better about yourself?
I feel a lot better now. Like, let's make a club or something, you know?
I also do the shirt over the mouth. I feel like it's something like breathing into a paper bag when hyperventilating. It slows your breathing down. That's from an unnamed texter. Mike in Ann Arbor. I stand in big moments. Hands on knees. The bigger the play, the closer to the TV I get. In sports games that are close, I think it's as if I think I'm contorting my body. It will help avoid Jahmyr Gibbs from getting tackled. That's from Derek in Woodhaven. David in Milford. I'm a musician, and when I'm on stage, I check my fly 100 times a set. You have to ask some of your musician buddies, Gator.
Yeah. Typically, you would think that the guitar might cover the body of the guitar might cover that up. But maybe it doesn't, depending on how you hold the guitar, or if you're just up there singing.
All right, so we told the story of Kenny and the hot dog roller, and somebody wants an update on this, whether or not it survived the weekend. Kenny, what was the date you moved the hot dog? You got a hot dog roller for Christmas, and you moved it into the living room next to the couch.
Moved it in New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve. So you got a hot dog roller on like an end table?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an end table next to the couch in the living room where I watch my sports.
Okay.
Hey, where are we going to put this? Well, we'll just put it in the living room. Right, where?
Just keep it here for now. You know.
Right there, you know.
So New Year's Eve, and it survived into last week.
Yes.
Big weekend, 5 days, playoff football. You went into Thursday with the hot dog roller still in the living room.
Yes.
So that was Thursday. What was that, like that was the 9th. So it had been there for 9 days.
Yes.
Did it survive the weekend?
It survived the weekend, but I will say, when are we gonna move this out of here?
Okay.
I got a little bit of a
little pushback.
She's had enough of the hot dog roller in the living
I don't know
room.
if she's had enough. I don't know if she's at capacity yet with the hot dog roller, but the days are numbered. I can tell you that much.
Did the roller get used this weekend?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Big football weekend. It got used multiple occasions.
And she eats the hot dogs as well?
She will, yeah.
Okay.
She will partake.
All right. Okay.
She's not averse to hot dog.
This isn't just a Kenny thing. You're like, look, this is for us.
Like this is a family endeavor,
Yes.
all right? We
Yeah.
are living in the same household. This is not just for me.
No,
It's
it's not selfish. This is you're a giver.
I mean, that's a hell of a sell job you're trying to put on right now. But how far are you going to push this? Like, if she's asking questions, hey, we're going to leave this in here forever? Are you willing to hold out for as long as possible, make her move it? Like, what are we doing here?
To use a term that you guys tend to use often, I will push it until it gets me further from.
Okay.
And then once that becomes the case, then, decisions have to be made.
Yeah. I feel like this is a cool little thing that you've got going on. But in a relationship, I'm not sure this is a hill worth charging up.
Oh, it's not a hill that I will die on, but as long as I can have, hot dogs at disposal whenever I want them and be as close to my life as possible, then yes, I will partake.
Did you move the cooler into the living room as well?
Cooler has not been moved. I feel like that will be what my fear is. If I do that, that will be the final bridge that will be crossed, and that won't stand.
All right, so I have a request to make.
Yes.
If you make the Red Wings play tonight, right?
Yes.
So you'll have the hot dog roller going.
San Jose.
Hell yeah.
Yep. If the hot dog roller makes it to Saturday, if it makes it to Saturday and the Lions are playing, just for us, will you move the cooler into the living room as well?
For Saturday, for a big playoff game.
Yep.
Commanders.
Yep.
Yes, I will do that for you.
So if we get to Friday's show and the hot dog roller's still in your living room.
Which it should be, because our work schedules align in such a way where we're not in the same place as often as maybe we would like to be. So it's not like there's a conflict on a daily basis of what's this still doing out here, right?
Do you sense that she could simply just take the initiative and move it herself?
She could if she wanted to. I mean, it's not that big. You can just pick it up and move it.
Oh, I understand. I'm just wondering if has it gotten to this point where
it's not to the point where
this is ridiculous. I'm moving this.
It's not contentious enough at this point where she would feel the need to pick it up and move it. No, but
Love that she asked the question.
But she did say, "When are we? How long is this gonna?"
That was the early stage of negotiations.
Yeah.
When she asked that question, which means it's been on her mind.
Right. That's also my fear is so moving a cooler out is also going to push things further than I maybe want to.
So
but
how
I
do
will
you
do it.
How do you clean it?
So there is you have to there's paper towels, or you grab a rag and a warm damp rag.
Okay.
And you know,
and it's just
wash
simple.
the rollers.
This
It's
isn't
very
something
easy.
that's very elaborate. You need to move it to the sink.
Oh no, you can
No,
just grab a rag and clean it. Takes about 5 minutes. It's not a big.
I'm kind of tempted
to do
a rag.
I'm kind of tempted to see if you're gonna, if you for us would push it. Like if she starts to insist.
I think it's time that this goes, and you're like, not yet.
I already have one radio show trying to ruin my life in one way or another. Why not make it two?
This is fair enough. But I kind of feel like if she says, "Hey, how about we move this out of here?" If you come back with, "Don't you love me?"
I thought this was special.
This is important to me.
I thought this was one of those things that you and I connect together with.
Maybe this isn't working out.
So essentially, I gaslight her into believing that this is an essential part of the relationship.
No, we don't have to do that.
I think maybe you got to be careful because I could sense maybe you're going too far. Like at some point, would you envision bringing mustard and ketchup out in the living room as well?
The mustard and ketchup has been in the living room before. Oh, boy. Only to dress up the hot dog. I mean, what am I going to do? Just eat a hot dog by itself?
Well, no, of course
I got the chopped onions, I got the mustard, and I got the ketchup. I brought it all out there. I did what I had to do.
Yeah, I hope it makes it to Saturday. If it gets to Saturday, just put the cooler in the living room and let's see what her response
I will
is.
send you photographic evidence if it does make it to Saturday with the cooler and with the roller.
Do you have a photo now that we could tweet out?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I can send
all right. So but let's do that. We'll get a picture of Kenny's set up the hot dog rig in the living room. All right. Dan Campbell joined the morning show. The best of what he had to say. We will get to that next, including what role does he expect David Montgomery will play, and where does Alex Anzalone make the biggest difference? His return to this defense. Some of the questions he answered. We'll start playing those coming up at 12:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It's here, the playoffs. Time to show some grit and wear it on your chest with the grit line of apparel from Show Some Athletic Apparel. My favorite workout apparel just dropped their grit line of hoodies. My favorite is the long sleeve performance shirt with the word grit on the front, available in Honolulu blue, gray, and black. Get your limited edition grit line right now. Go to showsomerespect.com to get yours. That's SHOSUM respect.com. And don't forget the discount code Doug at checkout for an extra 20% off. Showsomerespect.com, SHOSUM respect.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Hey, had a bunch of Piston talk earlier in the show. After a 124-119 win over team currently in the third spot in the Eastern Conference, the New York Knicks. Probably the best win they've had in this run. There's been other good ones, but really impressive to see. And we were debating whether or not the Pistons are simply just, do you no longer consider them hot. You just think, hey, they're good. What a performance for Cade Cunningham. He picks up a 4th foul in the first half. And the Pistons, Jalen Duren got 2 fouls before they reached the 4-minute mark of the first quarter. So they had some foul trouble, and I think it was reflected in the rebounding and the shot making of the Knicks in the first half. Second half, Pistons dominated. They shot 60% from the floor, 58 from 3. Cade pours in 29. Malik Beasley has 2 huge three-pointers in the last minute. The last one, a kill shot on a possession that J.B. Bickerstaff said he loved because they ran a double team at Cade. Cade got rid of the basketball, trusted Tim Hardaway, who then went one more to Malik Beasley, who was wide open and drained for him. I mean, I now expect those to go in. And really, really nice finish to the game. And the Pistons now a couple games over 500, eking out of the play-in spot and maybe to a regular old normal playoff berth. We'll see what comes of it. Wings back in action tonight. They have won 7 in a row. How about that? How about that?
Yeah, and they take on a Sharks team that is not good. And I was having a little flashback to the time in 2023, in November 2023. It was the debut of Patrick Kane playing for the Red Wings. Red Wings come out, they're playing at home. They get out to a 4-0 start. And then things went downhill really quickly. And there were a ton of, it felt like there were 4 goals scored or 5 goals scored in like a 4-minute span. It was insane how quickly goals were flying in the net the other way. Red Wings ended up losing in overtime 6-5 in Patrick Kane's debut. I was like, oh. But the way they're playing now, this is a different looking team altogether. This is a team that plays with confidence. They're getting leads and hanging on to leads. And like the Pistons, is this just a heater? Or is this something that we're going to expect this kind of hockey the rest of the way? And you know, it's a team, if you go back and look at them a year ago, okay, you saw a lot of positives out of them, but they just weren't consistent enough. And they lost games they had no business losing. Arizona comes to mind twice. But what have they learned from that? Has Todd McClellan, though he's only been there for 8 games, has he unlocked whatever was locked? Whether it was mentally or physically with his team? I mean, the simple response was just go play effing hockey, is what he said. And they went out and they've done that. And during this 7-game win streak, the top 2 lines have been scoring at a torrid pace. They're all well over point a game during this stretch. Mo Sider is at point a game as well and is truly anchoring the power play. And now you're getting contributions from Gustafsson and Johansson as well. And we're seeing Edvinsson playing this just stoic type defense where he's this just force. He's been this giant defenseman we've been waiting for. Red Wing fans have been clamoring for 30 years. And they've got a big defenseman who looks like this guy's going to be a fixture for years to come. But is it just what we're seeing over seven games, or is this type of hockey? Can we expect to see this for the rest of the way? Is this Todd McClellan hockey? Until they get more talent infused, is this a team that's going to be an issue for other teams to face? You got to bring it when you come against the Red Wings.
And there is another story being reported at this hour, according to Tom Pelissaro of NFL Network. Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale is interviewing with the Atlanta Falcons today. And is it the Colts tomorrow? Presumably Colts on Wednesday, presumably for a defensive coordinator position. Having gotten to know Wink this year, Gator, I will tell you that I hope he doesn't go because my conversations with him every week are so much stinking fun. There's stuff that we use in the broadcast and then stuff that we can't use in the broadcast. But I would describe Wink Martindale thusly. He is the perfect combination of football knowledge and grumpy old man.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've had I've enjoyed talking to him, and he obviously, as the year went on, got the defense playing at a pretty high level. The Michigan current staff, everybody on the defensive staff has been a coordinator at one point in their career. So whether or not if he gets a job or they bump somebody up, would Sharon Moore go out of house? Do not know yet. But their last two defense coordinators prior to Wink Martindale fell off the Wink Martindale tree. And so they would be, and Jesse Minter had a hell of a year this year with the Chargers. But anyway, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Sharon would do if he moves on.
Well, the Falcons need defensive help. That was their biggest issue this year. Their defense sucked. So if they can find an upgrade and they find it in Martindale, go for it.
All right, so here we go. Dan Campbell joined the morning show. We like to bring you the best of what he had to say. And we start with David Montgomery. He is expected to be back and available this weekend. Given that Jahmyr Gibbs has turned into an absolute stud and one of the best weapons in the NFL, won NFC Offensive Player of the Month with David Montgomery out, what role do you envision David Montgomery playing upon his return? Here's what Dan Campbell said. Okay, he committed to what he could commit to there. I think it's really super important that he has some good, healthy practices this week. And that's kind of a sidebar as they prepare for this game. I think something that we'll be seeking updates every day on how David Montgomery looks and how he's adjusting to getting back into playing, taking hits. How's the confidence in the knee? How's the knee feeling? And is it affecting his performance at all?
Yeah, these are answers we'd love to hear, and hopefully you get clean reports every day that, no, he's good. He's just he's back in shape, and now he's got to get into football shape and be ready for it. But I can't imagine that they're going to use him like they did. You wouldn't want to deviate too much from the success they've had the last 3 weeks when Gibbs has been the lead back, but that they absolutely want to use David Montgomery. And I think that we will see him used. But before it looked like he was getting, maybe it was actually even snaps for both of them. I just can't see them coming off too much right now for the first game with David Montgomery. He'll play a big role, I think. But if you had like a 55-45 split in the snaps in favor of Gibbs because he was a receiving option, maybe this week it starts off being 70-30.
I trust this coaching staff so much that I even hesitate to offer up this opinion.
Oh, it's pure guesswork.
Yeah, but I'm good with Gibbs.
I love how
I'm just good with if it's just Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yep. But I think part of the success that the Lions have had has been finding ways to get everybody involved so that people can stay as fresh as possible, despite the fact that they've had so many injuries, most of them coming on the defensive side. Montgomery's one of the few that have happened on the offensive side, that it's a big part of the Lions' makeup that they do split things up with the skill position players.
If I'm in a room with this coaching staff and I just offered up the opinion, hey guys, I'm good with just Gibbs, and one of them looked at me side-eyed, I go, well, whatever you want.
Right. Right? Well, it's hard to disagree with what they've done.
Yep.
It's tough because it's a different injury than Anzalone, but you're like, all right, well, he's just coming off injury. Maybe you want to ease him back, like you said, Gator, 70-30, whatever, in favor of Gibbs. But Anzalone came back and played every snap but one. And he had a titanium in his arm. And I think once they got going and he seemed finally like, well, we're not pulling him out of the game. He's doing great. I wonder if they kind of ease Monty into it, but find out he's fine, and we kind of just go back to the way we were, or they go, let's just, hey, this game, hopefully the game's in hand in the Lions' favor, and you don't have to push it at all. But as long as I trust the coaching staff too, just like you guys. Whatever they do at this point, it's like, all right.
I could sit here and I could build a strong case for how they're better offensively with Jahmyr Gibbs, and I think I'd have it all, but I'd acquiesce to them 10 times out of 10. Next up, where does Alex Anzalone, his return to the defense, make the biggest impact? Here's Dan Campbell this morning.
Oh, I like to hear that. Coverability, looking at what he did with Hawkinson, matching up with TJ and doing very well. And Zach Ertz is a huge part of the offensive game plan for Washington. So matching up with Zach Ertz like that. And you got to be well aware of Eckler out of the backfield as well. So getting him back for those purposes, if Dan Campbell says that's the number one thing they get out of it, if you had to pick, okay, there it is, coverability, awesome.
I look at the games leading up to that Vikings game, and the Lions gave up 31 to the Packers, 48 to the Bills, 17 to the Bears, 34 to the Niners, 9 to the Vikings. I would love to draw a straight line between the 9 and Anzalone. Okay. I'd love to do that. I don't know that we can.
Probably not.
Not a straight line.
It's not a stretch, though.
But that's exactly what I was about to say. It doesn't feel like I'm really that it could be. I mean, it could be.
Well, getting him back was big because not only were they playing without Anzalone, obviously we're playing without other players. Carlton Davis is a huge loss for them with the secondary. But yeah, getting him back does kind of change things because it forces Jack Campbell back to a more familiar role. And you're asking less of Campbell because he doesn't have to have everything on his plate like Anzalone would take over, even though Campbell did just fine.
Yep.
But having two of those guys on the field is better than having one of those guys on the field. And I still think what we're seeing now is a nice little, maybe unexpected advantage with the injury with Carlton Davis, that it's shifting the defense to the point where you can have three safeties on the field at the same time, and one of them being Brian Branch can be the slot corner. And then you move Amik Robertson to the outside, and maybe you're not losing anything, but you're gaining something with a more physical secondary.
Straight ahead, does the fact that this is the playoffs, the fact that this is do or die, does that impact the game plan? Hear what Dan Campbell had to say next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. We had now posted a picture of Kenny's hot dog roller in the living room. Can it make it to the weekend?
Look at that.
Is there some sort of, is there Christmas tree lights on? It's kind of got a green hue, the whole picture there. What's that about?
Yeah, there was Christmas lights on in the background. This was during Christmas time when I took this photo.
Hey, no shame.
You can kind of see the side of the couch in there too. I don't know if you saw the whole.
I can see it. Yeah. It looks like the arm of a couch right there.
That's where I sit. That's where all the action takes place.
This is where the magic happens.
What? Dude, do you have do you eat edibles before you take the hot dog machine out too as well? It's like this green tint. I didn't see the picture till now.
Hey, Christmas, baby.
It's Christmas lights.
The Grinch lived there?
And don't shame anybody
You
who
live next to a
still
nuclear
has
power
Christmas
plant?
stuff up.
No, I'm not shaming that part. I have my tree's still up. But I do want to say something. Earlier you asked Kenny, as long as it doesn't get you further from or whatever.
Well, that was his criteria. Yeah.
Eating hot dogs 7 days in a row hasn't gotten you further from, then I don't know of anything well.
7 days in a row of hot dogs. All right, so you can see it at DuncanGator971 on Twitter. We'll continue to monitor the situation in his home. Can he keep the hot dog roller in the living room on the end table next to the couch for the first 3 weeks of 2025? 248-539-9797. All right, so we said we'd get to the rest of what Dan Campbell told the morning show. We like to bring you the best of what he had to say. And he spoke with them this morning. David Montgomery, we'll see how he practices this week. Alex Anzalone's biggest impact is ability to cover. What about Jaden Daniels, rookie quarterback with the Washington Commanders? What makes him so good? He really didn't hurt Tampa with his feet all that much. I mean, it helps him avoid sacks, but he finished with 36 yards rushing on 13 carries, less than 3 yards per carry. He had a long of 8. And I mean, I guess anytime a quarterback escapes the pocket and escapes what feels like a sure sack situation, I can think of one of them off the top of my head that always feels like a loss for you and a win for them. He's had some games where he's just crushed people with his feet. Pittsburgh held him to 5 yards on the ground. Outside of that, Tennessee did a decent job against him. Baltimore did a decent job against him. The Lions' defense isn't a strength. I don't know if you just say he's going to get his. I feel like the key isn't limiting his rush yards. The key is taking advantage of the mistakes that he makes. And I think of the one mistake he made that I thought would have been a 100-yard pick six if Jamel Dean didn't slip when he was trying to break on the football. But you have to take advantage of the mistakes he makes, because I feel like when you're playing the Lions, if you have an empty possession, and I kind of mean an empty possession is defined when playing the Lions is a possession that doesn't end in the end zone, you get behind them and you get in trouble. So how do you worry about his rushing yards? You just worry about keeping him out of the end zone?
I worry about him getting first downs. That's the thing. Is when he takes off and runs, he gets first downs out of it. And that's the concern. Maybe more so than the yards. But what I liked hearing with that cut there, they're so prepared for this. You're not going to pull the wool over their eyes. They know exactly what they're getting when they're going to face Jaden Daniels. when Dan Campbell was describing all that, it was like he knows exactly what it is that they do that takes advantage of his skill set. It's not just simply this guy just takes off and goes. Maybe that's what Baltimore does with Lamar Jackson. He's that talented, he can just take off and go. Dan Campbell knows what makes it work, whether it's keeping a running back in or a tight end in, or they shift to this formation, whatever it is, he already knows it, which makes me feel pretty comfortable that they've got a game plan already. But Jaden Daniels is a special kind of player in this league already. He's an accurate thrower. And I think the concern is and he had said at some point, look, you're gonna give up a couple of runs to him. Maybe you give him a couple big runs. But if you can limit that, and okay, there's a couple big runs, and it's like Cam Akers had that big run against the Lions for the Vikings the other day, right? Or last week. I think it was a 50-yard run. What difference does it make? Congratulations, you had a 50-yard run.
Yep.
And you lost by a lot. So if they could limit it to that, like, oh, my God, Jaden Daniels, you saw those 2 runs he had for 75 yards total? My God, that was tough. But if the Lions come out ahead 35-10, who cares?
Just make him try field goals. FGA.
Yeah.
It was a huge factor, I thought, in the Minnesota game. And I think from every game moving forward. Anytime you see an opposing team have to parade out their Zane Gonzalez, that's a win. That is a win for the Detroit Lions defense.
I think, listen, Jaden Daniels, he looks like he could be special. He's done some really good things in his rookie year, won a playoff game on the road. That's big stuff, all right? And he's made tons of plays, might win Rookie of the Year this year, probably between him and Bo Nix. But Cliff Kingsbury, the way he has used Jaden Daniels, it's like almost he's using him just like college. He's in the pistol a lot. They know he's mobile, so they use that to their advantage. I feel like Aaron Glenn is going to welcome into the league a little bit as far as like, we're going to throw NFL-style defense against your college-style offense. We'll see how this works. Like, I feel they're very prepared, Gator. I agree with you. Like, they know exactly what they have in front of them, just like they did with the Vikings. I think the Rams actually used a lot of what the Lions did to win last night's game. I think Aaron Glenn's going to be absolutely ready for the offense that Jaden Daniels brings.
More from Dan Campbell, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan auto accident attorneys. They care more, so you win more. Look, if someone in my family has an accident and I need a lawyer, I'm sending to my guy Steve at Michigan Auto Law. Why? Well, they have the largest truck accident settlement in Michigan. They have the largest car accident settlement in Michigan. And their customer service, it's white glove customer service. They will call you back within 24 hours when you reach out to Michigan Auto Law. They care more, so you win more. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. Inching closer to huge Detroit Lions playoff game against the Washington Commanders at Ford Field, 8 o'clock Saturday night. Of course, you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. I heard the morning show is giving away tickets to that game on Friday's show.
Oh, boy.
So whatever you got to do, make sure you're lined up and ready to take advantage of that, potentially. Some lucky winner is going to the Lions game if they are the fortunate person to win on Friday morning. 248-539-9797. Chris is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. I think the key to this is putting pressure on McDaniels early, hitting him often, even when he gets rid of the pass if you're close enough, and pressure him, just like he did the Minnesota quarterback. Get to the point where you rattle him, and he starts looking for that guy coming at him, and he's he could be influenced that way, I think.
He can. I just don't know if the Lions are going to be able to get pressure on him with just the front four because they haven't been able to. They get pressure when they blitz, whether it's linebackers or safeties.
Yeah. It's going to take some blitzing. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. But that's the way I see it. I see you just got to get to them early, and then they can dictate that game, I think.
So I mean, typically that is a game plan that is true of every quarterback. Jaden Daniels, there is only 5 quarterbacks in the NFL that have been sacked more than Jaden Daniels, and he's been fine. Like, he's been really, really good in spite of that fact. And so while there are
ribs, though.
There are
ribs, though. You know,
there are things you can do to get to him, and try and the guy had the data yesterday that called up and said when he flushed him out of the pocket to his left, he's significantly less effective. But if you look at the quarterbacks at the top that have been sacked the most, Daniels is one of them, and he has still done a pretty good job. Now, that has a lot to do with the number of dropbacks. That could have something to do with it, too. Inexperience can as well, because, some veteran quarterbacks would throw the football away before they take a sack. Jaden Daniels won't. There are some subtleties of where a rookie quarterback comes back to hurt him. But still, I will never say, well, you don't want to pressure this quarterback.
Right. I think you always want to pressure a quarterback, but you have to be disciplined, maintain your rush lanes, and you don't want this guy to get out because if he gets out, that becomes a problem. But, this team they've been coached against players like this before. It's not easy to take on a player like this, but I feel like they're going to have a pretty good game plan to combat it. When you look at Jaden Daniels, in some of his splits, in close games, in the fourth quarter, when you're plus or minus a touchdown in the fourth quarter, he's got a quarterback rating of 111.9. He's been very good. The last 2 minutes of each half, he's got a quarterback rating of 121. I mean, it tells me that you want to get off to a pretty good start, and if you could get to a big lead early, if the Lions get out to like a 14-0 lead after, the first 20 minutes of the game, maybe you're in really good shape. But as the game gets, if the game's tight, you don't want to give him a chance to be the difference maker because he has been a difference maker.
We are so early in the week, and we've already done deep dives into Jaden Daniels. I think that up against the clock stuff, last 2 minutes is the most impressive thing about him. And if one of the reasons why is what we saw with a very talented Caleb Williams, but a very rookie Caleb Williams, and how the Bears trusted their rookie quarterback, and that end of game scenario against the Lions on Thanksgiving was completely butchered. I mean, completely butchered. And that's how it's forgivable because you're talking about a rookie quarterback. Well, here is a rookie quarterback that excels in those situations.
Yep. Also, home field advantage for the Lions at Ford Field. We know that it can be absolutely brutal to play in. On artificial turf, he's got a quarterback rating of 122.7. This guy is just been phenomenal this season. And you look at these different situations he's in. That's a big one, too. Turf, 122.7 rating. Not throwing an interception on turf.
All right, so you just mentioned the home field. Dan Campbell also spoke of that and discussed how much of a difference it can make Saturday night. There you go. Not a huge surprise. Duh, home field matters. And this thing is going to be a maelstrom of chaos on Saturday night.
Maelstrom.
All right, final thing. Postseason, do or die. Does that impact the game plan at all? Here's what Dan Campbell said. Yeah, it's funny because we would say things along the lines of, why are they wasting that play against this opponent?
Right.
And that's not the way they're wired. They use those plays.
No, it's not. I'm glad you
just,
said that.
They don't save anything.
Nothing. Not at all. Now, I'm sure that you look at each game is different because of the game plan you have to put forth, because you have different challenges in each one. And this is the first time in a while that they're going to face a quarterback like this. But I can't imagine they have the same prep work for this they would for Minnesota. So completely different game plans in the last 2 weeks. But to your point, absolutely, this is I would look back at plays and say the last couple of regular season games, why do they waste this then? What do they need? You don't need to bust out this trick play at this point. But you hear Dan Campbell, we'll do whatever it takes
and you
to have one more point than the other team when all is said and done.
And you hear Ben Johnson say the well is deep.
Yeah, the well is deep. So
I'm not running out of trick plays anytime soon. And hell, they keep running the hook and ladder, and it keeps working.
This team is all about being the last man standing.
248-539-9797. Steve in Rochester Hills. Hi, Steve.
Hey, you guys. For me, it's the defense. Just do what you're doing. You can't do much more than what you have been. I mean, you held Minnesota down to no touchdowns, which is incredible as it is. But, I mean, to me, and then maybe I'm wrong, guys, but to me it's just going to be the offense, just do everything that you've been doing. Force, Jaden Daniels to go above and beyond maybe what he's used to. I mean, right now it's fun for him. Let's not make it fun. Let's make it as hard as heck that he's going to have to score every time he comes down, and not just field goals, touchdowns. That gets very tiring unless you're like like an Allen or a Lamar Johnson or even some of the other quarterbacks out there that are just great. But I mean, the guy is looking really good. It's going to be a fun game. I'm looking forward to it. I got one question though. I want to ask this to you, Gator. Who's your favorite band? I know it's out of. I know you weren't ready for it, but who's your favorite band?
I used to I love Bad Company and Queensryche. Those were two totally different types of music, but those were kind of my
favorite. Have you ever heard of the group called Periphery?
No.
Check them out. Incredible. 3 guitarists, unbelievable, and they put a lot of their stuff together separately, and then they bring it all together. Incredible.
All right.
Just incredible. All right,
Periphery.
guys. Hey, have a great day.
Thank you for the phone call, Steve.
Periphery. Yep.
You brought up something that, again, I always talk about if we're doing this show in Washington. My points of emphasis this week are finish drives in the end zone. Don't turn it over. 1 at most 2 punts. Because I feel like playing offense against the Lions feels like racing against Secretariat. You cannot slow down at all. If you have 2 or 3 empty possessions in a row, you're going to get too far behind. Because the Lions offense is so good. It is so good that I think what Steve just said is what you want to create. You want to create with Jaden Daniels is you have to score this drive. It's the first drive of the game. Yeah, you have to score. Now, he does good in those situations at the end of games, but can you do it through the entire game? And that would be my fear if we're doing this show in Washington.
Well, my fear is that they're just not going to get to the quarterback and he's going to have all day to sit around and throw it. And he's accurate enough where he can make those passes. Or if you're not getting pressure on him, then he can choose to leave the pocket and take off. And those are plays you don't want to see. But I was looking at his game log, and something struck me. There are a couple games there where he was had. He got sacked 8 times against New Orleans. And most of those sacks came from the defensive line. They weren't coming from, a safety blitz. 8 times in one game is a lot. And that's towards the end of the season. That's December 15th. 2 weeks later against Atlanta, which is a terrible defense, the Falcons sacked them 5 times. And both of those were narrow wins by Washington. They beat New Orleans by 1, and it took overtime to get a touchdown against Atlanta to win that game. That Atlanta just kind of gave it away. But he can be had. That offensive line, they gave up 47 sacks this season of Jaden Daniels. So maybe the Lions can get after him.
Yeah, when you get your hands on him, you got to be able to bring him down. Sound tackling technique. Because even that last play that they did to ice it against the Bucs to set up the field goal, Kalijah Cansey had him in the backfield.
Yeah.
He had him, but he only could grab his towel and he couldn't get him down. And Daniels does what he's been doing all year. Got away, got the first down. So, real quick, you over and under on punts, guys, because they like to go for it a lot in fourth down. We know how Dan Campbell is. 1.5, or what are we thinking? Because you're talking about they have to score every time, Doug. They go for it a lot. So do the Lions.
By the way, he's 8 of 8 on fourth down, throwing the football. I would take the over the 1.5 punts.
I think I would too.
You're talking total punts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd take the over.
I just threw 1.5 out there. I don't even know if that's a good number.
Okay, speaking of this game Saturday night, something is the biggest on record, and it's Detroit-based. We will get to that today at 102. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hour 4 of the program. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so this is amazing. This is from Field Yates, reporter, ESPN, draft analyst, kind of does some business stuff. He tweets out the following: the average purchase price of a ticket for the Lions-Commanders game is $991 on TickPicks, making it the most expensive NFL game, excluding Super Bowls, on record. Massive interest in this huge game with a get-in price of $588 and $597 for a physical seat. So the get-in price is $588, standing room only, $597 for a seat. Average price $991. Highest secondary market outside of Super Bowls in the history of the NFL.
Wow.
So there's a couple things about this. One is this too tempting if you're a ticket holder? This is too much money for me to say no to. I'm putting my ticket on the market. Because I can't imagine there's going to be a heavy Commanders fan base coming here. So you don't have to worry. It's not like you're selling it to Bears fans or Packers fans or fans that are as likely to make a trek. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some Commanders fans here, but
sounded like there were a lot in Tampa when you watched that game. Now, maybe that's just because it's a warmer climate and people go down there and retire or whatever, or they're on the vacation. I don't know. But if I were a season ticket holder and I had tickets and you haven't sold many this year, is this one you would sell?
I mean, if you can get $1,000 for it,
I wouldn't tell anybody what to do with their money.
No, of course
you do what you're going to do, but understanding that you are also limited to how many times you can do this before the Lions say you can't. You're not going to be able to renew your tickets because they track all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But imagine, because that's what it is now. If the Lions win, if they beat the Commanders and setting up the NFC Championship game versus Philly or the Rams, if it's $991 average price right now,
oh my God,
what's it going to be for the NFC Championship game?
$1,200 more.
So
like
people have decisions to make. I mean, there's financial decisions, or some people it's really easy. No, I bought the tickets because I'm going to go to the games. That's why I go to the games. I love watching. Fair enough. Go ahead.
Yep.
And other people are like, some people do it for an investment, and then some people, the investment just presents itself and like, how do I turn this down?
Yeah. Here's the deal too. If you are thinking, if they lose this game, I don't want to be here. I won't hate not being there.
Right.
I am planning on and trying to put together the budget to make a Super Bowl trip. So I'm willing to sell this postseason ticket or next week's postseason ticket if the Lions are fortunate enough to win this game Saturday night, that it finances or it helps finance a Super Bowl trip. It clearly won't completely finance a Super Bowl trip, but that's hard to say no to. If you have a ticket that costs a couple $100 and you could sell it for almost $1,000, the average. And then the other part I wanted to bring up is, hey man, if you got tickets and you are going to this game, you are going to the most popular, most coveted ticket. You have got the most coveted ticket in the history of the NFL, financially speaking, outside of Super Bowls. That's a pretty freaking cool thing to have.
Yep.
You are very, very fortunate. Like, that's awesome. It's awesome. And then the third thing is this reality? Is this the real world? The Lions, the Detroit Lions, have the most coveted ticket financially on the secondary market in the history of the game outside of Super Bowls. This is real life.
That seems crazy for a game that's not even for a conference championship.
Nope.
This is the second round. And this is weird. But it also, it speaks volumes to how long Lions fans have been waiting for this. We had success last year, and they hosted 2 playoff games last year. I imagine those ticket costs to get in those games, that was expensive. Plus, you had the Rams, the return to Stafford, and all that, and yet this one's more expensive?
It's more expensive than everything.
Crazy.
Other than Super Bowls. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. 248-539-9797. Want to hear from people holding tickets. Is it tempting? Have you decided to sell? How does it make you feel to know that you have the ticket that's the most coveted in the history of the game? We go to Michael. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Michael.
Hey, what's going on, Gator? How are you guys?
Doing good.
Good, yeah. So just kind of talking a little bit about ticket prices. So I'm a season ticket holder myself, me and a couple buddies, some family members, of course. We actually just recently sold the divisional round playoff tickets for roughly, let's call it $1,100 a ticket. We have 4. And that kind of automatically paid off the remaining balance of, what we had through the year, along with also the NFC Championship game, And for us, we got to see, Matt Stafford last year in the playoffs. That was kind of a euphoric high. You can't beat that. So NFC Championship here in Detroit, I think that's the next best thing for, what we were thinking at least.
So is it tough to part with this ticket?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure, yes. I mean, obviously, we want to go to every game that we can, but, the money that you're making right now, it's like you guys are saying, it's so hard to pass up. And, ultimately, the ticket prices have been going up. Everyone knows about it. You guys have been talking about it, right? So it's just kind of one of those deals where it helps us, but we can also, watch that same game from home and then, hopefully just benefit later if we're able to make the NFC Championship game, which I think we're going to do. It's the next game that puts us in the Super Bowl, man. We've never experienced anything like that, so that's what it's about for us.
Certainly understandable, and as Gator said, we're not the kind of people to tell you what to do with your money and your product. Like, you could fan however you want to fan.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a large segment of fans out there that says, for no price would I pass on this. I've waited my whole life for this.
Right.
I've been a season ticket holder since insert year. Yeah. Do the math on how much pain you've endured, and now that we're here, I bet there's a lot of people that say it doesn't matter. I'm not selling this ticket.
Yeah, and this one being a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's even more valuable, because you don't have to worry so much about that next day.
Wow. Most expensive secondary market ticket ever.
I was reading Phil Yates' tweet again. It's on TickPick's record. So maybe for TickPick, they're most expensive. Just to, because for those that are, going to go out there and find information where they found some other ticket that was more expensive. This might be just for TickPick.
Okay.
On their record, it's the most expensive NFL game, excluding Super Bowls. But do you guys think that for those that are selling the tickets, do you think they're selling them to diehard Lions fans or people that just want to, like, they're kind of football fans, but they've been caught up in this. They've got the money, and corporate, I guess is what I'm saying. Are these going to like corporate people now?
Are we talking about, are they selling it to the buyers, the people that want to be seen?
Yes.
I don't know. I think if people have the money, if they can afford to buy the ticket, it's because they want to go to the game and because they're fans. I think that corporate stuff happens on the season ticket level. I don't think it happens on a secondary market level. But do I think somebody like, let's say we had nothing to do with the Lions. Would our company go out and buy a bunch of tickets on the secondary market? For what?
Well, I just meant like corporate crowd as well. It doesn't have to necessarily be an actual corporation, but like there's a lot of bandwagon fans right now that, just started paying attention.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your reaction to this. TickPick saying highest resale average price on record outside of Super Bowls in the history of the NFL. For them, $991? Is that what it was?
That's what you said.
That's incredible. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. Hey, it's a new year. And do yourself a favor. Check out the water score in your home. If you're still dealing with water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin, your water score needs to improve. CGC Water will test your water. They did so for ours. They'll do it for free. They'll survey your home and recommend a Connecticut water treatment solution to improve it. Again, they did it for us, and they'll do it for you. This month, CGC Water will save you $1,000 off a K5 drinking water system when you bundle it with a Connecticut Premier Softener. We love ours. Our water tastes great. Contact my friends at CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242, or visit cgcwater.com today. I can't escape as we talk about this. I cannot escape how insane next week will be if the Lions win this game.
That's why this one's really important.
It is so important, and big capitalize, all caps, IF, they win this game. But, you know, as we sit here and we talk about how this already on TickPicks, they're saying it's the most highest priced secondary market average price ever. Outside of Super Bowls, which is incredible. An NFC title game, Look, the unattainable thing out there that has taunted us forever. In Detroit, it was always it was the biggest box, and it's never been checked. And we haven't come that close to checking it, is a Super Bowl. If they are playing a game at home to go to the Super Bowl, the average price for that ticket is going to be astronomical. And I'm not sure. I feel like there is a good portion of this fan base that would say it doesn't matter. I'm not missing this game. In the history of the organization, if they win this game Saturday night, they will play the biggest game they have ever played. A home NFC title game. You can say, oh, they won championships. When they won championships, it was a small community of people paying attention.
It was a smaller league.
It was like, it'd be like winning a race at Hazel Park. It just didn't matter to the masses the way it matters now. And so this is next week would be absolutely insanity.
When you start talking about how the ticket prices have gone up and what ticket prices will be, and oh my God, if they make the Super Bowl, how crazy that would be.
Yep.
I kind of feel for people right now because you want to go. If this team gets to go and play for the championship.
Yep.
You want to be there. And knowing that it's so hard to get Super Bowl tickets, you get priced out or they're scarce. But Lions fans, because they're so starved for it, they'll cut off their leg to pay for it, right?
Yep.
And to refinance a mortgage, the rates are like high. You feel bad for people compared to what it was, years ago. And, oh yeah, they got a great rate. Well, I can refinance. Okay, great. Pull money out and I got to buy tickets. Now it's like, how do I do this? How am I going to do this?
Right.
That cost to be insane. But take care of business on Saturday night. That's what we're up against here. The Washington Commanders are the obstacle. This is the challenge in front of them. A dynamic quarterback. I love that there's no way the Lions are looking past any of this. There's just no way.
There's no way.
It's not who they are. It's not who they are. And we as fans now, and you and I as commentators, we're trying not to look past. Focus on the game at hand.
Yep.
It's all about this week.
248-539-9797. Robert here on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Robert.
Hello. How you doing today?
All right.
Doing well.
Let me take you off speaker. I'm sorry.
All right.
Is that better?
Yeah, sure.
I've won 2 tickets as a 50 square, $50 a piece. So that whoever sold them made $2,500. And I got 2 tickets in the 340 section, 344.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't sell them for anything. They're going for $800-900 right now, and I wouldn't sell them. Wouldn't even think about it.
I don't blame you. Like we like we said, we don't want to tell people what to do with their money, but I mean this is this is the kind of thing that people have waited their whole lives for.
And it only cost me $50.
Well, it worked out for you.
Yes, but there are 49 other people that are out $50.
That is true.
And they got nothing. But yeah, like I said, I could sell them right now for a lot. But I'd rather go to the game. This is going to be something else.
It's pretty crazy.
So now, how difficult is it deciding who's going to go? How difficult is it knowing who's going to go with you to the game? You have to make that decision.
My son dropped the firstborn card. My wife dropped the wife card, of course. And I did tell my wife, I sort of want to take my other son because he won tickets to the Jaguar game, and he took me. So it's a dilemma.
That's playing favorites.
It's a dilemma.
It sounds to me like you might have some sort of family lottery or something.
You know what? Maybe I send my 2 boys and I stay home with the wife. I mean, they're grown now, 30-year-old men.
Wow.
But that's what fathers do for their children, right?
You're right.
That'd be a big move.
You're right. That is a. Hey, keep it. Let us know, Robert, what you decide to do. Okay.
All right, I will.
All right,
cool. Go Lions.
Go Lions.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Ooh, that's a dilemma, right?
Give it to the 2 boys.
You talk about is that getting closer to or not?
If you give it to the 2 boys,
yeah, because you can say, I'm going to give the tickets to the boys. That way, you and I can spend the day together.
I think my wife would think I'm an idiot.
Probably. I mean, that probably goes on.
I'll have to ask her. 248-539-9797. Scott is next. Hi, Scott.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
What's up?
So I'm on the wait list for season tickets next year, which got me access to buy tickets to the game. So I get through to buy the tickets, and it's essentially around $500-$600 for upper bowl, like $1,000 for lower. And you got to move quick. I'm like, all right, let me get these tickets. And I got 2 for the lower bowl, but they were $1,100 each. So like $2,300. So I call my wife. I'm like, hey, I got Lions tickets. She's excited. We're talking about it for a minute. By the way, $2,300 though to go to the game. And she's like, well, it's your 40th birthday. We're talking about it. She's like, but it's $2,000. We just can't do it. So I ended up listing them and selling them and making about $500 off each ticket. So a little heartbreak there, but just had to do it because of the initial cost to get in.
Yeah, I understand.
Now that cost to get in, the cost to get in doesn't include the fees, though, right?
Oh, this
It was like 11.
TickPicks does it with the fees.
Oh, TickPicks is with the
They
fees.
do it
Okay,
with
so
the fees.
you're not getting Jimmy jacked. You actually know what the price is.
Yeah.
Okay. Want to make sure of that in case people
Yeah,
don't.
I don't know
'Cause
where you got 'em,
Some
Scott, but-
secondary market, it's like, oh yeah, I think I'm buying them for $500 a piece, and it turns out no, you're paying $750 a piece because of fees.
Yeah, they tell you what you list them for, and then you get a portion of that, like 90% of it or whatever it is.
Yeah, I just went to their website, and let me just make sure of this. The only reason I believe that it's the exact price is because somebody posted in the responses. Thank you for doing it by the checkout price and not what their listing price. Yeah, these include the fees. So there's no, whatever you list them at, whatever they're listed at is what you pay. If it says $588, you're paying $588. 248-539-9797. Abe is in Ann Arbor, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Abe.
Hey, gentlemen. So I got a quick little story. So I woke up early that morning, got in line online, was in the queue, 4,000 people ahead of me. And as soon as I went to buy the tickets off Ticketmaster, the tickets themselves before fees were more expensive than all the other resale websites when I had first access. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try to go to the box office, try to see if I could do that. Got in line. I was the first person there. When I got to the box office, I was able to bypass the fees, and I was super excited. I mean, but as I was going to buy tickets, I almost got tickets on either side of the Lions sideline on the 45, and they disappeared. And the girl told me, I was like, well, how did they disappear? I'm the first one in line. She's like, oh, we're competing with Ticketmaster. I was like, well, so how did they get first, second, and third dibs on the tickets? Either way, I get super excited, buy the tickets. I spend about $770 a piece on them with no fees for the lower bowl, but towards the end zone corner. And I don't know, I was so excited. But as I started driving home, I was like, man, I just spent $1,500 on tickets. I'm like, do I really want to go to this? Should I sell them? So I've been considering listing them just to see if I can get money, but I do really want to go. It's just you've got this internal dilemma because $1,500, $700 a ticket, $750 a ticket. That's quite a bit of a
But you knew that
investment.
You're changing your mind, is what you're
having
saying?
buyer's remorse.
You're getting a little bit of buyer's remorse just due to the fact that I was like, I could have, I went, last year I went to Ohio State, the Big Ten Championship, the Rose Bowl, and the National Championship, all those ticket prices, including, I used credit card reward points for flights.
It's expensive.
That was less than $1,500. So, I've been waiting for this my whole life. So I guess I'm just kind of in a dilemma zone. Do I want to spend the money or do I want to, try to make a little bit of money and recoup my money and watch at home?
Well,
because it's just such an expensive ticket.
And that's a personal decision, Abe.
Well, if you just spent that much, how much are you gonna make a profit on it at this point?
Well,
Maybe,
I can't
I guess.
imagine he'd sell it for less.
Well, right, but he's hoping to make a profit, I guess, is my point. And there's no guarantee you're going to make a profit.
No, you can list them and see what, list them for whatever you'd say I'd sell them for and see what you get. But I tend to fall into the waited my whole life for this. If I own the tickets as a season ticket holder, I think it would be very, very difficult to convince me to sell them. I also will say that it would be very, very difficult for me to spend $1,500 to go. Right? I mean, everybody's got a different financial situation. I think I'd probably draw the line there. But it's a tough ticket to get. Most expensive ticket, according to TickPicks, in the history of the NFL outside of Super Bowls, Lions, Commanders at Ford Field. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get back to some of your phone calls and feedback in a moment. But, Gator, I found something here I think you'll find very interesting.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
14 secrets you didn't know about Taco Bell. 14 secrets you didn't know about Taco Bell.
Okay.
I don't know if we want to know these secrets.
Oh.
You know, I don't need to know how the sausage is made sometimes.
Yeah.
Just want the sausage.
I guess speak now or forever hold your peace. Do you want the 14 secrets you didn't know about Taco Bell?
Let's go for it.
All right.
We're going to go for it, Chuck.
Do you know where the name came from? Taco Bell.
I do not.
Came directly from its founding father, Glenn Bell. Started it all. He started a hamburger stand called Bell's Hamburgers near San Bernardino, California. He, being close to the Mexican border, it sparked interest in a Mexican-inspired cuisine. He started making tacos. It became known as Taco Bell.
Nice to know.
Yep. Fact 2, when it first opened, customers had no idea how to eat a taco.
What?
They also would mispronounce it and call it tacos.
Come on.
And they'd try and eat it sideways as if it were a sandwich.
Are you telling me that the tacos didn't exist before Taco Bell?
They did.
I'm just saying.
Then I'm not buying that.
When Taco Bell first opened in California, tacos weren't yet a staple on the average American dinner table. In fact, they were so unfamiliar with the early customers that they didn't even know how to eat them. The taco shape texture was confusing people used to burgers and sandwiches, so much so customers would pronounce it as taco and try and eat it sideways as if it were a sandwich.
It just wasn't mainstream yet, Gator.
Well, I'm going back to my own childhood and trying to think like the first time I can remember being at a Taco Bell versus the first time I remember being at a Mexican restaurant. And I think we were definitely a Mexican restaurant before we were Taco Bell, and all I knew about was tacos and not from Taco Bell.
Fact number 3, some locations offer alcoholic beverages. Have you ever been to one of those?
I have not.
Okay.
There's in Vegas, I have, because of that.
There's a lot of references to Taco Bell's Cantina in Vegas here throughout this list. Fact number 4, the chain was among the first to give women managerial roles.
All right.
Fact number 5, surprisingly, its beef is actually all beef.
As opposed to what?
Oh, you don't remember the controversy?
With Taco Bell?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
About whether it's beef?
Uh-huh.
It was filler, right? There was filler.
Uh-huh.
But it's
Not enough filler to even call it beef. That was like a lawsuit.
Yep.
But it's beef.
Be careful what you ask for.
I don't know what I think it's 6. Fact 6, one Bay Area location boasts a breathtaking view of the beach, and there's a picture of a Taco Bell on a beach. Appears to be the only structure. There's just a Taco Bell right there at a beach.
Nice.
Fact number 7, Pepsi used to own Taco Bell.
I think I knew that. I know that it was a Pepsi. I guess, yeah, it did a Pepsi property, yeah.
1978, Pepsi bought it. 868 locations from Glen Bell for $125 million. Fact number 9, Mountain Dew's Baja Blast flavor only exists thanks to Taco Bell. 2004, they teamed up with Mountain Dew for this one-of-a-kind drink exclusive. This feels like it was an early adaptee, are you going to eat that item?
Yeah. And Baja Blast is delicious.
Fact number 10, KFC and Pizza Hut are owned by the same company as Taco Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Fact number 11.
It's like Yum Products or something like that.
Fact number 11, there are no Taco Bell locations in Mexico.
Should tell you something, people. Should tell you something.
Well, I go to Taco Bell if I can get the street taco, which is going to be 20 times better. And I love Taco Bell, as you know, but yeah, street tacos are amazing.
Fact number 12, Taco Bell offers educational scholarships for youth.
All right.
I got to tell you, if you got any educational scholarship, this would have been the one, Gator. Am I wrong?
Not for eating Taco Bell, probably for working at Taco Bell. That's different.
Fact number 13, you can get married at a Taco Bell. The Taco Bell Cantina in Vegas offers a unique wedding package that lets couples say I do at a Taco Bell themed ceremony, complete with a Taco Bell decor and sauce packet bouquet.
Well, that's worth it. Worry about that dress, though.
Fact number 13, Taco Bell is working to reduce its environmental impact.
All right.
Major sustainability goals went into effect in 2020. Good for them.
Yeah, isn't that when they tried to get rid of the Mexican pizza? They made that scam up about the
It was
packaging.
the boxes, yeah. It was about the plastic
too much.
waste. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And number 14, its vegetarian menu has an official certification. Officially certified by the American Vegetarian Association.
Good for Taco Bell.
So there you go.
Nothing in there about Devontae Adams' house?
Nope. There is not.
Just enough with the ads, right? Last one, I promise.
A Taco Bell in your own house.
There you go. So now you know.
I know. There's more that I know now about Taco Bell. That's great. Thank you.
I figured you would. I feel like this stuff's very important to you. So ticket text coming in regarding the Lions ticket price. If you missed it earlier, Field Yates had tweeted out that on TickPicks, the average price is $991, which makes it the highest average price in the history, apparently, of TickPicks. outside of Super Bowls. So we've been talking to people about A, are you tempted to sell? B, is there no price that you would sell for? C, how cool is this? What kind of bizarro land are we in where the Lions have the most coveted ticket on the secondary market outside of Super Bowls in the history of the NFL? Here's feedback coming in. $1,000 a ticket for anyone is ridiculous and a waste, no matter what the game is or whatever the event is.
All right. Well,
see what I love about this.
You're fun.
This person's opinion is good enough for all of us. And now we all know. We all know that it's a waste no matter what the game is or whatever the event is. We know this.
No matter who the person is.
No matter what our priorities are, no matter where I am financially, this guy's opinion is all we need to know. We can probably end the topic now.
Good call. And on a high note, Doug.
From Barbara in Washington, Michigan. I've been a season ticket holder for 14 years, and I wouldn't sell my playoff tickets for $1 million. I want to watch history with my Lions family and that has sat around me now. My 79-year-old mom and I have been through the good and the bad and the ugly years, and I'm so excited. Go Lions.
She said $1 million.
She said $1 million. You do realize Barbara, who gave her last name, I'm not going to use it. Barbara, you could afford a trip to the Super Bowl.
You could sell your tickets for $1 million and buy tickets on the secondary market for $900.
And still go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'd sell, Barbara. Do you have a buyer? Check out the number of available tickets for Saturday's Lions game on Ticketmaster. Everyone is trying to make a buck. Is there a lot? I wish you'd just tell me. Why don't you just tell me how many there are? The idea that ticket affordability defines a real fan is a joke. Tickets have been expensive for a couple of years, and Ford Field has never been louder or more energetic. We have made that comment on the air here a little bit. The Olympia Room crowd has not migrated over to Ford Field. And by that, we mean the corporate entertaining, while they might be there, the people that are filling those seats are loud AF.
Yeah, they're diehard fans. They bought up the season tickets. Each year, how many tickets are there available to just people on the street? If you're not getting them on a secondary market, I don't know if you can get tickets to the Lions. Their season ticket fan base is massive. And that's not different than other good franchises around the league. When you hear about waiting lists to be on for the season tickets, good franchises operate that way. And this is where the Lions are at right now. They're in a good spot.
From an unnamed texter, sometimes I do shake my head when I hear people complain about the economy and the price of eggs. Next, I spent $4,600 for 2 lower bowl 40-yard line seats, 30 rows up last year for the Rams game. I had a great time, and it was insane being there, but never again. For that price, I'd rather watch from my couch. I'm still paying them off. LOL. That's from Scott in Wyandotte. 248-539-9797. Most expensive ticket ever, huh? Something else. We did tweet out a picture of Kenny's hot dog roller located perfectly in his living room.
Right next to the couch.
Yeah. And we've got quite a few interesting responses.
Oh, okay.
We will get to those coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking for a new or used car? Well, you've got to check out Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. With one of the largest inventories in the area, you're going to find exactly what you're looking for, whether it's a sleek new model or a reliable pre-owned vehicle. And here's the best part. Guaranteed credit approval. No matter your credit situation, they've got your back. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is a perfect spot right there at 696 and Telegraph, making it easy for you to swing by and drive off with your dream car. And if you're short on time, there's no worries. They'll even bring your new ride right to your doorstep with at-home delivery. And if you're into the latest tech, well, you'll be glad to know that Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is one of the top EV dealers in the country, offering cutting-edge electric vehicles that are setting the standard for the future of driving. Best of all, they're open on Saturdays because they know that weekends are the best time to shop for your next car. Come see why Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is the place to go for your next vehicle. Together, let's drive.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We are we're in the middle of it, man. This is it's one of the biggest stories in sports and one of the most coveted tickets in sports. And it's going to be a fun week. It's already been a fun week. Whew. Huge game Saturday night. Meanwhile, Pistons can't lose. Well, that's not true, but they've won 10 of 12. The Red Wings are playing in a can't-lose place. As somebody pointed out, between the Red Wings, Pistons, Lions, Michigan, and Michigan State basketball, 2025 has been good. Teams are 19-1 with the sole loss coming to the Golden State Warriors. All right. So we tweeted out the picture of Kenny's hot dog roller set up in his living room next to the couch. We have gotten quite a bit of response to this. It has the picture has a bit of a green hue, Kenny claims, Christmas lights.
What else would it be? What,
Well,
alien abduction?
Let's see here. There are some theories, but let's read these texts that have come back at us. As long as Detroit is on a heater, that thing stays in the living room. That's from Ghost Malone.
That's probably a really good point.
Zach says it has to stay at least for the entirety of this Red Wings winning streak. From Under the Folds, I keep mine in my car. You never know when you're going to need to party somewhere. Jason at Western Michigan says, right next to the grow light. Nice job, Kenny.
That makes more sense.
That might be a little more obvious.
Yeah, see? I like it.
Villain tweets us, if Kenny starts selling smokes out of his kitchen, he'd have his very own 7-Eleven.
I should franchise out to him.
Ken Go Blue says, tell her it's got to stay until the Lions win the Super Bowl. Ron has an offer. I might have one of those condiment tables with mustard and ketchup pumps installed.
Oh.
If I have it, it's yours.
Is there an onion crank?
Oh, like the one at Costco?
Yeah, or
they
other
used to have
stadiums.
them at Costco, yeah.
Used to have them in stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Gonna have to find another place to stick his wing. Oh no.
Oh.
Dude, what?
Slow down.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, you went far. Like,
What's happening here? What's that?
That was close. Nathan.
Close. That was full penetration. What are you talking about?
I said we. Nathan says all you need now is a model train around the room that transports condiments and beer.
Great ideas, Kenny. These are all coming. This is what happens when we open it up to the audience.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. Kenny's living room hot dog roller. It's on day 15. Day 15.
That's a pentamonium.
248-539-9797. By the way, news on the Tiger front. Part of it bad, part of it good, I guess. Japanese pitcher Roki Sasaki, thank you. It's down to 3 teams, the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Blue Jays, so not our Tigers.
No.
What's the story, though, with the international player?
So apparently tomorrow they're going to have the signing period, and lots of reports are indicating that the Tigers will end up signing an outfielder named Chris Rodriguez, 16 years old, 6'4", 200 pounds, has a ton of...
Stop.
Yeah,
Okay, stop.
16.
16 years old, 6'4", 200.
Yep.
Wow.
Lots of power.
Catcher, first baseman.
Outfielder. Runs well. Athletic.
Interesting.
Well, I'm interested because I just like to hear that, okay, they're getting more and more involved with the international market, but taking it seriously and trying to sign higher-end guys. This guy is a top 5 talent by a couple of the different services out there.
Yeah.
It's MLB Pipeline or Baseball America, I think might be the other one. Both have him listed as, I think, number 4. Sasaki is number 1, by the way. So for the Tigers to be in on this, I like it. Because how many years have we heard all these great international players being brought up to the ranks of like Houston? And like, how do they get these guys? What is going on? Well, their organization goes out, finds the guys, and they're able to sign them. Well, now the Tigers are one of those organizations. So if this comes to fruition tomorrow, that's going to be a guy that 2 years from now you're going to hear me talking about. Hey, did you see what Rodriguez did in the Florida State League?
Right.
But it'll be a couple years.
You'll be that guy.
Yeah, because he's young, 16.
The other story, we haven't even really talked about what got us down the road of Ben Johnson to the Cowboys, was Deion to the Cowboys. Is the possibility that people thinking, in fact, there's reports out there that Deion and Jerry have already spoken.
Yeah, and Deion said that he's intrigued. He says he also said that he loves it in Boulder. So what he's done, playing the two sides against each other, give me more money to stay in Boulder, or Jerry's going to have to pay to get me to come to Dallas if he's even the number one choice. But, I mean, if Jerry's just reached out, I would imagine Dallas is going to do due diligence and go through a number of coaches that they're interested in. Unfortunately for him, Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson are off limits after the Super Bowl.
You know, Deion, when he went to Colorado, he took Travis Hunter and the Sanders brothers with him.
Yep.
Went out there and definitely turned the program around. Okay, they were a terrible program when he took over. I don't know what the ceiling on what they could be is. If he leaves, part of me will be thinking he's getting out because he's losing Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, and he's not sure he can repeat this success at Colorado. He might be able to. And I don't know how well it would go in Dallas. Because I feel like Deion is definitely a do-it-his-own-way kind of guy, and it doesn't seem like Jerry ever wants to acquiesce any control.
Yeah, I kind of hear you there. I selfishly, I'm a big Deion Sanders fan. I'd like to see him stay at Colorado because I'm really curious what he does now that Travis Hunter isn't there, that Shedeur Sanders isn't there, that Shiloh Sanders isn't there, that those guys are gone. Now what happens? Because he's had to recruit a couple of classes here, and they've got some decent recruits there. And obviously the portal is the portal, and people want to play for Coach Prime. And I'm curious to see what does he do with the next group of guys. And is he able to develop another quarterback that isn't his son that was, groomed by all those great passing camps and had the tutelage and guidance of, Peyton Manning and Tom Brady or whatever it was he was working with. I mean, can you do that with somebody that isn't, come from a famous family so that you can get them that kind of help?
Well, I want Deion to stay in college.
I want him to stay there, and I want him to succeed because I love him.
It's fun.
I want Deion to stay in college because I cannot – if you think ESPN is insufferable now.
God.
All right? If Deion Sanders goes to Dallas, the headline's going to be Deion does Dallas, and it's going to be nonstop coverage every single day is what's going on, at Cowboys camp, right? The offseason, during the season, before season, nonstop coverage.
Honestly, we have joked about how, Red Sox eliminated from playoff contention. How does it impact the Cowboys? Pistons have won 10 of 12. How does it impact the Cowboys? That's the way it feels like that. Everything works on their morning talk shows. It will only make the umpire stronger. Like the force will be very, very strong with the umpire if that's the case. Good God. That is such a good point. Very selfish reasons, but you're right. 100% right.
Keep Ed Werder in business.
It will keep Ed Werder busy. That's for sure. But I also think that would be destined to fail. I think Deion can stay low pressure in Colorado, good money for a long time.
Well, and it's his show that he's running. There's no question it's Deion's show in Boulder. I agree with you. I don't think it'd be his show in Dallas. It's Jerry's show, and you're just along for the ride.
It would be difficult for them to have a harmonious work situation, one would think. All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Coming up next, of course, is Rico and Mike. They'll be on deck on this Tuesday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's bring in Rico. Preview what's coming up next. Hello, sir. How are you?
Way to stall while I got that.
Yeah, I did. I thought you were sitting down, and then you got up and moved, and I'm like, okay. Say some words. Get him some time. Got a chair. What's up, man?
Good, man. Well, we've got a couple things going on today. One is, every now and then, Doug, if you do radio long enough, you'll say something and you're just wrong. And there's really no other way around it. You're just wrong.
As we like to say, get used to it.
It
happens.
There's no excuse. I bought into the Darnold thing. I'm gonna have to own it. I gotta apologize to start the show to Mike. He doesn't even know it yet.
Oh, you thought he was
Well, I thought he was better. I'm like,
resurrect his career.
I was like, guy. You know what? I thought he was on the same path as Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff. New team, fresh start, and maybe they have their guy. And I've never seen anybody just in a worse 8 days in my life. Like,
it's terrible. It was terrible.
Yeah, now you go back to earlier in the season when it happened against the Lions and the Rams.
Right.
He was better. He was better, though.
The Lions' game was he was awful. In this game,
Aaron Glenn devised a scheme defensively that was going to smother him and just make him completely impotent as a quarterback. And the Rams said, "Oh, I see what you're doing there. Let's try that," and it works.
It was why I said that was the team that you wanted to play. That in Green Bay, oh, we want the rookie quarterback. No, Minnesota's pretty much the Walking Dead right now. You just got to blow on them and they'll fall over, and they did last night. Stafford got lucky with the fumble because that changed the whole game. I
think it was legitimately a shovel pass. He was intending to.
It was. It shows you he's smart enough to know. He knows the rules. Yeah, it's a ticky-tack rule, but it
worked for him.
It works.
Well, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Red Wings look to make it 8 straight wins when they host the Sharks at Little Caesars Arena tonight. Detroit enters this one just 2 points out of the second wildcard spot in the East. What's to thank for that win streak, head coach Todd McClellan? The Sharks, meantime, are the second worst team in the NHL, just 32 points this year. Puck drop at 7, pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Lions holding a walkthrough in Allen Park this afternoon. Head coach Dan Campbell will wait until tomorrow to see if running back David Montgomery will be at full speed, but he is on track to return for the divisional against the Commanders. Detroit's big 9.5-point favorites according to FanDuel over Washington. Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale is interviewing with a couple of teams, Colts and Falcons, for their vacancies at the position. Bengals also showing interest. And the Pistons, winners of 10 of their last 12, off today and tomorrow before then hosting the Pacers Thursday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get it going on a Tuesday. Oh, man, so much to discuss. We're going to get into the Pistons a little bit because I think there's something that needs to be done amidst the hot streak. Another big-time win last night. The Garden was rocking, but we can't get to that yet. We're also going to get to the Lions, and it's going to be in a different way. This isn't going to be, golly gee, this is awesome. No, I actually have a question.
It's great. 248.
Just how great is it? 248. No, I have something actually interesting.
You're bringing Granddad's ashes to the game.
All right. What's your favorite urn? So look, but I can't get to any of that because Rico has blessed us with a gift on the show sheet called For Mike ... So let me walk into this rake as we start the show. What can I do for you?
No, it's not a rake, Mike. I told the gentleman in crosstalk they already know what I'm going to do. I had to share it with David as well. You do radio long enough. You do TV long enough. You sometimes you're just wrong. And there's times where you could kind of explain it or walk. And there's sometimes, you know what? You're just wrong and you have to own it. I have to own it right now. I have to own it today. I thought Sam Darnold had a future. I thought he was going to be the Jared Goff for the Minnesota Vikings. I thought he was going to be the Baker Mayfield for the Vikings.
This is not necessary.
Number 1 overall pick. Didn't quite work out with his original team. Bounces around and then lands in a place that is so perfect for him. He's got receivers. He's got running backs. He's got it all. He's got an innovative young coach. And in the last 8 days, he fell down the stairs. They celebrated after beating the Packers, and then that happened. Aaron Glenn destroyed him, didn't bounce back. Now, yes, they lost to the Lions and the Rams in back-to-back weeks earlier this year. He didn't look like that. He didn't look this way. 1 touchdown in 2 games. And the 1 touchdown that he got was so late in the game.
It didn't matter.
It was a garbage touchdown. The Rams sure, you can have that. I mean, for the Lions, he had a 44% completion, 42.5 last night. He cost himself money. Whereas it looked like a no-brainer that, we were sitting there saying, where's J.J. McCarthy going to go? Where's he going to go? Because they got their guy. They got their guy. Not anymore. Because now, JJ's out there tweeting Amori Fati.
What?
Which basically translates to...
Boondele Save?
No.
What?
Love of fate. Or love of one's fate. Meaning basically life is handing him lemons. And he's about to turn it into lemonade.
JJ, you had a peg leg all year. All right? Log out. Ain't nobody trying to hear from you. Yeah. Or first of all, not necessary.
No, because
not necessary.
Because I'm like, come on, Mike. He's a ginger, and all year long I'm thinking, I'm telling you, this guy. Because I'm thinking, man, Sam Darnold, he's gonna be a problem.
So let me ask you a question.
Be a problem.
How much money do you think he cost himself? I have my answer.
He cost himself probably about $120 million.
Oh my dear God. Okay, so we're similar. I said, okay, if the Daniel Jones contract was the comp, 4 at 160, is he 2 at 50? That bridge thing deal?
I think right now,
I wouldn't pay him.
He's telling his agent, if Minnesota walks in and says franchise,
sign it.
If they say French fries, just say yes. Just say yes.
You know
it's
what's about to
enough.
happen. You know what's going to happen.
They're going to franchise him.
No, he's going to end up the Giants quarterback and haunt me.
I think because you don't know what's going on with JJ, you don't know how well he's healed. If you're Minnesota, you play the game. Guess what? I don't have to pay you $160 million or $200 million. I'm going to franchise. Really, it's going to be a low offer. We may even work out a deal where I just guarantee you $25 million, son. And if you want to argue, we'll play back the last 2 games. We'll just put them on the loop. We'll put them up on the whiteboard.
He'll still be desired because there's a lot of dumb franchises, right? So I can look. First of all,
I'm trying to keep him away from your Giants.
It's okay. I've given up hope.
So I'm saying at this point,
look, all I want is
franchise.
I just want Mason Graham. That's it. I'm resigned to my fate. I want to take Mason Graham. I want to put him next to Dexter Lawrence, and I'll figure it out.
You know what? It's funny because I saw a mock draft where a certain team on the West Coast traded up, and that's who they got.
Who?
They missed the playoffs this year.
The Niners?
Yeah.
No. I want Mason Graham. Okay, look, here's the point.
I apologize.
You don't need to.
I apologize to you,
Listen.
and I apologize to people because I thought Sam Darnold was going to be a problem.
Oh, boy.
And you look at the NFC North right now, because you're just like, oh, you got Love, and you got Darnold, you got Goff, and Goff not even the best QB. Yeah, he is. He's the best QB in the North. He is.
Listen, I'd rather you be wrong 100 times because at least it meant you said 100 things. Look, I don't care. And understand, yes, the soulless ginger thing is a fun bit. I have told you why I don't believe in him.
Brother, I saw you as Farmer Fran last night. Like every time he got sacked, there's Mike in some overalls with no shirt on, twisting his nipples.
There you go. Where's that Rico sound effect, David? Every Darnold incomplete, or every time he held the ball for 7 seconds and got sacked.
Sack number 7. Oh,
dude, I'll tell you one thing. When the D tackle came by and is like, "Hey, give me that neck," woo! And he threw him like 8 feet. I'm like, yes. All I was waiting for is that little ginger bulb to pop off of his shoulders and just go rolling down the field.
Yeah, O'Connell is this. He's like. Who is this guy?
He's the guy you signed. You carried him for as long as you could. You babysat him for as long as you could. And here's what happened. You played a real team who had a real game plan. Aaron Glenn, shout out again. You know what the Rams did? They took that tape and they went, we're doing that. Last 2 weeks, he's been sacked 100 times.
Verse, can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that, Coach.
All right.
So, yes, I enjoyed it last night, and you hate to see it. But I'm glad you and I had similar perspective because I went, man, did he cost himself $100 million?
I'm going to say this. I told David, it would have been better for him to say, I rolled my ankle after the Packers game and not play. Because if they would have lost the exact same way and he wasn't in there, he would have become more valuable.
So if it was like Quantum Leap and he could go back in time,
right,
he would throw himself down a flight of stairs?
Yes. I can't play against the line. Now, the Vikings would lose the same way, but he's more valuable because, like, well, look, if I were playing, we may have won those games.
What a world, David.
He would have been better off not playing. I rolled my ankle. Something happened. I can't go in there. I got tuberculosis. I don't know. I just can't play.
Didn't have Rico diagnosing an NFL quarterback with TB. Believe me, I've got a bingo board story for you guys later. I guarantee nobody's got the story I got for the bingo board later. But like, it was joyous. I know. It was joyous.
And then the camera caught him with this look in his helmet like, what happened? Like, it's all falling apart. Mm-hmm. It's not supposed, like, literally in his mind, he's saying, turn those machines back on.
He's Duke and Duke.
That's why I
Mortimer,
said,
your brother's not well. F him.
That's why I said you wanted to play the Vikings again.
Yeah.
Because
I may have to come to your side of the table on that one.
I'm like, that team, the wounds were still fresh and bleeding. They were not healed at all.
Maybe the Lions are Alabama. They beat you twice. I don't know. But no, enjoyable. There are no apologies. I think people who never give an opinion should apologize for their existence. I'd rather you give an opinion and be wrong. But again, just let the record state. Gingers in games of magnitude are still 0 for 108. It's just truth.
And I'm like, I wanted to say, see, a ginger can stand up and be a man.
Nope. Should have dyed his hair. All right. You want to talk Pistons? Oh, boy. Listen.
I had to get that off. So thank you.
Fine. Listen, I enjoyed it. Now I know what's about to happen. He's going to be a giant, and I'm going to hate everything. But I want to talk Pistons.
You're getting Darnold jerseys if he does.
That's fine. I'll get you to Smedium. You squeeze right into that puppy. Yeah. Strut around the office. Pistons 10-2 in their last 12. Cade has blossomed into a killer after an awful start to the season. He has blossomed into an all-star. I think they will make the playoffs. We did that show last week, but I have something I want to ask. And I wonder if the Pistons' biggest problem, and it has nothing to do with them, it's nothing they've done wrong. I want to ask you this next, and I want to present a question, if I may. And then, yes, 3 o'clock, we got something Lions for you. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need legit representation, and they are not some phone screener. These are real lawyers, real brick and mortar with experience. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They will advocate for you, fight for you, and guide you through the entire process. Don't let your tax problems get worse. Go to abrahamandrose.com today or just call 248-539-5040. You will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, so we wanted to bring up the Pistons, and last night is one of the better wins in maybe the last 5-6 years for the Pistons. You know, you're in New York. The Knicks are a legitimate team. You fall behind. You don't have a good first half. Cade didn't have a good first half, and then he rallies. Drops, I think, 18 in the third, 36 on the night, closes it out. Pistons are 21-19. Now, I have two questions for Rico and you guys, and you can respond to either, both, or most likely neither. I know what I'm up against here with the NBA in this town, but that's where I wanted to start on this. I have an actual topic, but I think the biggest problem with doing, hey, what's it going to take for you to get excited about the Pistons, it has nothing to do with the Pistons. See, the Pistons are doing everything the league doesn't do, Rico. They're actually trying, right? They play hard.
Yeah.
They guard. They care. The NBA, look, I'm an NBA fan. I am League Pass guy. I mean, Rico, I've never been more detached from the NBA. The product is abysmal. I think on the whole, you have a lot. I'm not going to paint with too broad a brush. You have a lot of players that are completely unlikable. The idea that we don't know who's playing on any given night, or even if they are they playing? It's not the Pistons' fault. But I think it is their problem, is that if we want to get people interested in this town, I'm asking them to watch a product that by and large is awful. Because I myself can't lie to my listeners. I've watched less NBA this year than any year of my life. It's atrocious.
It is.
So that was one, and I wanted to know if you were at least okay with me saying that.
I'm okay. I'm okay with you saying that because, I mean, man, when NBA players value being on podcasts more than actually playing on the court, that's a problem. Now, a caveat to that is, here's why you should be interested in the Pistons. Before you get to the second thing, is that Detroit used to be a guaranteed load management spot. Now,
not so much.
Yeah, now when star players come to town, they're playing because they just can't walk in and beat the Pistons. They actually have to go out there and put forth effort. This isn't one of those, oh, we could just take the night off type of nights.
So the question is this. We are 3 weeks away from the NBA trade deadline. They're 21-19, and I weigh these two factors. 5 years of being completely awful, non-functioning. 12 games of being hot as a firecracker. And I only say it because I know what I want to do, but I want to know if I'm jumping the gun. And people can call me out on this. You can call me out, or maybe people will agree. We talked about this after a horrible opening 10 days for Cade, especially in the fourth quarter. He couldn't score. He couldn't close. They blew some games. He's blossomed into the guy that David prayed, literally, to bring to town. I want to make a move. I want the Pistons to be buyers, and not in a Blake Griffin way. Not with some Rudy Poo, one-legged, 35-year-old. No. I want to get Cade a Robin. I want to get Batman a Robin. And that's going to take something seismic. Now, I want to know if I'm irresponsible with that. Listen, they need more floor spacing. They need more shot creation. They do. The names that are out there, I will give you some because I don't think it's good enough to come on the air and go, they got to make a trade. And then you're like, well, for who? I don't know. That's not, you're not a radio host at that point. You're a whoopee cushion.
I don't want to be wrong.
Right.
They don't have to do an opening segment where they apologize. Go ahead.
You never have to. And look, I've done as much research as you can do, and I can give you some names. But I wanted to know on principle before we get into the names. Do you think the Pistons should be a buyer? Because I do. And I said this, and Lord knows, I mean, if you say anything that's anything other than euphoric praise about a local team, Cookies gets upset. This happened on the pod today. And I said, oh, they're going to make the playoffs because, frankly, they're trying and no one below them is. Well, why can't it be? Because they're good. Well, they're not. They're just better than this crap, and they actually care about life. Truthfully, the Nets, the Hornets, the Wizards, the Bulls, all these teams blow.
Right. There's a difference between making the playoffs and a team that's trying to win a championship.
That's correct. My point is the Pistons are trying. That's their advantage. I want to know if you want them to be buyers. and I can give you some names. And look, the name I want is not going to be available to the offseason. David did a great job of digging into the CBA and the contract. The player I want, it sounds like, according to what David researched, he won't be available to the offseason. Lauri Markkanen. Stretch 4, young, signed, god-awful situation. Boy, would he look good in the pick and roll here, the pick and pop. Wouldn't he look good? It would be beautiful. But what if I could get you a facsimile of that? And it's a player I wanted them to sign 2 years ago, and they didn't do it. Player like Cam Johnson for the Nets could be on the move, shooting 40% from deep, averaging 20 a night. He's that stretch 4. He plays defense. He's a team guy. The Nets.
I don't think you got to break the bank for him either.
Well, the Nets are making a sizable ask. It doesn't mean they're going to get it, but all things are. They want multiple firsts. Well, you can want whatever you want. It doesn't mean you're getting it. The Zach LaVine thing is out there. Now, again, I don't like Zach LaVine. Is he having a good year? Admittedly, yes, he is. Averaging 25 a night, shooting 45% from deep on almost 8 attempts a night. The problem is a lot of that's empty filler in non-competitive games. And he's still Zach LaVine. And his knee is still a plate of fettuccine. And he's signed through, I believe, with the player option, 2026-27. So, couple of names for you.
Not the name I thought you were going to say. Because I think, but
I have one more.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to see if I can trip up?
Yeah.
Let me see if I fall into Rico's trap. The other name you will hear a lot about is Brandon Ingram.
No.
Okay. So
Teammate of his.
Oh, you're thinking the Zion stuff? No.
But see, you're better than that now. Because you don't need to get a name to sell tickets.
I don't want
and to get people in the
who's
seats.
not serious about basketball.
Exactly.
And Zion has burnt through all equity. Look, the team might release him in the offseason. That's something you're reading about, hearing about in NBA circles is they can get out of that contract and they may just do that. And look, if they trade BI, well, that's part of it. Now, look, Ingram, availability. Now, I know we just talked about Zion. Availability is a skill. Brandon Ingram doesn't have it. Brandon Ingram is hurt all the time. But is he 6'10"? Yes. Is he the athletic wing they lack? Yes. Is he a shot creator? Yes. Don't love it. Remember, guys, perfect players rarely get traded. All right? So I'm sorry I can't bring you Shaq in his prime. But I wanted to ask the question. I understand if you call up and you go, Mike, Rico, you guys are overreacting. It's 10-2. It's a 12-game stretch. What if a week from now they lose 4 in a row? Guys, all I can say is you don't have as much time as you think you do. And with a guy like Cade, who is signed, right, we're about to start his true prime. He needs someone you don't possess. You know, Jaden Ivey's gone. And frankly, the way Cade plays without him, I'm more comfortable with than the way he plays with him. So I want to get him as Robin. Now, you go, well, what do you think they can accomplish if they do this? Like if they got Cam Johnson or if they got Zach LaVine, could they threaten and or win a playoff series? Possibly, yes. If you don't, you're cannon fodder. Now, that doesn't mean you make a deal for that purpose alone, but it's like, okay, what are we going to do to get tangibly better now that we're too good to use our picks?
Right.
And we have what we have. So I wanted to ask the people, A, is it possible for you to get excited about this knowing, look, the NBA's never been worse. Yeah. It's bad. And is it wrong that I think it might be time to do a little buying?
No.
Do a little shopping.
I agree with you on both. I do think that I look at this team and I had the pre-show call with David, and for me, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, man, I'm just apologizing across the board. David was actually right. David was actually correct. He said the playing game is not good enough. And right now I'm looking at how this team is playing, and what you're saying, they're trying and other teams aren't. No, I expect you to be in the top 6. I expect you to be playing game exempt. And that's not, I don't think that's asking too much of this current team. Can you get to about 42 to 44 wins? And that may put you in that 6th spot where you're not in the play-in games.
Do this for yourself. And people, if you're out there, no, not if you're driving, but if you're bored at your cubicle or dropping a grumpy or whatever you're doing with your day.
The win-loss game?
No. Just look at the East. And I want you to count how many real teams are there. How many teams are trying? And then count backwards from where they currently are. And can you even find teams that are trying? Now, look, let me say this, and I'll make it very clear. I don't want anyone to feel they're not welcome in the conversation. If you don't want to make a move, you're not a bad person. I understand if you want to just be very deliberate, very, pragmatic. I get it. I'm saying you have to make the right move. You don't make a Blake Griffin move. You don't do something stupid. You don't do something that makes you an 8 seed for the next 2 years. You do something with a player that fits what you want now, what you want in 2 years. God willing, they're signed long enough, what you want in 4 years. Cam Johnson would be that.
Yeah.
It's a player I wanted in free agency. Shoots the three, length, defense, low ego, high output, and he's on a god-awful Nets team.
Mike, I don't think it's a coincidence that once he left the Suns got worse. Suns didn't have that type of player because he's a gritty type of guy that goes out there and just does it game in and game out. You don't have to worry about load management because he's in there trying to win games. I like that.
It's an idea.
You got the Cavs, your Celtics, the Knicks, who they just beat, Pacers, Magic, and then you're at the Bucks, Heat, Pistons, Hawks. So, yeah.
And by the way, remember something now. Nets are going to trade Cam Johnson. Sounds like Atlanta's going to trade DeAndre Hunter. The Heat are trading Jimmy Butler. When Pat Riley's up there with a PowerPoint presentation on what a butthole you are and why you're suspended, I'm pretty sure you're getting traded. He's already suspended for 7 games. Guys, you're openly talking about the bottom falling out in the East. So the Pistons are going to make the playoffs.
Right.
It's a question of, do you believe now would be the right time versus later? I'm not going to yell and scream either way. I think they're going to make the playoffs. But I think when a player is coming into his own like this, it's worth a conversation. And I'm sure this will be twisted and manipulated and misconstrued as somehow we demanded a trade, which we did not. I've asked a question. I see both sides of it. I wouldn't mind the Pistons making a few calls. Make the right move. Don't make any move. Make the right move.
If you can make a trade, I mean, you have the cap space. You can do what a lot of other teams can't. So
trade the Swedish kid you got in a 1 and go get Cam. 248-539-90. So what is it? Bobby Clinton or whatever it is. Go ahead. Take him. Take a first. Go get Cam Johnson. I don't know. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. I'd say we'd get with Kenny, but he's opted out until 3 o'clock. He hates the NBA. Rico Beard.
Kenny's watching Mexican hockey.
Exactly. that day, the 16 Nations Cup, the NHL CBI.
Hey, guys, Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. And right now through January 16th, they've extended the sale. $1 down, $15 a month gets you started on your Planet Fitness membership. You said you wanted to work out more. You said you wanted to hit the gym. Planet Fitness is there for you. As a matter of fact, there are over 50 Planet Fitness in the Metro Detroit area. So you just need to head into your local Planet Fitness, get started. $1 down, $15 a month. What you're going to see is a lot of the gyms have brand new strength training equipments and cardio equipment. And if you need a little motivation, there is free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers that will focus just on you. So head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, and then it's $15 a month. If you want, you could even go and get the black card at $24.99 a month. But right now, $1 down, $15 a month, head into Planet Fitness, or you can just simply go online at planetfitness.com.
All right, let's get to the people. A lot of people want to rap about it, and I think it's truly interesting, both fronts. It's not the Pistons' fault, man. They're doing everything right. It's just this league is garbage, and that's hard for me to demand. You must watch them when I myself am watching less NBA than ever. The product is vomit. The other angle is, should they be buyers? I mean, they're going to make the playoffs, and my answer is maybe. That's not a cop-out. I'm being very specific, is that I don't want a Tom Gore's party shirt trade that's going to keep you in the 8th seed and ruin your cap. It has to be the right move. And those are hard. They're rare. And a lot of times the names are not out there. Of the players listed, who interests me the most, I mean, I think Cam Johnson's a winning player on a bad team. Rico and I agree on that. He provides what you need. The Zach LaVine thing, I have a hard time getting there. I think he's a different version of Kyrie. I'm just not a fan of him. If they brought him in, are they better? Yes. But I don't want that contract. Also, his knees possibly are made of couscous. So I really don't know that that's where I want to go. To the people?
Yeah.
All right. We go to Parker, 97.1. Parker, what's going on?
Hey, Mike, long-time listener, first-time caller. Appreciate you having me on.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm going to say something crazy here. We're doing great. Sun's up. I'm going to give you something crazy on your Tuesday afternoon here, Mike. I think the Pistons should be sellers. I've watched enough of Cade over the years, and I love the blossom, love the poise in the fourth quarter. But I'm sorry, you watch this team, and you say to yourself, even with a couple additional pieces, can they really push it through and get to that 2, 3, 1 seed and potentially win a championship?
Not this
in the
year,
next 2 to 3 years with Cade? No way. It's not possible. It's hard to watch, and they've kind of assembled a ragtag group of guys through the draft. And I'm hoping that we can get something done to make that happen.
Well, all right, look, it's difficult because if you ask me, well, how many teams who aren't title contenders can become one overnight in basketball, and it's not a video game and you make one deal? No, it's a finite number. But for the Pistons, it's not about winning a championship. It's about, at the right time, supporting Cade with what he needs. Look, they need more shot creation. They need more floor spacing. That player may or may not be available. Yeah, but Parker, what I don't want to do is sell, because here, I'll give you an example, right? If you make a deal for a guy, and I don't want LaVine, but let's say the LaVine thing happens. You are, in essence, taking the pieces that are scrap, like Hardaway and Tobias, and then putting assets on top of them to complete that deal. But, okay, let's say you traded some pieces. A, you're sending a terrible message to the locker room. But B, what are you getting? You're not getting a first-round pick for anybody on this roster that you're willing to trade.
What do they get for Cade? What could they get for Cade? I mean, with the contract,
you
what do you think?
could get a ton, but then you're starting all over.
Yeah.
Now, we've talked about that in the past, that if you're not going to get serious and you're not going to sign players and you're not going to spend money. Look, they did. They spent money this offseason. That's a different conversation. No, I mean, Parker, look, you're hanging on to Cade, and then you have to ask yourself, is anyone else on this roster going to become an all-NBA player? Obviously, I don't think that's going to be Jaden Ivey. I don't think that's Duren.
I've been pulling for it. I have his jersey. I was hoping he'd be that guy.
No, it's good, but Cade's numbers are better without Ivy.
The whole point is the one guy who might track is the guy we know the least about, which is Ron Holland. And I can't sit here and put all NBA pressure on it. He's 18, 19 years old. But no, do I think Asur Thompson will ever be a first-team All-NBA player? No. Duren, no. Who? So you have to begin asking yourself, all right, well, how do we acquire another all-star level player? You have to have a duo. Mm-hmm. The days of a big three are pretty much done. You need duos. Well, how are we going to acquire that?
Through a trade. And you also got to look at the fact that you have a coach who wants to be here, and who cares? Like, Monty didn't want to be here.
What a grift. Can you believe he executed that?
You know what? Yes and no. He kept turning them down, and they kept sweetening the pot. So eventually, sure, why not? But that should never be the answer when you offer somebody a job. Sure, why not?
Let's go to Anthony.
Hey, David, I'm sure that's you would have loved for your wife to. You want to marry me? Sure, why not?
Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. Ant, what's going on, buddy?
What's up? How y'all doing today?
Good, Anthony. What's on your mind?
I think the Pistons would be buyers if it's something on the cheap this year, because I feel like they still gelling and the new coach, new system. But I would say if you could get Brandon Ingram like next to nothing, I like the upside. But you're right, Mike, with his health, you still that question mark. But if this was last year and Cade was doing this and he's doing this again, I would absolutely love to trade Ivy pre-injury, and I would love to get Cam Johnson if they could. But the question is, if I'm GM, I'm asking, how do I beat Boston? You know, what do I need to beat Boston? That's the standard, and that's the blueprint.
Well, here's the good part. Let me offer you something, Anthony. Here's the good part. By the time you need to concern yourself with beating Boston, Boston's going to implode from a cap perspective and a luxury tax perspective. You don't have to worry. Like, look, I'm not being rude. It's just, Anthony, you're not going to beat them now, and I doubt you're in a spot to do it next year. But beyond that, yes. Because, look, the Celtics tax bill, part of the reason Wick Grossbeck put the damn thing up for sale, they're going to owe $500 million. So, yeah, I mean, it's tracking to where there should be a vacuum it'll open up, and maybe a team like the Pistons, if they do everything right, can assume some of that power. But, yeah, I mean, a Cam Johnson at $20 million to me is a much better trade than a Zach LaVine at 48. Yeah. That's just where...
Like, I feel like we need to get Tobias Harris up out of here, and we could get something for him, trade to the Nets or something, put a first round with it.
Well, the Nets are going to
wants to come here.
The Nets will want a developmental prospect. They're going to want a first round pick. Obviously, you still owe a pick. And I'm giving you the names that are out there. And I'm not pounding the desk for any of them. The Brandon Ingram thing, you mentioned cheap. You wanted cheap. You know what's baked into Brandon Ingram? He's not signed. Yeah. Now, could he come here, fall in love with the city, actually stay available? I can't answer those questions.
Think you can get something for Beasley?
Well, he's one of my shooters.
I'm just saying, like, if you packaged him in a trade.
What is up with you and Parker? What do you want to trade away? He's a shooter.
I want to trade people that don't play.
I mean, Beasley, he be here.
Okay, here's how it works.
Kenny, Rico, and David are yelling at each other.
I know, and you know, a lot of in Detroit, you want to give up nothing and get something.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm saying you got to offer something, but he's a shooter, yes. But if I'm going to get the complimentary piece to Cade, you may have to come off of something that hurts.
All right, hold on. So what player are you thinking about putting him into a deal?
No, I'm saying, like, what about Beasley? Like, he's got value.
In the Cam Johnson type deal or something like that?
Yeah, but he doesn't have value to the Nets.
No,
the Nets
he doesn't.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
Trade the Swedish meatball. Trade Bobby Klintman in a 1 and protect it and kick it out to like 27 or 8 or something like that. And if they don't like it, all right, pound sand. Keep losing. I'm not telling you to do something stupid. Now, again, if it's the right player, I'm with Rico, where if it's this over, like if this summer it was like Lowry Markkanen and like Danny Ainge had a bone for Malik Beasley.
Then have them.
Gone.
There's Ivy, there's Beaslly, boom.
Gone. But
that's what I'm saying.
I'll pack your bags.
If you want to get a good player, that complimentary player, that all-star type of, I'm sure, yes, they don't want somebody at the end of the bench.
Correct. I want to get to these people. Now, we will do a football today because every hour we have to do a little football. It's what people crave. I'll go back to these calls. We can move the Lions thing back a little bit today.
Okay.
I have no problem with it. Team's red hot. We've provided 2 questions that I don't think have really been asked on this station. And again, guys, don't feel bad if you're going to call up and go, look, I want to support my local team, but the NBA, oh boy.
NBA makes it very hard to love them.
Correct. Dead of winter, taste of summer. Old Nation Brewing has a special limited run release right now in time for Lions playoff action. It's the Tangerine B43. So yes, you're drinking your heavy beers and your fireside beers. I get it. But if you want to switch it up and you want to reminisce about summer, limited run Tangerine B43, it's out there wherever great beer is sold. Old Nation, support local, support independent, 21 and up, and Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right. Touch the table on some football. We'll get back to business in a few minutes. Don't worry. David, music.
So, yes, in football today here, let's get to it. There's a lot of news out there, but the first question I want to have is somewhat of an overrated, underrated type question, and it's simple. After you saw what the Vikings did, 14 wins gone. Packers, 11 wins gone. The NFC North, is that overrated?
No. Look, that's a really hard division. There were no freebies. Even the Bears were pesky. They just found ways to lose. Winning in the playoffs is really hard. I know you can't say that to people in this town. But no, David, I am not going to call the NFC North overrated.
I may.
Oh, no.
No, because
Sam Darnold really hurt you.
No, it's not just the Sam Darnold. When you start looking at it, okay, take a step back and imagine like if it were like a conference. It was the Big Ten conference. And you're like, okay, the teams that you beat really turned out to not be that great, turned out to not be that good. So a lot of your wins really weren't those great signature wins you thought that they were. So because the rest of the division turned out to be really nothing, yeah, David, because I thought that at least one of the teams would make it to the second round. And maybe you would get a final, like if you would have got like Vikings, Lions part 3 or Packers, Lions, yes. But now they got embarrassed. And I know the Packers were injured, but the Vikings, no. It is a little bit overrated.
So let's move over to the
And it ain't Sam Darnold's fault.
Okay. Let's move over to the Dallas Cowboys and Deion Sanders because there was a statement last night from Adam Schefter regarding Deion and the Cowboys. So sources, a lot of them are saying that the owner and Jerry Jones and Sanders, they met or they interviewed or they talked to each other. And a quote yesterday came out from Deion Sanders saying, "To hear from Jerry Jones is truly delightful." He goes on to say, "I love Jerry and believe in Jerry after you hang up and process it. Think about it. It's intriguing. But I do love Boulder and everything there is about our team, the coaches, our student body, and the community." So then there's that portion of it regarding the Cowboys, but he may not be the only college coach that Jerry Jones is interested in because ESPN's Dan Graziano is reporting that USC's Lincoln Riley, Texas's Steve Sarkisian, and Notre Dame's Marcus Freeman and Iowa State's Matt Campbell are among the college coaches people around the NFL believe that the Cowboys are interested in.
If I'm Matt Campbell, take the job because this is your last go-around. This tells me that the Cowboys have no idea what they're doing because apparently we're just going to go and raid the college rankings. You want to get any of these top coordinators? No. What about Ben Johnson? He's a has-been. Lincoln Riley, that's the guy.
You want to see all the air go out of Rico's balloon? They couldn't get any of those people. That's why they're doing this. That's why the New York Giants didn't fire anybody. The Giants, the Jets, the Cowboys, and I honestly believe the Bears are not serious organizations. So you're right if they could actually get those people. Ben Johnson's not going there for that circus. Ben Johnson's too good for that crap. So you know why? And by the way, Deion, kudos, man. You need to write a book on being a grifter. Can you imagine?
Forward by Jalen Rashada.
Yeah, I mean, it's nonsense. Yeah, you went 13-12 in 2 years with the top 2 picks, and one of them emanated from your loins. Well, let me see you reload the roster. Yeah, you really had the team ready to roll in the bowl game. Got blasted by BYU. Yeah, right. Hire him to coach in the NFL. Can't wait to see how those interactions go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, tell a bunch of NFL players you're bringing your own luggage and it's Louis. Let me know how it goes for you. A D tackle will pull one of Kenny's wrestling moves.
Yes, they will.
I mean, come on.
And, Mike, you're not far off here because Troy Aikman said those exact words, saying that the Dallas Cowboys, he was yesterday on Monday Night Countdown, and he spoke about the job, and he says, it's not a coveted job anymore.
No, Giants aren't coveted, Jets aren't coveted, Cowboys aren't coveted, the Bears aren't coveted. 4 huge markets, 4 big-time franchises who are wholly unserious.
Because in order to coach the Cowboys, you do need somebody who's just young and stupid or desperate because you're not really coaching the team. You're waiting for the phone to ring for Jerry to say, yeah, play that guy, don't play this guy, do that. You don't get the full autonomy just to go out there and be a coach. And you're right. Ben Johnson is like, no, old man, go up to your little booth, eat your graham crackers, and leave me alone. So, but yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going to go into that route, but really, I mean, if I'm Marcus Freeman, I think I got a better gig at Notre Dame. I mean, maybe I can see Lincoln Riley because I think we're about to find out he's a fraud at USC. So if I'm Lincoln Riley, maybe I take off and leave before people realize I'm not that good. Matt Campbell, you just thank God that somebody still remembered your name and your phone number.
And since we're on the subject as not being coveted, well, there was a defensive coordinator in the NFL that wasn't coveted in the NFL last year, went to Michigan, and now he may be coveted again in the NFL. Wink Martindale will be interviewing for the Falcons defensive coordinator job today, the Colts job tomorrow, and he's on the radar for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Clown franchise is hiring a clown. Go ahead. I hope you enjoy the Wink experience.
You don't think that he kind of revived his career going to Michigan? He was the reason why Michigan was any good.
Really? Or is it 3 first-round picks? I don't know.
But he was able to coach them.
Listen, you want him, you hire him. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll tell you what. Get all bricked up and tell me you want Wink in San Francisco.
You do have an opening.
And you don't want him.
No. We're looking at other places.
A lot of stumbling of your words there, sir.
We're looking at Robert Saleh and bringing him back home to the family. Wink we'll always see him as a giant, and that makes him the enemy. So sorry.
You can have him. I wouldn't hire him at all. If Lou Anarumo's available, go hire him.
Well, before I get to the Steelers, let's go to the other side of the state of Pennsylvania. Let me give you an update on the Eagles fan that was verbally abusing the Packer fan in front of him. Well, according to a reporter, the Eagles have identified both fans. That fan is banned from Lincoln Financial Field for the future. The Packers fan will receive gear for her favorite team, and they sent an apology. Now, there's more because they've now found out the company that this guy works at, and there may be issues with his job now.
Like what?
He's going to get fired.
The employer's looking into some things regarding that guy.
It's just, yes, it's one of those now, like, if somebody records you at a grocery store just MFing somebody, and then they call up.
Who the hell MF somebody at a grocery store? You're just trying to buy lettuce.
Okay. This is new to you? Hey, welcome to 2025.
I don't talk to anybody. I just buy lettuce.
But I'm saying, hypothetically speaking.
One of those apples over there.
Yeah. No, what happens is then all of a sudden social media finds out everything about you, where you live, where you work. They start.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
They hit your boss up. Hey, do you know Mike Valeni? And this is what he did. Until finally Debbie's like, well, I guess we're going to have to get rid of Mike. So that's what's going to happen to this. Yeah, but the thing is, he had a chance to just say, you know what, I'm sorry. He doubled and tripled down. Like, why did you call my girl that name? Well, she is one.
Well, it was just so bizarre. It's like these are strangers. Your team is winning. Why are you even speaking to strangers?
Because she's wearing Packer gear. And it's like, because what's gone is the ability to just have fun. Where I could sit there with David is in his Pittsburgh Steelers gear or in Michigan gear, and we just kind of go back and forth. But in the end, I'm not insulting him and his family. And that's what happened with this guy. So, yes, this is what happens. And you know what? David, he kind of asked for it. He had a chance to just say, you know what? My bad. Sorry. Let me buy you a beer. Nope. He just kept with the insult.
Correct. And she may not be the only one wearing Packer gear because George Pickens may be available. Maybe he can get traded to the Green Bay Packers because according to a report, he was late for the December 25th game on Christmas. Tomlin has a policy where they have to be there 2 hours before kickoff. He was walking through security an hour before the game. That was after they had announced the inactives.
David, I don't think any serious franchise would trade for him. Maybe he latches on with a bum-ass franchise like Cleveland or something. But George Pickens is, and shame on him. Your daddy played in the NFL. Well, I mean, I can't bring him into a winning locker room.
But see, I think it was because the daddy worked hard to get to the NFL, and he kind of is a little bit entitled. Look, between him and Deontay Johnson, I have no idea what's going on there. These guys are guys I thought would be some big-time receivers, and they are just nope. Yeah, Pickens, I don't know what's in the water in those three rivers because wide receivers just don't make it in that city, David. Maybe
They don't.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but he should be gone before next season. And that is in football today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. One of the best stories in the NBA this season, the Pistons. They've pulled off one of the league's best turnarounds, winners of 10 of their 12 last games. Detroit's 21-19, 8th in the East right now, but just 1 game and a half out of the 4 seed. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff says that Cade Cunningham's rise to all-star status, one of the top reasons the Pistons are in the playoff race. The Pistons off today and tomorrow. They host the Pacers at Little Caesars Arena Thursday. The Red Wings will try to make it 8 straight wins when they welcome the Sharks to LCA tonight. Detroit entering this one just 2 points out of that second wildcard spot in the East. Ville Husso starts in nets. Puck drop at 7. 6:45 pregame right here on 97.1. Lions head coach Dan Campbell will wait until tomorrow to see running back David Montgomery at full speed, but Monty is on track to return for the divisional against the Commanders. Detroit's a walkthrough this afternoon in Allen Park. They're 9.5-point favorites over Washington. And Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale is interviewing for a couple of jobs, Colts and Falcons, for their vacant DC positions. Bengals also showing some interest. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're going to get back into this Pistons conversation. We'll bump the Lions a little bit, and here's why. You heard it in Luke's update, but it's also, okay, two pathways here. A, what will it take for you to get excited? Have you, dipped your toe in the water? It's hard for me. I can't yell at you and be like, you must watch this team. I've watched less NBA this year than any year in my life. The product is awful. And that's not the Pistons' fault. It's not. The Pistons are actually trying. But the league is detestable. It really is. And I just wanted to know if that's part of your struggle, that it really has nothing to do with the Pistons. It's that when you turn it on, it's a bad product. But the other one is, okay, they're 21-19. Huge win last night in New York. Garden was rocking. Cade, again, if you separate the first 6-7 games of the season and then the rest, Cade has become the guy we wondered if he could become. Well, if this is real, and if you now possess this all-star guard, you now need to flip the script and go, well, what do we put around him? Do you want the Pistons to be a buyer? I can't demand it because, look, the NBA's wacky. The contracts are guaranteed. Some teams ask for crazy stuff. They basically price it so that you can't get a deal done. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the guys that are available, they're horse manure. So I threw some of the names out that are circulating, and I've asked you the question. And if you don't want to make a deal, you're not wrong. I don't think you're bad. I just think it's worth a conversation. So I have something here for Rico, David. So I have a proposed deal. You can do whatever you like with this, but some pricing, okay? Here's a Brandon Ingram trade to the Pistons.
Okay.
This is just for fun, but you tell me, would you do it? And we talked about it earlier. I said, hey, look, Brandon Ingram's not signed. So here's why it's cheaper. Beef stew, Tim Hardaway, Bobby Clintman, Wendell Moore Jr., and a 2028 protected first-round pick.
For just Ingram. Yeah.
Okay. Part two. You wanted that Zach LaVine thing. I know you're a big supporter of his. You love him. Here's what Zach LaVine would cost you. Would you do it? Now, reminder, Zach LaVine is very expensive. This is a player making, I think, 43 this year. It'll go to like 45, 46. Got a player option he'll absolutely take. He signed through, I think it's 27, 28.
26, 27.
26, 27. Yeah. LaVine to the Pistons for Tobias Harris, Tim Hardaway Jr., Bobby Clintman, 2027 top 5 protected pick.
So basically the same except the pick changes. I'm going to say no, only because he's often injured. Okay. So no.
They both are. So look, the right deal might not be out there. For me, I'd love to make a run at Cameron Johnson. I think I wanted him in free agency.
You got a deal for him?
Yeah, it's not to the Pistons though, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I can just kind of give you a comp if you want it. And again, it's Bleacher Report. You take it with a grain of salt, but it's a conversation piece. So here's Cam Johnson. And this would go to the Pacers. It would be Cameron Johnson and Deron Sharp for Obi Toppin, Aaron Nesmith, the sharpshooter, Johnny Furphy, a 28-1, top 4 protected, a 25-2, and a 27-2. That, to me, is a grotesque overpay. I would not do anything like that. But this is why we're just having a conversation. Look, they may choose to do nothing. They may let Ivy heal up. They may take the year in development, chalk up making the playoffs as a success, recalibrate in the summer. Those summer shows are going to feature me saying, somebody get to Danny Ainge and get Lauri Markkanen. But That's it. I just wanted to ask the question because they are a story, but I'm not mad if people aren't watching because the league is terrible.
Right.
David, ticket text for the first time all day, then we get to the callers.
Yeah, and then I'll give you a note on Zach LaVine as well. Ticket text, marketing would be perfect for Cade. Couldn't agree more with you, Mike. We can wait till the offseason, though, but I'm not a patient, he says. Watch my first Pistons game since they traded Chauncey a couple nights ago. Nice to see them win, but man, I was bored during the game. Defensive stops means almost nothing. 10-point leads are gone in 2 minutes. The coaches have too many timeouts. There are 0 dunks. Tough sport to watch.
It is.
I would go get someone, but if they make the playoffs this year, they don't have a first. What do they have to give up?
Well, no, that's why you're seeing 2027 or 2028. And look, making the playoffs and getting the Knicks the pick and being done with it is fine. It means you got up off the mat. It means you can finally say, okay, this is what we're going to do. Look, I just thought it was time for a little conversation because they've gotten red hot. I really believe in my heart they'll make the playoffs because the Eastern Conference, go look at it. These teams are all tanking. I think if you're the Sixers, what's the value? You're not winning a championship. That thing is effed up. You tank it. You do what the Spurs did when Sean Elliott's kidney exploded and David Robinson blew his knee out. You tank it and hope you get a star to put with JoJo and Maxey.
The reason why you can't tank anymore.
Right. You just so like when you look at the rest of the teams, like who's going to come up and get the Pistons? I mean, if LaVine gets traded from the Bulls, they're worse. If the Nets trade Cameron Johnson, they're worse. The Wizards, forget it. It doesn't matter what they do. The Hornets, it doesn't matter what they do. Look at it. If Atlanta trades DeAndre Hunter. So I think it was worth the conversation because they are playing well and they are trying. But I can't yell at people, Rico, because, man, like Pat Riley and Jimmy Butler, doesn't that embody everything wrong with basketball right now?
Because Pat Riley, yes, represents the old school mentality, and Jimmy Butler is the new school mentality. It's like they clash. It is hard to watch.
Why? Because I want you to show up to work?
Yes.
To try?
Yeah, because now it's all, basically everybody is Paul George. He is the embodiment of the new NBA, where sometimes you play, sometimes you don't. And
Sounds a lot like the radio industry. All right, David, what else you got?
I'm sitting right here.
No, not. What's the matter with this man?
The Pistons are legitimately good. They're going to make the playoffs, barring injury for sure. They owe it to this team and the city to buy at the deadline.
But there has to be something worth buying. What I don't want you doing is a Tom Gore's party cannon trade that's some desperate whoring out of your future to be infinitely the 8 seed. Whatever you acquire now is going to have to be a part of the core. And it's going to have upside. That player has to grow with you.
You're exactly right. And last week there was a change because when Brian Windhorst reported that the Pistons changed their philosophy when Langdon was introduced, he said they would take on bad contracts. But he said that's changing now. As of last week, that's changing. And you're right. Don't just make a trade just to make it. If you don't see something that's going to make the team better, then don't do it.
Yeah, David, you no longer have to be that third team to help out everybody else to balance it out. Now you're the team that can be aggressive and say, you know what? No, don't like that one. Change the deal and maybe. But right now, you were just a dumping ground for the NBA.
No divas on the Pistons. They care about each other and want to win. Such a rare sight to see in today's NBA, which is pretty sad.
Oh, that's pathetic.
Yeah. The Pistons are the coolest story in Detroit right now, and it's not really close. I would argue Cade is the best individual athlete and player in Detroit right now.
I'm not doing that. I mean, that's a July show. Can we not do that right now?
Oscar unlocks so much for the Pistons. He's a dog defensively, and he's a secondary playmaker who can make plays for others. I love seeing it.
Okay.
Let me give you a note here on Zach LaVine.
People are wild.
Because you gave what a possible trade would look like. Well, you can update the salary because there's a 15% trade bonus. Trade for him. So.
Tasty.
So no.
I don't want him, man. I'm not a Zach LaVine guy. He is having a good year. I'm not getting it twisted. But no, I don't want him. Because I don't believe he'll grow with you. I don't believe that that you become this thing where it's him and Cade, and what am I putting around that? It's not for me. I just gave you the names that are out there. You do what you want. We can get to the callers next if you like. I think it's interesting. And we'll get to the Lions. Don't worry. We're here till 6. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls coming up next. NFL playoffs are here. FanDuel's got you covered. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. And FanDuel app, you got everything you need. More betting markets than anyone else. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Straight to the people. Talking a little Pistons, get to the Lions later, and I also have something that embodies all that is evil in college football. I think, maybe. But Rico has to grade it out. We go to Antoine, who's up next, 97.1. Antoine, how you doing?
What up, fellas? What up? Hey, listen, you right. This is the time to make a move, Mike. But none of these names that you're saying make sense long term. And even the Cam Johnson, like Cam Johnson does improve you, and he is a gritty guy. He's one of those guys that's gonna fit into any roster and go make you better. But at the end of the day, if you make that move, that's gonna prevent you from being more flexible in the offseason and trying to get a guy like Lauri Markkanen. If you're gonna make the playoffs anyway in the Eastern Conference, which you are, because it's just complete trash. What's the point? You know what I'm saying? Because you're still going to make it.
That's why I'm saying don't even try.
Well, hold on. Antoine, I'll answer it. And once again, I want to say it for the people in the back. I'm not pounding the desk. I can only offer you what's out there. But Antoine, here's why Cam Johnson's interesting.
You got to turn the radio down, Antoine.
By today's NBA standards, Cam Johnson's contract is basically what you pay an NBA starter. $20 million. It's really not bad at all. And when I cost average it out with all the players on their rookie deals, I don't think it prevents you. Now, if you're saying I can't bring him in and Chase Markkanen, well, you're right. But the problem is none of us know if anyone can pry Markkanen from Danny Ainge's psychotic brain.
And so I agree with that, Mike. So what I'm saying is I don't believe Cam Johnson is a big enough prize to then risk not having the opportunity to go get a Lauri Markkanen.
I have no
I'm
issue.
not saying Lauri Markkanen's a top 15 guy. But when you put him with Cade, the way that he plays, pick and pop, shoots the ball, and is going to be a team-orientated guy, he's a perfect fit.
There's no argument. No, Antoine, totally understand the perspective. It's why we're having the conversation. And listen, the team at least is trying, and they're good enough to have the conversation. That's fun.
Real quick, Mike, the point you made is so valid because I turn the Pistons on appreciating what they bring, but the roster is devoid of enough talent to keep bringing me in. And then the product stinks on top of that. So I want to tune in because I know that at least what my local team is giving me is what I want. But then the roster is so deprived of talent and the roster sucks, and then the league sucks. So it's almost like I can't watch longer than 10 minutes.
Hey, Antoine, believe me, and I'm league pass guy. I'm right there with you, man. It is. By the way, just for fun, because what Antoine brought up, like, do you know what their record was last year? They're 21-19 today.
It had 3 wins or something?
3-36.
Yeah.
21-19. So at least we get to have a conversation. And it's not just.
And I want to say they're 10 wins away from basically matching the last 2 seasons.
Sounds about right. Let's go to Isaac, 97.1. Isaac, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? So I really think that we should sell. I know you said earlier that we really wouldn't get much, but I just don't see anyone or anything that's going to make this team win this year. I understand that we have some pieces that we could trade. Maybe we could get a protected first-round pick like Malik Beasley or Tim Hardaway Jr. Those guys are on short-term
contracts. Hold on, Isaac, explain to me the mindset. Like, why would you want to, the first sign of this team being able to make the playoffs and Cade blossoming, why would you want to send that message to your locker room?
It's not really. For me, I don't feel like it's sending a message to the locker room like we're giving up and this and that. It's just I don't feel like we have any pieces that are as an organization we don't have any pieces in the war chest. Even our draft picks. To trade for anyone that is going to turn us into a championship contender.
Well, there's the issue. And Isaac, that's the problem is, listen, there may never be a guy on the trade market that is going to do that. What you have to do is thread the needle. We can't just sit here and develop. You're going to need to do something at some point in the next, let's call it 12 to 18 months. And the move you make, if it's a big one, if it's for a max level guy, yeah, you have to get it right or you're in real trouble. But Isaac, the problem is if you're peeling away layers of the onion, you're getting further away from, like, I'm not going to, I guess my point is, Isaac, I don't understand sending the message to Bickerstaff, sending the message to Cade and the guys in that locker room that, hey, congratulations, you're gelling, you're hustling, you're beating a bunch of these poverty-ass teams, not last night notwithstanding, and here's your reward. We're taking away the adults in the room, and now you're back to AAU basketball. That does not register with me. Because I would argue, Isaac, you're not going to get anything that I care about. You're not getting unprotected picks. You're not, and even if you are, what are we using them for?
No.
To draft another 19-year-old? Sorry.
No. That's the problem is, like it or not, you've stumbled upon something that's starting to work, and it took a while for it to gel as you watched other teams rise up, as you just kind of stayed pat at the bottom of the NBA, and now you're starting to rise up. This is not the time to tear it apart. This is not the time to go back to the cellar. Guys, we've been in the cellar. You know what the cellar looks like. Mike just 3 wins last year at this time. 3 wins.
If you had a big-time player who was an expiring contract or contract talks were not going well, it's a different conversation. You don't have that. You either buy or you just stand pat and you let it roll. There is no scenario on them. We've gotten a couple of these calls. That's not Rico and I bringing that up. Those are Piston fans calling up talking about selling and stuff, and I'm going, I feel like I need Rosetta Stone to speak that language.
Well, no, and I was all about, maybe you need to move Cade about a month and a half ago because it didn't look like the team was going anywhere and he was your most valuable asset. Now times have changed and this team is starting to play well. That yes, and whether it was addition by subtraction, but Cade is averaging almost 27 points now that Ivy is out. I mean, he's shooting like 50% from the field. Like, he's really doing well. I'm not saying they got a beef between the two. It's just he's playing better without him. That maybe this is where you need to find somebody who can complement him. Whatever Cade is doing, let him continue to do that and find somebody who can do some of the other things, some of the other complementary things. And now you got that tag team duo, that tandem. Yes.
Go to Pedro, 97.1. Pedro, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, it's really surprising to hear people say they want to sell. Like, we finally have something worth watching.
I know.
Everyone's like, sell, sell, sell. I'll be honest, I'm opposite with Beasley. I'm extending Beasley. I'm giving him a 2-3 year extension. I think he's proven his worth with Cade, and it seems like they're clicking together pretty well. But so the two players, I want your opinion on this. What do you think of trying to get a DeAndre Hunter or John Collins? They bring a similar thing that Cameron Johnson would bring, but I think they'd be a lot less to get on the trade deadline. And guys that can stretch, play four a little bit. They can be what Tobias Harris was supposed to be. And they're 27. They're relatively young. They can grow with us for the next 3-4 years.
Yeah, and look, DeAndre Hunter's a tough one. I don't know what to do. He's having a bit of a breakout. I don't know what I would give for him, but he'll cost you. I know I've read a couple times the Denver Nuggets have sniffed around there. Pedro, I'm not mad at it. It really comes down to, do you believe making that type of move, that DeAndre Hunter would become a part of your core, and what do you got to give up to get him? So like an example, you've seen here's the Bleacher Report on DeAndre Hunter. You take this for what it's worth to Golden State. So it would be for Jonathan Kuminga, who they have refused to deal.
Yeah, right.
But once again, they've kept waiting for him and waiting for him and waiting for him. It's not happening. It'd be Kuminga, Schroeder, Gary Payton II, Kayvon Looney, and a first-round pick. I'm not giving that up for DeAndre Hunter. But the Warriors might, because guess what? This is the last hurrah. Steph's already intimated the end is near.
Yeah, but Steph said he doesn't want to blow up the team either. And
how are you blowing up the team? It's Kuminga, who's a bum, Schroeder, who's a rental.
No, because they think that Kuminga is going to be that guy.
How many years I got to wait?
I'm with you. Everybody has that player that they just believe, just wait, it's going to happen.
Okay.
That's them. That's Kuminga for them.
Sure.
I'm with you on that.
It's like you watch and you're like,
no,
all
that's
right.
when you just need to hold a player A, player B blind taste test. And then at the end of the day, be like, oh, by the way, player B, it was Kuminga.
Right. Strip away the pedigree, where you took him. It doesn't matter this far down the line. Do you want to win? Like, if I'm Golden State, I don't have a choice. You're not trading all-time legends like Day-Day and Steph, so you got to go all in, bottom out again, and go back to being irrelevant.
Yeah, but, GMs and coaches, like, nobody wants to be wrong. That's why you hold on to coaches and you hold on to players too long, because you're just waiting. See, I told you it took 8 years, but there they are. Now they're good.
Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on today.
Yes, sir.
I'm definitely a buyer at the trade deadline, and I'd like to offer something that's a little bit different than what's been thrown out there. Because Mike, you brought up a lot of good points. Like, Brandon Ingram averages 37 games a year, and he's going to want $50 million at the end of the season. Zach LaVine, you've brought up those things. I think the team that you're looking at is the right team. It's the wrong guy. So what I would offer you is to go after C.J. McCollum to replace Ivy in the short term. His contract isn't expiring next year, so you could go in the offseason like you want to, Mike, trade maybe, go after Ainge and say, hey, we got this expiring, maybe a few young players and a draft pick, and you go try to get Lauri Markkanen in the short term. So basically it's playing checkers, not chess. Get a replacement for Ivy in the short term, a guy who is good without the ball. And New Orleans wants to get rid of salary because they're going to pay tens of millions of dollars in luxury tax. So what do you think about a kind of short, long-term move like that stems us, maybe gets us to this 4, 5, 6 seed this year, and then we go after our big chip in the summer?
Well, I think the one thing you said, listen, I mean, New Orleans is going to – you got to do right by guys, right? And C.J. McCollum's respected around the league. The Pels are going nowhere. Yeah, they might deal the guy. I'm not mad at you for that. The question is, you're doing a 4D chess move. We're going to trade from here to ship them out over there. I don't know.
True. It's true. I'm just thinking that, like, any of those other guys, you're giving up first-round picks or you're eating up a lot of long-term salary cap that, kind of prevents you from going after a Lauri Markkanen. I don't think Ingram's the guy. I don't think Levine's the guy. I don't think the guy, the Robin is out there right now.
No,
what we need is someone to make us a little bit better right now.
And Ryan, I'll say this.
For Robin later.
Ryan, I don't hate this. He's on a 2-year deal, $64 million.
It drops off next year, Rico, and that's. I look, man, I'm like Alonzo in Training Day over here. I'm playing checkers, not chess, or I'm chess. I mean, chess, not checkers, So I really think that, we're good enough now. We're not going to be a championship team this year.
No.
So don't go after the Robin now. Go over that in the offseason. And Mike, I'm 100% in. Go after Lauri Markkanen. I'm with you.
The problem is you got to deal with the guy who used to run my franchise, and dealing with Danny Ainge. Good luck. He's insane. Danny Ainge did so many times he blew up deals that I wanted to hoard draft picks.
I was about to say, what if you just send him a bunch of picks? Danny, here's picks for the next 4 or 5 seasons.
I mean, if you give me Lauri Markkanen, I'd pretty much deal with just about anything. I think he's the perfect fit.
Knowing, you may be blowing up the future, but you're going to win now.
All right. Well, here's Rico. Be curious.
You know what, Mike? Good call. Let's be curious, everybody. You want to get into radio, you want to get into TV, or you want to get into graphics design, let Specs at LTU get you started on your path, on your new career to greatness. Why? Because Specs at LTU is going to be teaching you everything you need to know about radio, TV, and graphic design from day one when you start classes. So what do you need to do? You need to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And you're going to be taught by people who work in the business like yours truly. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do it today.
Okay, so before we get into football, we'll get into the Lions. I got a question regarding the game. We also have a little coaching carousel news. We had some fun yesterday, and I think there's a video up on our YouTube regarding Kenny's Four Nations Cup with the NHL, but we discovered there are actually 58 nations that play hockey. About 50 of them make no sense. And then it featured Kenny looking up for national team Mexico or national team Iran or national team Georgia highlights. They don't exist. We're not convinced these teams are real. But Kenny made a comment, man, I didn't have that on my bingo board today. Well, I don't know why you would have this on your bingo board, but just a brief 2-minute story.
Okay.
The headline was too much to I know it's soccer. Worldwide story, though. It's something that, again, a major Italian football team, Lazio, has been forced to part ways with its falconer. Now, they have basically a gigantic falcon. It's like a war eagle. It's like Auburn, where they, this bird goes down, and this is the guy who's best friends with the bird, and he puts his hand up and he catches it, right? Well, why would they have to get rid of him? Because he was sharing pictures of his new penis implant.
No way.
You have that on your bingo board? Italian club Lazio have sacked a man responsible for handling the club's eagle mascot.
They sacked him?
After he shared videos online of his own, yeah, he really got boned, of his own prosthetic penis. Juan Bernabe has handled the eagle named Olympia, because they play at the Olympic Stadium, since the 2010 season. Lazio, whose crest is emblazoned with an eagle, have parted ways after he shared images and videos online of his new penis, because he underwent implant surgery.
I guess the man is proud.
And I'm telling all of you right now, don't try to, I wouldn't go Googling that puppy. But basically, they added they were aware of the shared pain and loss of the eagle would cause to the fans for upcoming home matches, but said it was simply impossible to associate our historic symbol with such an individual. And no, Kenny, I know what you're going to ask. I have no understanding of what was implanted or how any of that would work.
I wasn't going to ask anything of the kind. I was just going to say.
And I want to apologize for that assumption.
The Eagle Man was just showing off his new pecker. That's all that was happening.
There you go. Perfect. I'm happy for you. Can you imagine? This guy went to social media and thought, nope, this won't cause any issue with my employer. What?
I guess maybe he thought he was pulling a Shannon Sharp and just, just share this with everybody.
Yeah, but that was just
that was staged.
Sounds?
That was staged.
You pretty much have it made. I don't know about this team, but you get to every soccer game. You're handling.
Lazio is one of the most famous historical. There's AC Milan, Inter Milan. Over the years you've had Fiorentina. Lazio it's a brand. It's a Serie A major historical team.
So he's set up to be at every home game doing what he does
He's
for
been
the
doing
fans.
it for 15 years.
So
and you do this?
Is he gone forever or just suspended?
No, he's gone. It's over.
Okay.
Him and his
ruined it. He ruined it, man. He had a gig that was set up for life.
Now, here's your problem.
I'll share it off the air. Now I was going to make a joke. Nope.
Yeah, let's not do that. I want to also say here, this guy was given a second chance.
Oh, he was.
The 56-year-old was suspended in 2021 for performing a fascist salute at the end of a match against Inter Milan.
Okay.
Now, there is a bit of a history to it, is that Lazio was Mussolini's team. There's always been an association with some of that. Now, obviously, the team isn't out there playing highlight reels of Mussolini, but there has been elements of that. Well, this guy decided he was filmed making the salute and chanting, and he goes, I did it, and I don't regret it, because I'm not reading the rest. It'll be turned into a drop. The point I'm making is,
And the next thing you know, he went like that and said, Bird, come on back in.
Right.
That's
So he
not the
already
arm.
got his second chance after doing wholly inappropriate gesturing. And now he's like, hey, look at my new toy on social media.
I wonder if because he didn't get fired over that he just kind of felt like he was untouchable. You know what? I can do whatever I want, and I'm the only bird guy here. So what are you gonna do? Take it away?
In fact, the answer is yes. Now there's an unemployed bird somewhere. And by the way, the bird's terrifying.
Bird just sitting at the park like, I used to have a gig.
Rico, this eagle's
Give me that popcorn.
This eagle is the Brian Cushing of birds. This bird is roided out of its gourd. You got to see this thing.
Right. Poor pigeons at the park and I'm afraid. Nope. Popcorn check, homie.
I wouldn't go outside near this thing.
Did you see the guy's description of what he has purchased for himself, his new toy, as you put it?
No.
I suggest you do that.
No. You should just read it. No. Drop-free zone. Read it because I don't have.
There is no such thing.
Go ahead. It's a drop-free zone. I promise.
I did it to perform like when I was young. My erection is natural, but with this device, I press a button that allows me to perfectly control both erection and the time.
Because I like you.
I can't believe you actually read that.
No. Hear me now. No drop of that. Kenny was
sure that is good.
Kenny,
okay, I will.
When I gave the whole Aaron Rodgers thing, that's drop free.
Out of a
Next day,
right?
There's a song.
Kenny, we promised Kenny in real time, and I'm going to stand by that. There will be no drop of that. Thank you for.
Remember, he said he promises that. No, I won't. I won't.
Yeah, you didn't get permission from the Black Caucus here.
So there's your bingo board story of the day. Kenny, if you had that one on your bingo board, we got to have a conversation. We'll get to the coaching carousel. David, a couple of ticket texts, and then I got a Lions question for us in the back half of the show.
Okay.
What?
Real quick.
You're fascinated with this, aren't you?
Because I always like the genesis. Mike, how did you stumble across this story?
It's a headline. It's a sports story. It's a headline. What do you want me to tell you?
All right, I'm looking in the wrong places.
I don't choose the news. The news chooses me. It's just I was like, well, that headline could be useful for 7 minutes of showtime. I didn't realize Kenny would do a dramatic reading about Juan Bernabe.
Somebody says, that is the weirdest story since El Sabaka got fired.
That's true. It is. Oh. But why would this guy on social media share that? I mean, that's unbelievable.
Someone says Tower of Power. Oh my God! There's a lot of things here that I just cannot say.
Well, hold on. Can you edit them?
Anything have to do with the city of Pisa?
Okay, this was okay. Lazio says I couldn't be happier with my new deck.
Let's go to Juan Bernabe. Bird, come hither.
Someone says, Rico, you're right. Exactly what I was thinking. How did you see that story?
Right. I'm thinking, like, how did you see that story? Like, I'm going through looking like, really? Huh?
Someone else says,
I need to go to Italian Google, I guess.
No, guys, I'm being very sincere. It's the BBC. I just, listen, they put these things out there. Juan, how did it go this weekend?
This one's for Kenny. Congratulations to Kenny on his natural erection.
All right. He's going to. Yeah, okay, neighbors.
I'll tell you
My turn. My turn.
Juan Bernabe. Focus on the knobby. He's enhanced, but so's that bird. You got to see this bird.
I don't want to Google it.
No, I'm not talking about the birds. I'm talking this bird is hulked up.
Right. I'm saying I don't want to Google the bird for fear that I get the story.
Yeah. Okay, fair. I'll show you here. This is a safe space.
Okay.
All right. Coaching carousel. It's probably better than the ticket text.
All right.
Okay, then.
Shout out
Juan Bernabe.
City of Pisa. Let's go.
Wintry driving season is here, so are reckless drivers. If you are injured in an automobile accident, you've simply got one call you've got to make. It's David Femininio. Pick up the phone right now. Talk to David by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, we'll touch table a little football. Coaching carousel, including assistant coaches, perhaps. Mr. David Hall.
So I wanted to do this match game style.
What on earth?
Yeah, so we're going to go through the 6 openings currently, and I'm going to have a 7th one just for fun. So ESPN, Dan Graziano went through this, and he gave his predictions. So either you can agree with that prediction or you can match another coach with the team. Start with Chicago.
Mike McCarthy.
Nope, he says Brian Flores. Do you agree or disagree? Or who
I disagree on principle. You drafted Caleb number 1, and you would have had 2 defensive coaches. Why?
I disagree. You know what? Because you are the Bears, you're going to do something stupid.
Yikes.
But at least do stupid in a positive way. Pete Carroll.
That will be who you match him with. Okay.
Yeah. Mark me down for McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy.
And I think Flores is overrated. I've had enough.
No, but I think McCarthy's going to try to find wherever Rodgers goes and have a reunion.
Well, he can't come to Pittsburgh because there's a rumor out there that it may be Pittsburgh. No, thank you. Let's go to Dallas. His prediction for Dallas is Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator for the Eagles.
I mean, he's familiar with it.
They just fired him, right?
They moved on from him.
They fired him.
Yeah.
I'll say no. I think. What if they hire Jason Witten?
That name is out there.
It is. I'll just say no. I think Jerry is off his meds.
I'm going to say no. And I think we talked about it earlier today. I think they do go to the college ranks for this. Lincoln Riley. I think they go that route. They're hoping that they can find that next young up-and-coming coach with coaching experience, even though it's not in the NFL. It's Jerry. He's going to take a chance. And let's face it, if he doesn't like him, he'll fire him next year.
I'm going to go to this one next. This is my bonus team here. They have not fired their coach, but we all believe, and we talked about it yesterday, that they should fire their coach. That's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I thought you were going to say Pittsburgh Steelers.
No. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who should be their next coach.
Liam Cohen, the OC. Why would you let him get out of the building and interview for jobs when he helped Baker Mayfield, continued what Dave Canales did, built on it? Baker's publicly said, I love this man.
Yeah.
Get rid of the wax statue and hire Liam Cohen.
And let's be real. I mean, they lost because of a fumbled exchange. It's not like he went out there and just stunk up the joint. Yeah, I'm with Mike. They don't need to go outside of the family. You already have your head coach right there on staff.
Let's head down to the South. They are also known as the British Jaguars. Jacksonville Jaguars, of course. His prediction is Joe Brady for their new coach. He's the current Bills offensive coordinator.
Wow. I mean, I haven't heard that connection before Graziano. Just for fun, I'll say Ben Johnson. I don't know that's the case.
No,
you agree with me there?
I was going to say Ben Johnson because you have an established quarterback that I think just needs a competent person around him to make him better. Similar to what you saw with Goff. You already have your top receiver. You just drafted him, so he's going to be under salary control for a long time. Yeah, I would go Ben Johnson as well.
So I didn't do this with the Bears because there's just too many names to mention, but there are other candidates that are on the list. And let me give you what the Jags have. They've talked to Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, Robert Saleh, Steve Spagnuolo, Kellen Moore, Liam Cohen, Patrick Graham, Todd Monken, and Brian Flores.
Oh, my God.
So basically, they're just kind of going the shotgun approach. Let's just interview everybody and see who really likes this gig, and that's going to be the people who move on to the next level.
Now, remember, that's a long list. I said I didn't do the Bears. That list is double that size, not reading the Bears' other candidates.
And that's why I said for the Bears, they will go with somebody like a Pete Carroll because, David, when you have that many candidates that you're interviewing, that means you don't know what you want. You don't. Because if you know what, we need a defensive coach. Let's narrow it down to the best 3 or 4 guys and bring them in. We need an offensive coach. Who are the best 3 or 4 guys? Let's interview them. When you're just going to sweeping across the board, and I think the same is going to be with the Cowboys, it means you don't know what you're doing. It means you're willing to write off next season. And so that's why I don't think the Bears are serious. And this whole Caleb thing, like you drafted a quarterback, but you keep going after defensive players. you spent all this money on receivers, but for what? Like, you don't have anybody who can teach them how to do anything. And oh, by the way, your offensive line isn't that great either.
Let's head out to the West. Match this coach with this NFL team, the Las Vegas Raiders. His prediction is Ben Johnson.
Wow. You know what? They did fire Tom Telesco. He would give Ben Johnson the ability to name his own general manager. The problem is they're so bad. They don't have a pathway to a quarterback. But yeah, I guess if power and building it from the ground up and I don't know, working for Tom Brady's your thing, go for it. You know what, man? I don't have a better name, so I can't make fun of Graziano. I guess I just view the Raiders as something I want nothing to do with.
Yes, very fair.
I'm not going to say that. I think, and bear with me, the Raiders every draft day are always known for doing what? Something stupid, right? Whether they draft a punter, like with the 10th pick or something like that. Raiders move up to get Shedeur Sanders. And they bring his daddy with him. Yeah, because they're sitting at the 6th pick. So they swap picks and they move, and they also have to trade away a number 1 next year. But that's the Raiders. And the Raiders will do dumb things. So, yeah, I would say no, Deion, because Deion has a chance to have his son.
2 more teams here. Let's head down to the South. New Orleans Saints. His prediction is Aaron Glenn.
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Played there. He's a Texas guy. Geographically makes sense. Yeah, sure, I'll go with it.
It sounds to me with the other candidates that Aaron Glenn, it seems to me it's just going to happen because their candidates are Mike Kafka, David Shaw, Kellen Moore, Joe Brady, Darren Rizzi, who was the interim, Cliff Kingsbury, and Anthony Weaver. Doesn't sound like a great list here. So
it's not. It's actually terrible. It's awful. Get to the Jets, because I give you the name.
Finish it off with the Jets here.
Ready?
Your
Rex
name.
Ryan.
Oh, my gosh.
They're going to do it. They're going to do something stupid.
What do you think happens, Rico? Because I have his. Graziano. You're going to be shocked by his suggestion.
I think the Jets will probably go off the board like the Cowboys and just they may even go to college rank as well. Because I don't think that any established coach would want to hook up with the Jets because they're a disaster in the making.
But a desperate unemployed coach with a foot fetish would.
Well, guys.
Sexy Rexy.
You're going to be shocked by this prediction here.
What do you got?
He's selecting a guy that had a wonderful offense in the last 5 weeks that scored just 14 points per game and lost every game in the month of December and January. I give you the Steelers offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith.
Complete disaster.
Okay.
The Jets need a strong personality. The Jets need someone who's experienced. He's experienced, but it was a bad experience. And that stupid mustache, no way. Out. You know what? That'd be the most Jets thing of all. And you wonder why maybe Mara didn't fire anybody in New York. Listen to some of these names. I don't want these people. If you couldn't get Ben Johnson or Mike Vrabel, no disrespect to Aaron Glenn, but if you're the New York Giants, I don't want any of these people.
No.
By the way, Brian Greasy is on their list for other known candidates. Vance Joseph, Bobby Slowick.
I like Slowick.
I do too.
Houston OC.
Yeah.
I like him a lot.
I'm surprised that Greasy hasn't gotten at least bumped up to an OC somewhere.
Brian Greasy. Okay.
Any reason?
I mean, he's the quarterback's coach in San Francisco. So, yes, I figured, you know what? It's one of those that, okay, maybe somebody takes a chance on him and brings him in as an OC.
He was awful as an announcer. Can't do it.
I mean, simple. Same with Brunell. Like, all right, you're the quarterback coach for Jared Goff.
I think Brunell's comfortable. Well, we'll see what happens in the offseason.
The OC. Maybe he becomes the OC here. I don't know. Or he goes to Jacksonville with Ben Johnson.
That would be so great to see Arthur Smith go there. Bye-bye, sir. That is your coaching carousel match game style. 97-1.
The Lions holding a walkthrough in Allen Park this afternoon. Head coach Dan Campbell, he's going to wait until tomorrow to see running back David Montgomery at full speed. But Campbell says that Demo is on track to return for that divisional game against the Commanders. The head coach talked about his recovery this morning with Costa and Jansen here on 97.1. Detroit's a 9.5-point favorite over Washington, 8 o'clock Saturday night downtown. Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale is interviewing with the Colts and Falcons for vacancies at those positions with both those teams. Bengals also showing interest. The Red Wings will try to make it 8 straight wins when they welcome the Sharks to Little Caesars Arena tonight. Detroit enters this one just 2 points out of the second wildcard spot in the East. Billy Husso's going to start in net. Puck drop at 7, 6:45 pregame right here on 97.1. And the Pistons, winners of 10 of their last 12, off today and tomorrow. They host the Pacers on Thursday downtown. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
4 o'clock, good to have you with us. Don't forget our YouTube, Valenti Show with Rico. Like, subscribe, because Evan tells me that helps. So please do that. Like yesterday, we had a great conversation about the Wings. You don't feel like grinding through the app? I'm sure John and Evan put a video up there. Go watch it. It was actually quite positive, too. I want to bring up this Lions thing, and I want to do it in a way that everyone can be involved, because the ticket issue is an issue. Now, if you have them, I think you got an interesting choice. You are 9.5-point favorites, and I'm not going to waste any energy convincing you. A vast majority of people just think it'll be Lions 58, Commanders 3. Okay. So my question is, why wouldn't you sell your tickets? I mean, the NFC title game is what you care about. If they win this game, it was expected. If they lose, well, you wouldn't want to be there anyways, and you would have gotten money off the table. So I started to do a deep dive here on ticket pricing in real time. Now, I chose to use this Game Time. The prices they're absurd. Standing room tickets. I mean, you're seeing $500. The cheapest tickets in the recesses of the stadium. $600. Now we're talking all-in fees, the whole bit. $650 a pop. So $1,300 to sit nosebleeds, because who buys one? I mean, I guess if you're a sociopath, you want to go to a game by yourself, God bless.
Now you buy two, at least.
If you wanted tickets that you can actually watch football and enjoy, well, now we're getting into a different price point, where the tickets will cost you 200 level, club level, really nice seats. Well, in the end zones, $2,000 to $3,000. If it's between the 20s, $3,000 to $5,000. And
for the two, not just one, for the two.
For the two.
Okay.
And if you want the lower bowl, primo, and you want to be seen on TV wearing an engine block with a D and a fence, well, fine. Prices go up from there. So here's my question. Why not sell them? But if you're looking to go to the game, I don't know that you're lining up for those prices. So the question on the buy side, Rico, is what price would the ticket have to be? How much would it take for you to sell? How much are you willing to buy? For Lion fans that are going to the game or want to go to the game. Because I'll say it again. Last year it was about, wow, we're hosting a playoff game, and you had to be there. Hell, if you went to the Tampa game, you knew you weren't playing a game here again, that it was going to be on the road against San Francisco. So you went. Okay, but now the holders of these seats, you've seen it. You've done it. You only care about next week. Next week, if you win, and I think, look, we expect them to win, that is going to be a game that will be so emotional. It will be Super Bowl pricing if the Lions are hosting the NFC title game. That's the game you go to. You never sell that. I've been lucky enough to be at an NFC title game where my team got to go to the Super Bowl. I wouldn't trade that for the money, because that was a moment I got to spend with my dad. That's not this week.
No.
With these prices, I'd be selling, because I'm already locked in for next week. And if they lose, I wouldn't want to be there in the first place. But my question is, what are people willing to pay? What price do the tickets have to get to where you start to go, you know what, I'm going to try to go? Because I ain't paying $500 to stand in room only. No. That's ridiculous.
No, that amazes me that it's that expensive. You're right, because here's the thing. If they win, you expected them to win, you're not really that excited because it's expected. So you would think that, yeah, you would sell those tickets and you would move on and you would get ready. Because the championship game, folks, that's the common people's Super Bowl. Just the actual Super Bowl, if you bought tickets, you're going to be so high up in the nosebleeds, it won't be the same. But here, it's like you're going to be at a family reunion, that family barbecue where everybody's going to be celebrating. Everybody's going to be wearing the Honolulu blue and silver. That's the game that you want to be, because you didn't get a chance to. The NFC title game last year wasn't here. It'd be here. I can see going to that game. But this one is, if for some extra money, heck, you can pay for your season tickets for next year by just selling off this game.
Probably not.
Okay, you can make a large chunk.
Not with those price increases.
You can make a large chunk in your season tickets for next year from this one game.
You got club seats, and they're decent seats. 2 seats, you clear $4,000. For a game that most people are, cookies.
10-point favorite.
Walkover, right? That's the
the double-digit disco.
Sure. So my point would be, are you selling? But if you're looking at going, what is the amount of money you're willing to spend to go to this game Saturday night? 248-539-9797. I mean, I'll just tell you, the viewing experience live, all that goes out the window. Next week, you want to be there. But this week? And again, if the money means nothing, respect. I ain't mad at you. If the money doesn't matter to you, and you just want to go, get bombed off your ass and not remember the score, God bless, go live your life. But I'm asking a serious question, because these ticket prices for this game, it doesn't add up to me. This isn't the game. The game is next week.
It is. For Lions fans, I think for some, it's all about the journey. So you could say that you were there for every home game, but...
Do you get a bonus for that?
You do not.
Does the team pay your mortgage?
No, they don't.
Does it mean you have a good marriage?
Probably.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure I'm not missing out on bonus points in life.
No, this is one where, this is the non-important game. Like last year, you hadn't seen a playoff victory in a long time. It was the Rams. It was Stafford. Of course, you're going to that
total
game.
Sense.
The next game against the Bucs. This is the last home game, period. So
made total sense.
But because you're the number 1 seed, there will be another game. You're going into this game as a double-digit favorite. And in the event that they lose, the pain is helped out a little bit by the $4,000 you have in your pocket.
And if they win, you got paid and you got your seats for next week.
And you get to watch the coronation.
And if you're not selling, what would you have to be offered to sell? And if you aren't currently going to this game, what is the threshold that you're willing to pay? And look, you can cruise around. And if you're good sitting in the nosebleeds, $1,200 for 2. That's what it's going to cost you. I would never do it. That's not snobbery. That's not worth it to me. Like, for me to watch a football game and go live and go through the hassle and the BS and dealing with humanity in general, no, they would have to be seats that it's not worth it to me to do that. It's just not.
But it's also, it's going to sound bad because it's like, oh, you're not a real fan. But guys.
Oh, Christ,
no.
We're doing this again?
Here's the thing. If they're going to win if they're projected to win big by Las Vegas, man, you can make money and you'll be there next week because you already have your season tickets. You already are there and you made some money off of that. And just think of, man, you could throw a party that night and pay for it. You could do whatever you want. Think of it like this. Basically, you just funded your next family vacation off of selling 2 tickets.
And if you got 4 tickets, well, hey, winner, chicken dinner. But when the team raises prices on you, and rightfully so, because they're winning and there's a 22,000 person waiting list. When they raise the ticket prices 90% over the course of 2 years, You have every right to get some money off the table without triggering the ticket police. No one's saying sell every game. But this game, this to me, with this market for this game, I'd sell. But if you're buying, I'd love to know what you're willing to spend on these. I'm fascinated by it. I can't believe the market for this game.
Standing room only means you just want to be in Ford Field. You have to be a part of this, and that's the best thing that you could do is you just stand there and lap the concourse because you're not really going to see anything in the standing room only section. You're looking up at the Jumbotron.
248-539-9797. David, your thought on it?
I would definitely sell my tickets if I had some.
Because it's about next week.
It is about next week. And that's the difference between this year's playoff run and last year's playoff run. There was no guarantee you were going to have that second home game. It ended up happening because of how the results happened in the wild card game, and you ended up getting a second one. So, no, last year was like, no, we haven't been here in 30-plus years. We got to go. This year, when you already believe, we're not talking about double digits, if you already believe they're going to win, then, yeah, you set yourself up for next week, and you say, right, Rico, I'm going to be there, and we're going to make the Super Bowl. I want to be there.
And on top of that, yeah, we just made $4,000, and we're going on a nice vacation later on this year. Thanks to whoever bought our seats. Appreciate you.
And if you disagree with it, if you think that is offensive, you can say why. And we may not understand each other. I ain't going to be mad at you. Go live your life. But I also would love to know the people that are trying to go, what's the barrier to entry in your mind? What are you willing to spend to get in a seat that you're going to enjoy the game? I'm sorry, but even back in 2004 when the Pistons were in the final and standing room onlys were $100 a pop at the Palace, that's not enjoying the game. The players are the size of ants. That's not enjoying the game. It's like when people go to the Final Four. Oh, I got my tickets. Where are you? Oh, I'm on the roof of the RCA Dome.
Third level.
Huh? I'm not going. Oh, well, you think you're too good for that? No, that's not enjoyable. No. I'm going to drive 6 hours to view the game from a blimp, or even worse, watch it on TV, a.k.a. Jumbotron.
Mm-hmm. Or you're just not sitting because the trick to that is put on your team's T-shirt, go stand in the student section.
Yes, David, go ahead.
No, I was going to say you're right about that, and I had that experience with right after I proposed to my wife. We got the year they had the regional. Steph Curry was in town. I had no clue it was going to be Steph
Davison
Curry.
versus Iowa?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And I enjoyed, but we didn't have great seats. We were a young couple, but it was about the experience for the two of us. But you're right, the seats were not the greatest in Ford Field. So you have great seats? Okay.
9 months later.
Not great seats. And nobody can see us up here.
Steph Curry's first three. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people next. 97.1.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet and start the new year off right with great deals on their inventory of new 2025 Chevrolets. Selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the January Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Blazer 2LT for just $299 a month for 24 months. Walk in with $995 down, and you drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right. You know, the best deals are found at 14 mile a mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
If your furnace ain't running right, you need it fixed like now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too, and if they can't get to you same day, take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about that winter bundle-up discount as well at mastercraftheating.com. All right, ticket text, then we get to the callers. We're having a ticket conversation early in the week, and we'll check in on Friday. But it's simple. Prices for the divisional round here at Ford Field are through the roof. So I got to thinking about it. I cleared it with Rico. He liked the idea. And it's just, this is a game you sell. Because the NFC title game is the only thing that matters. You're never selling that game. Ticket prices could be double. You're never selling. God forbid, unless there's something truly tragic going on in your life right now and that money is going to save something, yes. But outside of that, guys, Lions playing for the right to go to a Super Bowl, you're going.
Right. I was about to say, unless we've hit the point where they're going to their 3rd or 4th Super Bowl, then you're like, okay, I've seen this a bunch of times. But right now, this is the game. This is what you're looking for. Not this week. It's next week. This week, you can make a lot of money.
And the question is, are you doing it? Now, if you're looking to go, what is the price you're willing to pay to be there? Because $600, $500 for standing room, that ain't it. I'd like to think those will go down in price as the week go along. David, ticket text, what's the feedback early before we get to the phones?
Mike, Rico, I sold my 3 tickets in Section 104, and I'm very happy with the money I got for them. My wife will be treated to a trip to sunny St. Lucia on Valentine's Day. It's her reward for tolerating me. Jim in Brighton.
Jimmy, good for you, buddy. A little marital equity. Look at you.
Right. Like I said, that's a great trip that doesn't come out of your pocket.
So I'm looking at Section 104 right now. You're looking at about $1,700 a ticket. You sell 3, do the math. You know, you can get $5,000 off the table and know that if they win and they do their job, you're going to the NFC title game.
And I love all the honesty because here's another one. I sold my club seats for the divisional round and made enough to cover the NFC Championship game. Can go now for free. Adam in a car on 696.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Here's another one.
Because people, and I know for ticket holders this is obvious, but for non, they make you got to buy each of these at an elevated price. So the idea is if you sell this, it pays for that. You call it even, and you got to go. You get money back in the till. That's all. Yes, Dave.
Yeah, this one's from Brian. Says, hey, guys, I'm a season ticket holder, and we're having so much fun at these games. I would not sell my 200 level tickets if they were $5,000 a piece, and I've got 4 of them, not missing it.
And that's listen.
That's a person that can't miss the moment.
No one's a bad person. I'm not mad about it. I disagree with it because ultimately, I'm not saying the game's not important, but you won't be satisfied. If they lose, that place will be a mausoleum. If they win, it's going to be very flat because the only thing that matters, the only thing you've worked for is to get back to the point where you're playing for the right to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because think about this. If they win, you know what you're talking about walking out the stadium next week? You're not talking about, man, this was a great game. And did you see? No, you're already moved on to next week. You've forgotten about what you just. So if that's the case, sell the tickets, watch it at home, and prepare for that next week's game.
Go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
How are you, sir?
Pretty good. I got you right. You hit the nail on the head. Sell. I got them up for $1,500 a piece, and it's like you're right. If you miss this game, it's cool. It's not a bad deal. You know what I mean? You got the bread if they lose to make up for it. But if they, you still got the money to hold you down.
Now, let me ask you,
$30,000, and that'll pay for all the next season.
Let me ask you a question. Now, if it gets to Friday and your tickets haven't been bought, how much you dropping them to offload them, or do you go, you know what? I'm just going to the game.
I ain't going no less than probably about $1,300.
Okay.
If they get, anything less than that, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the game.
Okay. Well, listen, and Mike, that's fine too. That's why I asked the question. And it's also for people who want to buy. What is the amount you're willing to pay? Because, Mike, it's interesting. If everyone's mindset is about next week, you could see record. I mean, I don't think there will ever be an NFC title game that will be more expensive to attend if the Lions play next week. I mean, you're talking about in the history of the National Football League, even inflation adjusted, this will be the most expensive NFC or AFC title game ever.
Because you're talking either Lions, Eagles, or Lions and the Rams.
I'm talking Lions. They could be playing the Marvin the Martian All-Stars. It's Lions at home to play for the Super Bowl. Rico, you could see, I mean, Mike, what would your tickets need to be put up for to sell them to the NFC title game next week?
I gotta have. It's probably gonna be something crazy. It's gonna be something crazy. Probably like 6,000 or 7,000 a piece.
Yep. But Mike, guess what? I think everybody's thinking like you, and people will put them up there. But again, somebody's gonna take a bite. They're gonna buy them. I mean, look.
This is where, Mike, if I was you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If I'm going to put the NFC tickets up there, and if they some 10 grand a piece per ticket, give me the money. Give me the money.
See, Mike, this is what I would do if I were you. I would sell those tickets and then turn around. That's why I would buy some standing room only tickets.
Oh, gosh.
So I'm there, but I'm still in the place, but I probably walked away with, a good 16,000 in my pocket.
And I say lots of stuff, and I understand some of it can be hyperbole. I'm not kidding you. Maybe I'll be off base, but I think it'll be the most expensive NFC or AFC title game in history next week.
Well, I mean, every ticket is always Detroit's the highest priced ticket. Like, it's like other places.
What would you have to give to not be there if they make it to the Super Bowl? Talk about emotion. I mean, that is generations. The amount, because the minute you go, you're going to think about the people who aren't there with you or literally aren't alive. Mm-hmm. That will be an emotional powder keg. I can't imagine what those tickets will cost on the secondary market.
Yeah, I agree. But John and Livonia is thinking about selling. He says, you're looking at this all wrong. You sell both games in order to afford your Super Bowl tickets.
No.
And he says in parentheses, after liquidating from your retirement.
All right, hot take. Rico will yell at me for this. You don't want to go to the Super Bowl.
Oh, no.
That's not a real event.
I'm not going to yell at you. That was the opinion I said. Told David.
All right, well then.
I told David Detroit's going to be like, oh no, you're crazy, because I realize you've never been there before. The NFC Championship game is the common people's Super Bowl. That's where it's made for you. The Super Bowl, your tickets are going to be so high up there. It's a sterile environment.
Nobody you love will be there with you.
No,
I would never. But the NFC title game, oh no.
And it's the last bastion for fans. Regular fans is that game. So if you're all in, that's it. And the Super Bowl, I would travel down to the city, but you don't necessarily have to go to the game.
I know somebody who's got 6 tickets, really, really nice tickets. I mean, if he sold next week, you're talking down payment on a house. Yeah. I mean, that's the type of stuff it would have to be.
I think your standing room only tickets will probably come in at like
$1,000.
$2,000.
Oh, $2,000 for standing room?
For one.
Yeah, I'll be in seated room.
And I'm saying, if you want, you could probably, tickets on the cheap, you're probably looking at about $7,500 for next week.
I'm fascinated. Look, win the game first, and then we'll get to have some fun with the numbers. But yeah, this would be the week I'd sell. Because next week, nah. I mean, I think you put the tickets up and you put them at such an egregious number if someone is stupid to click buy it now.
And then when it leaves, you're like, oh, what have I done?
Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer for 24. They have got deals upon deals. The 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. The 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both $999 down. New stock arrives every day. Denali's are in stock as well, and if you need the certified service, you know the drill. MoranExpress.com. They will give you the free loaner. You go about your day. Do what you got to do. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get that best price, period. It's online, MoranExpress.com. It's on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. David, also, just to confirm that Deontay Johnson is a certifiable nutbag, the reports today are unbelievable. He threw a fit in the locker room after the Texans won a playoff game about his role. Mind you, Deontay Johnson got exiled from Pittsburgh, exiled from Carolina. You get to hang on in Houston as your last shot. They win a playoff game. You erupt about your role. Congratulations, Deontay. You're going to love your new role. It's called homeless. You've been released.
And he just got there.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Like, how much of the playbook was designed for him?
We should start a new NFL award called the Tony Award, except this one isn't Broadway. It's who is this year's Kadarius Toney? The biggest bird brain in the league. Holy mercy. All right.
Yeah.
Dave, a couple ticket texts. Get to the people. We're talking Lions, tickets, buying, selling, as we really start the week. Go ahead.
I'm 9 rows from the field. I sell 2 tickets for $3,000 to the NFC title game. Yes, I will sell those tickets. Okay. Yeah. You could sell the tickets and go buy a new TV, new sound system, all the bells and whistles for the price of going to the game, and you get to use your own comfortable bathroom. I think I'll do that.
And look, I'll say it again. There's no yelling. Rico and I are mad at anybody. Hey, you want to go and you wouldn't sell them for anything? That's all about your personal situation and what's your value. But to me, at this point in my life, and admittedly, look, I've been blessed. I've gotten to go to a ton of games in my life to the point that I don't want to go to games anymore. This would be an outlier. This would be, look, all I could compare it to is like what it was like to go to the Rose Bowl as a State fan whose team hadn't been there in 30 years. You know, if you're a Lions fan and it means something to your family, yeah, it's hard to not be there. But this weekend, I'm cashing in.
I was about to say maybe when Mags hit the home run, Tigers going to the World Series, that type of thing.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying the equivalent of being there next weekend.
Yeah, but
that moment.
Yes. Okay. Yes, because what? The Tigers at that point were 22 years without any success.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, except the Lions, it's 3x that.
Right.
So for me, that one I understand if people go, look, there is no price. I have to do this.
Here's the beauty of it, Mike. A buddy of mine, childhood friend, texted me and said, we're on
Marv?
That's not
Caveman.
Marv. Not Caveman.
All right.
Not Caveman. Spud is his name.
Spud?
Yeah.
Jesus.
And no, he said he sold. Not only did he sell this, he's selling this week's. He sold the Minnesota game as well. He's going to the championship game
if they win. Yeah. And he sold and he sold for a competitive price.
Yes.
We don't have to out the guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let me read you this one because we always talk about season tickets. Not everyone's the sole owner of those tickets. Sometimes you share them, correctly?
Yeah, timeshare them, basically.
So here we go. I split the tickets with my best friend, and he won't sell. I want to sell. They're in his name, though. I would assume you sell them, and we could pay for any game we want to go to next week or Super Bowl, but he does not want to sell.
Hey, man, be careful who you get in business with. That's all I can tell you.
I mean, that's something, I guess, a conversation that you have to have before you – right, like, look, in the event that they make it this far, we're selling, right? No? All right, I got to find a new partner.
Go to Curtis, 97.1. Curtis, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey.
Yeah, I have 2 tickets to Saturday's game. I was in the unique position to be able to go to basically your Rose Bowl last year for the wild card win against the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really many games except for the NFC Championship that would outdo that. So I bought a pair, and I'm on the wait list trying to resell them, and I got them on the 50-yard line, hoping somebody with DC money will buy them and basically fund my ticket to the championship game next week.
If you don't mind me asking, what do you got them up there for?
Well, surprisingly, they're actually pretty expensive when you get them pre-sale public. They were $14.10 a piece just to buy.
Oh my God!
So I put them up for 50-yard line, 5th row up.
Okay,
that area.
You're in the 100 level.
$14.10 a piece.
That's crazy. That's insane.
Shocked at how much they were to even just face value.
Insane. Yeah, so basically people are trying to snipe, you sell them for $1,800 a pop in that range. Is that kind of what you got them listed for? Or are you going for the gusto hoping somebody's just dumb and clicks the button?
Well, I've seen them like $2,000 to $3,000 a ticket right now.
Yeah, the club level ones for sure.
And they're
Yeah. Look,
So,
I don't begrudge
I'm
you.
hoping somebody gets stupid.
Yeah.
And that's their, first playoff game in 20 years?
They won their first playoff game in 30 last week. So, yeah. I mean, look, man.
Yeah. So
it's
there's going to be...
Maybe someone does it. But obviously, I think it's going to be a Lion fan who does it, Curtis. You're going to end up selling to a Lions fan. I don't know if we lost Curtis. I don't know what happened. The connection was bad. Look, the point is, I don't begrudge anybody, but the Lions have here's my problem. I have a conflict is that the team is not wrong doing what they're doing. I can't get mad at the team. I get mad at the situation. I can never wrap my mind around. Like, I would compare what the Lions are right now to Taylor Swift with her latest world tour. I cannot come to a place where I understand $1,400 retail tickets to a football game. Or for Taylor Swift, the upper levels were $1,000. Then it was $2,500. And if you wanted, I don't know, to be featured on the DVD, really $5,000 a pop. And I'm going, it's a concert. And I understand. I'm at a different place in my life in my 40s. I've gotten to see some cool stuff. Rico, I just can't wrap my mind around stuff like that.
No, Mike, it means we're getting old. Because you're right. There's a time when I thought maybe I would, but now you start thinking about, but I could do this with that money, and I could do
I'm
this
being
with
candid,
that money.
right? Like, I try to shoot straight. It's not flex or any of that garbage. Can I afford to go to the Kentucky Derby? Yes. I choose not to. It's offensive. I've gotten to do it.
That was because I that was one because it was like the 100th anniversary or the 150th was 100.
150.
And I'm like, what are you doing here? You're like, what do you mean? I'm not going. I was like, David, I just assumed that he would be in the grass or wherever that's like, no, you break the bank because this is the special time going around.
But what they did down there is they blew $250 million to renovate the paddock and install luxury suites there, and then they passed the saving on to you. Yeah. Look, I've got to go.
You pointed out and said, "You see that seat right there? Yeah. That's how much it costs."
Right.
Like, I see why you're sitting.
And it's not worth it to me. And I've been blessed. I've gotten to go to 4 derbies, and Lord knows I'd like to go to another one. But I'm not going to give in on certain things. Now, it's again, if you love your team, I mean, hell, they're doing advertisements now. You buy a Lions truck. You see those commercials?
Yeah.
I'm like,
limited edition, 800 made.
Bro, I don't need a sticker on a car. You do what you want, but I'm just not that guy.
No.
But I'm sure they'll sell out. I've never had a bumper sticker.
Really?
That's not for me. Why? I'm sorry. Do you have like a glitter Sparty on yours, or what do you got?
No, I've never put a bumper sticker on it. To me, it ruins the car.
You should get a bumper sticker that says, "I've never had a bumper sticker."
Bro. You know what?
The only thing I do with a bumper, I'll put it on a water bottle. That's about it. So, yeah.
Let me go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, buddy?
Hello?
Scotty, what's going on, pal?
Hey, so yeah, I sold my tickets last week.
Okay.
And I wasn't trying to break the bank. Last year I got to go to the wild card round and the divisional. I've got season tickets with a couple of my other buddies. We got 7 total. I looked at the ticket prices. I think I'm in the 200 section, corner end zone, and I offered them to kind of friends and said, hey, $750. It's a lot cheaper what you're going to pay, especially when you add on the fees. And guess what? If they win, I get to go to the NFC Championship. It's crazy if they lose, then I've made some money, so it's a win-win for me.
And you undercut the competition, brother. You're $200-$300 under what I'm looking at right now. 200 level corner end zone.
Yep, and I wanted to get rid of them, because I know the ticket prices are actually starting to come down a little bit. But hey, I was looking to take the money now. It pays for my NFC Championship game when they go, and I get to go for free. And I was able to make $150, $200.
Did they take a bite? Did they buy them?
Oh yeah, we sold them all. They were gone within a day.
There you go. And guess what, Scott? Rico and I are very similar in this regard. I don't do the whole real fan thing because you know what? This is the real world. And if you're getting almost $1,000 a ticket or $800 a ticket, and you're an adult, do what you want. I don't think it makes you less of a fan. I think it makes you more of an adult.
No, I'm gonna have my buddies come over for the game on Saturday, and then
I got news for you.
And
you could buy a bottle of Macallan 25, and you're still $5,000 up. You know what I mean, Scotty? You can have a hell of a great time. Pocket the money and know if they do what they're supposed to do, You're going to the NFC Championship game for free. That's the win.
Yep. It's a win-win. Like, yeah.
I think it's smart, and I don't subscribe to the real fan stuff. That's high school crap. You're not a real fan. Yeah, well, I'm a real adult with a lot of money in my pocket. Okay,
Yeah. No.
That's what Scott's voicemail says.
Well, the team is hoping that a lot of real fans are out there because they can keep raising that price. Because if you're a real fan, you'll keep those season tickets.
They are. There's a 22,000 person waiting list.
Right, I'm just saying. They're hoping that it's a lot of real fans, but yeah, I'd make as much money as I can right now
Before the NFC title game. Just to be clear, because I don't want people, of course you would, you're a Niners fan, bitch. That's not what he's saying.
And that has come across on the ticket text.
Oh, really?
For all three of us.
Oh, because
Wait a minute.
I'm a Niner fan.
Insert our team, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
The situation doesn't change. The NFC title game is the only thing that matters.
And here's the funny thing about it. I know that they don't want to listen to us, but maybe you should because we've all experienced it. That's the game you want to be at.
And that's the one I'm telling you I wouldn't sell.
Yeah. And I'm saying it is the People's Championship game. That's where you want to be.
More of the people coming up in a minute. 97.1. Winter can be brutal on your roof. Guess what? By the way, we're going to be in single digits next week. You got a problem with your roof or think you may have one, you need to get with Victor's Home Solutions. They'll get out there and give you the answers to your questions. Open 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather. They'll be at your house within 24 hours. They'll do a 21-point video roof inspection, and then they get to work. They offer an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee, and anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. Make sure your roof's ready for another brutal winter here in Detroit. Schedule the free 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100, or make that appointment online at victors.com.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Injury reports out from the Lions walkthrough at Allen Park today. David Montgomery, Terrion Arnold. The good news, both full participants. Kevin Zeitler, Ennis Rakestraw, Pat O'Connor did not practice. Lions will go full contact tomorrow afternoon, which head coach Dan Campbell says is a big day for Demo. Detroit, they're 9.5-point favorites over the Commanders in Saturday's divisional. One of the best stories in the NBA this season, the Pistons. They've pulled off the league's best turnaround, winners of 10 of their last 12 games. Detroit right now 21-19, 8th seed in the East, but just a half game out of that, game and a half rather, out of that 4 seed. Head coach JB Bickerstaff says that Cade Cunningham's rise to all-star status, one of the top reasons the Pistons are in the playoff race. Pistons off today and tomorrow. They host the Pacers on Thursday at Little Caesars Arena. And the Red Wings will try to make it 8 straight wins. Kenny's excited about it. They welcome the Sharks to Little Caesars Arena tonight. Detroit entering this one just 2 points out of the second wild card spot in the East. Billy Husso will start in nets. Puck drop at 7. Pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, great to have you with us. Try to get you to the end of your workday. Couple notes. YouTube, Valenti Show with Rico. If you'd be so kind to subscribe. Like, example, if you don't feel like grinding through the app, Evan and John do an incredible job putting up videos. Yesterday, we did a ton of fun stuff, including Red Wings talk and Kenny's 58-team ice hockey tournament. I'm kidding about the second part. But today, we've covered a lot of ground, including the Pistons. So Odyssey.com, rewind on that. John and Evan may have a video up there already, but my point is, let's do both of these, Rico. The Lions thing is simple. Are you selling your tickets this weekend to fund the NFC title game? I mean, Rico and I we have commonality on this. The Super Bowl is a non-starter. It's a sterile corporate event. It's not for fans. And if the Lions make the Super Bowl, you want to be with people you love. You don't want to be with Bob from Pfizer. Like that's just not what you're trying to do. So the NFC title game represents the true zenith of fandom. I've been lucky enough I took my dad in 07, Giants and Packers. And yeah, the moment you find your team going to the Super Bowl, that's incredible. And it's emotional. And it just, that's what I want for you guys. But this week, look, man, just because Rico and I don't put on sequin shirts with sunglasses like other people, doesn't mean don't expect you to win. The point is, this isn't it. And if you can go to the NFC title game for free, we've talked to a lot of people today saying, look, I'd love to be at the game, but you know what? At home ain't a bad deal either. Mm-hmm. And I'll go to the NFC title game for free. And, well, if the unthinkable happened and they lost, at least I got paid.
You got paid for your misery.
So that's one thing that's out there. And, look, I don't think you're bad. Rico and I fight about a lot. I don't think you're a bad person if you sell your tickets. I don't think you're less of a fan. I don't think you're a phony. I don't think you're fair weather. I think you're an adult, and you're making a real decision.
You're making a smart business decision the same way the Lions made a business decision on you.
That's a good one. You should ring the bell on that. I like that. Well done. So I want to talk to people about that. And also, if you're trying to get to this game, what is the threshold? Like, what's the barrier to entry to where if prices fall a little bit, you go, you know what, I got to do this. 248-539-9797. The other thing we talked about, and I'd be happy to re-explore this, the Pistons won a big game last night in New York. And, look, New York's a real team. That's a real team with real goals. And the Pistons gutted it out 124-119. And, look, they're 10-2 their last 12. And do I think there's some great team? No, of course not. But unlike a lot of teams in the East, they're not dysfunctional. They don't hate their life, and they try, which also marks how bad the NBA is right now. The fact that we can say those things with a straight face.
Right. But our threshold is, and you try.
Do you try? That should be the NBA motto.
From fantastic to, do you try?
We try sometimes. So I wanted to ask the question. Do we think it's time for the Pistons to be buyers? And we outlined some names. I'm not pounding the table demanding it. I'm not going to have my words twisted. But I think those are interesting conversations. I brought up, obviously Zach LaVine's name is out there. Cam Johnson, the guy I wanted in free agency 2 years ago. Brandon Ingram, the health is a major concern. But look, if you don't believe the Pistons need to make a move, you're not wrong. Just like I don't think you're wrong if you do believe. They have to make a real move. As Rico and I put it, no party cannon, Tom Gores, loud dress shirt trades. We want something real and substantive, something that is a trade that it's going to become a part of the team's core. Not a one-legged Blake Griffin because we want to be the 8 seed and get thrown into a wood chipper.
Yeah, you don't need to make a splash just to make a splash. You don't need to make a splash to sell jerseys, to sell tickets, because your team is winning. Your team right now is on pace to be a playoff team. So now, don't just be a playoff team. Yeah. Try to build something to be a championship team. Not this year, but start putting your building blocks and your cornerstones in place.
And again, the trade may not exist. The pricing may be off. Maybe the move happens in the offseason. But that's in play as well. 248-539-9797. And again, if you find it offensive that we've said we don't look down on people selling their tickets this week, I'll hear your perspective. I just probably won't agree with it. I just think people get lost in the sauce. You don't play for the team. Unless teams start giving you a credit for your level of fandom, like they pay your mortgage or something, or you get a bonus at the end of the year because you cheered the loudest, I don't know what world you live in.
Or the longer you have the season tickets, the more money comes off of your renewal package. Never will happen.
Let me know. Right. Rico, look at that. Rico's also opening up a casino. They pay you 5-1 on blackjack. I mean, what the hell?
I'm just saying, okay, that's where fandom comes in.
Right.
Okay, you've been a season ticket holder for 10 years. We're going to take 10% off of your,
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you want to go to the game and you just go to hell with the money, it's your prerogative. But I don't think you get to demonize people that are making solid decisions because, candidly, these ticket prices are out of control. But the team has a right to do it because enough of you are willing to pay it. I can't knock the team. There's over 20,000 people on the waiting list. Mm-hmm. So, hell yeah, we had guys calling in earlier. The retail on their ticket for this game, $1,400, $1,000, $700. Listen, if somebody's willing to double you up, you get that money off the table and next week is free for the biggest game in the history of this franchise? Yeah, I have no qualms. I'll defend those people. So that's what we're rapping about. 248-539-9797. David, ticket text, your opinion or otherwise.
Yeah, I have some on the Pistons here. Someone says Cade has turned into a legit dude, a real number one option on a good team. He has turned into a killer, and he's taken a massive step forward for superstardom. He definitely deserves a co-star. Make a deal.
That's the question. Who could be the Robin? I know the answer. I just can't get him here during the season. And I don't know if I'll be able to get him for you this summer. The answer is Lauri Markkanen. Stretch 4, killer three-point shooter, young veteran. Like in this league, you got to love the NBA, Rico. You be 25, be a veteran.
Right.
He signed. And I mean, him in the pick and roll with Cade, pick and pop. I mean, just a spacer, a creator. He's the perfect player for what you need. Mm-hmm. But you got to deal with Danny Ainge. And it'll have to be this summer because of some of the things written in his contract, apparently, where because he signed it a day after the deadline, apparently, good job by David researching it, he's not eligible to be traded until February 7th. One problem. The deadline's February 6th. So keep your eye on that. Go ahead, David.
23-year-old season ticket holder says tickets are in the first row, 300s in the corners, have them listed, and trying to make $1,800 each. Yes, I am selling those tickets. Someone else says, I am keeping my tickets so I can go to a playoff game this year and hoping to sell the NFC Championship tickets for $1,000 to $2,000 in level 300.
I mean, listen, I personally, it's up to your situation.
Well, that's also a person who probably believes this is the first of many, and I'm going to cash in.
Such a dangerous game to play.
Take the money in hand, bird in hand.
Dangerous to expect to get back to an NFC title game, especially at home.
That person's going to make a lot of money.
I'm trying to think the last time the Giants played one at home. Might be 2000. I think it was 2000 against the Vikings. So that's 24 years for me.
And that's the thing. The Lions have
When's the last time the Steelers played an AFC title game at home?
Ooh, man.
You're approaching 20 years.
I think so. I think you're right.
And your team isn't gutter rats like my team.
Well,
my team is actual rodents.
That's what upsets me about that Patriots game that they stole from us that year, because we could have been hosting that game.
Okay. Thank you. You
I'm
know
sorry.
what? You can talk to Kenny about it. Go ahead with the ticket text, please.
Well, maybe a while from mine. So.
Bro, you've had a couple now.
You just hosted one last year, Rico.
I can't help it. You can't keep a lead in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl. Don't put that evil on us.
Someone says on the Pistons.
Oh, Sam Darnold is a giant.
It's going to happen. I'm prepared for it.
We aren't built well for the long run. So the Pistons need more young pieces. So sell at the deadline.
Okay. We got calls on that, Rico. I can't figure it out. I don't know what these people think they're selling, and I don't know why you'd undercut Bickerstaff. I don't know why you'd send that message to the locker room. Let me help you out with that.
The reason being is because people are looking at this team saying this team can't beat the Celtics. This team can't be the NBA champion. So if that's the case, then blow it up and start all over again. Instead of looking at it as the Celtics weren't always the Celtics. You build upon this.
The Celtics are going to implode as well, Rico.
Right.
And I'm a Celtics fan.
You have pieces here. No. A month and a half ago, I was thinking that because I'm like, okay, guys, I don't know if this is going to work. And Cade is your only real piece, and maybe you just go on with Jaden Ivey and let him become the cornerstone piece, except for he left. Cade starts averaging 27 points a game. Mm-hmm. Okay, addition by subtraction. Cade, your guy. Cade looks like that number one pick that David prayed for. Maybe you have something here. Don't blow this up.
You know, it's interesting because you know who the Celtics might have to move this summer? KP.
Really?
Rico, the tax bill. You know, there's a reason Wick Grossbeck had to put the team up for sale. I mean, they are spending and spending and spending and spending. And it gets to a point like, yeah, Celtics broke the rules. You know, the rules of the NBA is going to make you hurt. Now, look, they're trying to go back-to-back. They're trying to win another title. But they don't have much time left as currently constituted. Now, they'll have the Jays together. But all the extras, the toys, having Derek White, and Derek White's fabulous. Having Drew Holiday,
right.
Having KP, no. So, this summer, would KP look good in a Pistons uniform? Yeah. A rim protector and a three-point monster, a guy who can go on scoring runs. So you start to look at different things, and you go, well, maybe the move isn't now. I understand that mindset.
So I'll be nice.
If he can stay healthy, that's the whole key.
Be nice.
But I want Markkanen. That's my guy.
But I think that it's a mindset that you don't believe that this team could ever do anything good because you haven't seen anything good.
They can. They got to thread the needle to getting Cade help while holding on to the couple of guys they think might have star potential. That's hard to do.
And honestly, I think if you could make the 6th seed and maybe stumble up and win a series, I think that's when people is like, you know what? Okay.
All right. I want to look at some numbers, but I want to present you with a big 3 idea. And we'll get more of the Lions ticket things. I just thought of something, David. Just bear with me. 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino. Biggest games, best viewing experience, 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Las Vegas. They got you covered. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Hey, guys, the action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. It's the sportsbook that allows you to come up with your own parlay. So if you want the Lions on the money line, you want Jared Goff over 240 yards, and you want an Amon-Ra touchdown, go ahead and make that prop up yourself. The new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. You got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for detail.
All right, so before we get back to the Lions ticket talk, stuff like that, I hinted at this, and I said, okay, look, this is just speculative, but let's say you did one move now and one move in the summer. I want to know, is this big three good enough? And there's only one other player I am not allowing, meaning I am not trading this guy, okay? So this scenario, no matter what you have to do, I am not trading Ron Holland. It's not happening. Sky is the limit for Ron Holland. I'm going to bet that's my guy, okay? What if the Pistons, over the course of the next 7 months, New Orleans has no leverage? None. Brandon Ingram is going to walk away. He signed Clutch Sports. He's already turned down an extension. He's going to walk. So you could get him in your building for 60 cents on the dollar? What if you acquired Brandon Ingram and then this summer you go calling on KP? Is a Cade, BI, and Porzingis big three good enough?
It is.
Talk about size, by the way, brother. I mean,
No.
You got 6'7", 6'11", 7'3". Shooting, spacing.
So now do you have to worry about Ingram and trying to lock him up long term?
Yes. I'm just saying, look, KP's on that. He'll be on an expiring $30 million deal. You're going to have to give Ingram a big contract. And guys, hey, at 520, I just want to make sure everyone hears this. I'm not demanding this, and I'm not telling you it's perfect, but I'm trying to use real names. If you want me to come up with a situation where I get to have Akeem Olajuwon 1993 on this team, I'll get back to you. But I'm asking you, now, does that interest you, or does that sound horrific?
No, that would interest me. That would be, yeah, because now you got a nice big three. Yeah, you become a have in the NBA, especially in the East. You're a have.
Keep an eye on Brandon Ingram then. Again, availability is an issue. Clutch Sports is going to be an issue because they're going to demand top dollar.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't know at first if you were saying you just kind of get him for the remainder of this year and then just kind of let him walk.
You got to get him to keep him. Okay. Now, I'm not telling you I love it, but remember, I can't trade for Kobe.
Yeah, I heard he's unavailable.
No, I didn't. Okay, bad example. I meant I can't trade for the best player. No, yes, Kobe is in fact dead. I understand.
I don't
didn't
think
mean
Mike
it
was
that way.
saying that.
I know.
I didn't mean it that way. I can't trade for Larry Bird. Does that make it better? He's not dead. He's just old.
You're not going for LeBron.
Right, that's my point. So
what about Jimmy Butler?
You don't want that kind of heat.
I'm sure we'll get some people who say, "What about him? Bring him here."
Told you that for years.
Miami's desperate.
So I'll say this. I'll say this to your proposal. It's a tentative yes, because what I really want is marketing. But when I say that, I know that the Warriors will get involved, and if OKC decides to somehow get involved,
you can't outbid with the picks.
Exactly. So that's why I'm a tentative yes, because I don't think they can compete with those that may compete to get marketing.
I gave you the guys that are gettable.
Yes.
Cheaper. Look, the marketing thing, I'm all in, but guess what? That's going to take 3 first-round picks.
It's going to take a lot.
It's going to take players.
Yeah.
I mean, Danny Ainge is a pain in the ass. Trust me, he ran my basketball team. So let's just assume that's not real. Or if it is, you can't swim in those waters.
No, you can't, because if Houston decides to get involved, well, they have picks.
But if I can have Cade, Beasley, Holland, yeah, maybe you got to let go of an Asur Thompson in a trade like that. Look, Jalen Duren's a guy I wouldn't keep around. I'm not re-signing Duren. A nice player. He's a rebounder. He's a rim runner.
Yeah, but he never amounted to what I thought he was going to be.
My point is, look, you got to give to get. So it'll be interesting to see. And yeah, I'd love to make a call about Cam Johnson.
Right.
But if they don't, keep an eye out. Maybe summer's when they decide to do it. But I think they're going to make it, David. I do.
And here's another reason why it's a tentative yes. And I know we don't have as much as some of the other teams, but
cap space.
Maybe, I don't know what Langdon can do. He may turn into a Brad Holmes where he can just wheel and deal. I don't know yet. So that question mark in my head is like, let me wait and see what kind of GM he is to see if he can make a deal happen.
Last GM did a lot of wheeling and dealing on draft day. They just didn't turn out to be anything. But, yeah.
I'll leave it alone. Let's go to Drew, 97.1. Exactly. Drew, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you,
Drew?
I'm hanging in there, man. I'm just excited waiting for this game on the weekend. But I love the topic of the Pistons. I've been watching these guys, and don't laugh at me, Mike. I got a different perspective on this thing. I think that we've been horrible for so long. What are we in a hurry for? Can we just let this thing bake a little bit more? I mean, Ivy's hurt, obviously, so he's not going to be back this year. I just think the core that we have right now, I don't want to be going out and getting a guy that's going to cost us $70 million a year. You know what I'm saying? And screw up our cap space and all this other stuff. I like the idea of the guy from the Nets that you were talking about,
Cameron
Johnson.
Yep.
I don't want to touch Ingram, and I don't want to touch Porzingis because they've got injury history and guaranteed contracts in the NBA. God forbid something happens and he's in and out of they're both in and out of the lineup all the time. I like the way the team looks right now. I'm enjoying watching them play basketball for the first time in probably 10 years.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with your perspective, Drew. I'm not going to get mad at it. I think it's reasonable. I just think it's not unreasonable to make a few calls, see if something could get done. And you're right. Maybe this summer, that's the time to do it. And
so who do we get rid of? Who do we part ways with if we're going to make a move? I mean, the other team's going to want somebody.
Yep. Well,
are we giving up Ivy? He's injured and all this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I'll explain it to you, and you're not. I don't think you're going to like what I have to say on it, but I reverse engineer it. It's more about who am I not willing to give up, because everybody's gettable. I don't do. Cade. He is now finally elevated to where he ain't moving. The only other non-negotiable on this team would be Ron Holland. Everybody else could be had for the right price for the right player.
You mean like beef stew?
Oh, please.
Yeah, but no, that's why
I will give you him.
That's why I was asking her. Like Sasser, like you're gonna have to lose some pieces that you
for the right player.
Fan favorites.
Hey, if Lauri Markkanen's in a deal, you can have a Asur Thompson. You could have Jaden Ivey. I will do things for the right player.
Right.
But there's only two sacred cows. You know I love the Ron Holland pick, and I'm going to stick with that until I'm given evidence not to. That's the kid with the highest potential on this team to me, him and Cade. So you can't have either of those. Now, give to get. No, am I giving up some of these pieces for the players that's why I thought the Brandon Ingram thing was interesting, is New Orleans has no leverage. So I give up less. Yeah, here's the Swedish meatball and a first-round pick. There you go. You don't like it? Keep him. He's leaving.
Wow. No, I was just looking at another player, and I'm just like, man, this guy, he is the basketball equivalent of Sam Darnold. He is just falling off the face of the earth.
Who's that?
It's Ben Simmons.
Oh, boy.
Like, he's not under contract next
year. Love Ben Simmons.
No, I don't. I'm just like, wow, I'm just looking at his numbers like.
He truly lost his mind.
Like, what?
And then he got paid.
Yeah.
And then he decided, I don't know, he just didn't want to play basketball.
Right.
Good thing the money's guaranteed. Nice league.
$40 million, and you're averaging 6 points a game.
Look, mistakes have been made. David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the football. Go ahead.
I have no point to prove how big of a fan I am. I would actually sell both games. Pocket 10 G's for me and my family and watch it on my 60-inch cheap drinks and a steak. That is Pat in Marysville.
Yeah, Pat, I'm with you. Don't let anyone make you feel bad about making decisions that are right for you and your family. Oh, you're not a real fan. What a stupid. I can't. Such a stupid opinion.
Well, maybe this person's not a real fan. I don't know, because he said I sold both of my playoff tickets on StubHub for $10,000 to cover Super Bowl tickets to my dad and a once-in-a-lifetime trip for me and him.
What's wrong with that?
Love that.
Now, they better get there.
Correct.
You're taking a hell of a risk there, Tito. But
correct.
Hey, if it works out,
calling his shot early.
Go for it.
So he already bought the Super Bowl tickets?
Yes.
David, I got to be
Well,
honest with you.
well, here's the thing. You better hope that if the Lions don't make it, that the Bills make it because you can make your money back.
I'm going to have to see something pretty incredible from the Eagles for me to feel like this team won't make the Super Bowl. Like, I feel like this won't be as easy as people think. I think they win this weekend. But if I don't see that Eagles passing game look remotely functional, no, then I don't believe they're coming here and beating you. And if the Rams are here, well, I really just don't want to hear from Matthew and Kelly Stafford anymore. I'm tired of that story. I was talking with Dapper Dan yesterday. He's like me. I don't need that story anymore. Dear God.
See, that's crazy because the NFL probably wants that storyline.
No, it's bad enough I have to see him with the sleep number bed. Enough. Enough. Go away. If you're making $50 million a year, do you really have to be doing bed commercials? I've never understood that stuff. Like, it's not like you're a tight end making $14 million. The guy's making $50 million. Matthew Stafford's going to make $500 million by the time he's done.
So what's 50? So you know what's better than 50 million? 51.
No.
Well, I think there's a reason why she's in that. That's all I'll say.
Okay, then.
I'm just saying, you make her happy and you get an extra $1 million.
Okay,
Life's tough.
David, hit the button. I can't do this. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
All right. No. Let me tell you about Planet Fitness. You said that you were going to get the gym. Well, the gym is waiting for you. Planet Fitness has over 50 Planet Fitness gyms throughout the Metro Detroit area. It is the home of the judgment-free zone. And right now, through January 16th, $1 down gets you in. And after that, it's just $15 a month. Head into Planet Fitness. A lot of the Planet Fitness has new strength training equipment, new cardio equipment. And on top of that, if you need a little help because you haven't been in the gym for a while, remember, it's judgment-free, free fitness training from knowledgeable staff trainers that will focus just on you. With over 50 Planet Fitness throughout the Metro Detroit area, what are you waiting for? Head into your Planet Fitness right now. There's one near you. $1 down, $15 a month. Or you can just go online at planetfitness.com.
All right, big weekend coming up. Obviously, Lions game. Get your planning unless you're going to the game. Hungry Howie's has you covered. The mix and match. Any 2 items starting at $6.99. It's never been easier. The whole menu's available, so get your Lions party set up. The mix and match, $6.99, from pizzas to salads, apps, breads, even the Costa Brookie. It's all there. Mix and match. Get everyone taken care of and settle in Saturday night with Hungry Howie's. Limited time only on the mix and match. Get yours tonight. All right, we'll get you down to LCA momentarily. Wings try to make it 8 in a row. It's a new coach eruption. You can keep the bump. Sharks blow. You should win tonight. I mean, should. But it's the NHL. I don't know. You figure it out. David, a few ticket texts, and we'll get down to Reegs.
In my lifetime, the Lions haven't hosted that many playoffs games. Each one is special, so no, I am not selling my tickets.
Understandable. It's all about your personal situation.
Yes,
That's
it
all.
is.
I just don't think people get to be boners and yell at people who do.
Yeah, you don't need to do that. My buddy and I have 2 club-level 20-yard line second row. They were $17 apiece. The price has now gone up.
Yeah, David, it's some serious. Look, the whole idea is you'd be selling this weekend to go for free to the NFC title game.
Correct.
That's the only reason you're doing it.
Yeah, that's what somebody basically makes this point. This game is worth a bag of chips, dip, and a six-pack. Next game, though, is worth selling my firstborn to go. So, yeah, that's the difference.
And getting rid of your firstborn, it really does free up a lot of money if you factor in what it costs to raise a kid to age 18. Just throwing I mean, David, it could be something you consider.
You're actually making money back that way if you think about it.
There it is.
Wow. Unbelievable.
I'm just saying. It's getting pretty expensive to raise these kids out here.
It is getting expensive.
How many Lions tickets can you buy if you just say, you know what, you're staying with Nona for how long? Forever.
It's like Sesame Street. How many apples, how many Lions tickets cost a son?
I mean, Jesus.
I sold my 2 300-level tickets to the divisional game for $13.50 for both. Pays for both the playoff games and a little bit of next season.
I dig it.
Good for you.
I like it.
And one more here on the Detroit Pistons. Personally, I like to wait. There's a ton of room for this team to grow. I know everyone wants to poo-poo the Cade-Ivy combination, but I think it's unfair given both have had season-ending injuries. I'll wait.
I don't think anyone wants to poo-poo it. We'd like it to be the most dominant backcourt in the league. But the idea is this is never going to be Jaden Ivey's team as long as Cade is here. All the conversations we had were about, look, trade Ivy, build it around Cade, or trade Cade and build it around Ivy. It's never been, keep both, extend both, have a $100 million backcourt.
Especially when it looks like Cade is actually playing better without Ivy.
What's going on, guys?
Hi, Jeff. What's going on?
How's it going? I must be honest with you. So I'm driving down here to the LCA. By the way, it's mini hockey stick Iserman night. You get a little case and a little mini Iserman hockey stick. So I'm what? Well, that's what you get. That's the giveaway today. The lines were lined up outside of LCA. Oh, stop it. They've won 7 in a row, and they take on a Sharks team that have lost 3 in a row now. Anyway, so I'm driving in, and I guess I really haven't spent enough time thinking about the magnitude of the NFC title game if the Lions make it there. Like, hearing you guys talk about how special it would be to watch the Lions go to the Super Bowl, and all the loved ones that you think about that never thought the Lions would ever see to live this day. I mean, I kind of got a little misty-eyed driving down here.
There'll be more. I'm telling you, it'll be the most emotional, most expensive, most exciting, most everything. It's just truly, it's something this town deserves. It's something these people deserve. And yeah, man, I mean, that's what sports is. It's got to be more than just, strangers playing a kid's game for millions. There has to be an emotional connection and what it means to your family, your friends, whatever it is. And that's.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, you think of like for instance, my dad. My dad no longer, unfortunately, is with us, right? But he was the first guy that yelled at me after they lost in 1983 to the Niners when Murray missed that kick on a black and white TV in our basement. First time I ever heard my father swear, says, "Don't be an effing fan of this team." And he stormed out of the room.
Oh, my God.
Like, for a guy like that, I mean, man, I wish he was here to see this.
And that's what the deal is. And that's where I'm always just like, I don't care what it looks like. Just win. Just win. Like, and I do think it'll be a little more difficult. Hey, if they blow the Commanders out, God bless. Doesn't matter. Win. And then it's for all the marbles. It'll be the most hey, Jeff, I've known you since the day I got down here in 2004. It'll be the most special game. You could talk about, the Pistons won a title. Doesn't matter. Well, the Red Wings won a Stanley Cup. Doesn't matter. The Lions with a chance to go to a Super Bowl trumps all of it.
Yeah, because think about it, Jeff. You're already talking about stories about your old man. So, yes, all the people like you will be telling stories about everybody who would just love to be here and experience that moment. And you're going to have to do it for them.
Like, I remember when the Cubs won it in 16, right? And you see all those videos, and you think after a while you get sick of watching them where they become cheesy, like grandparents are crying. Like, that's what this would be like, but even better, obviously, because it's more local.
Because it's football.
Yeah, that's true, too. This is all we've ever wanted. Like, you can give up every other championship, and, of course, we've loved the hell out of them, but all we've ever wanted was this. And now you get to experience potentially in a couple weeks. It's crazy.
Rigger, you're right. Because, honestly, if you said, okay, you win the Super Bowl, but no other Detroit team wins a championship for the next 20 years, people would sign that deal.